Ready?
Right, we are live.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back to our Taylor Swift Eras Deep Dive. This is a project we've had since the beginning of the year where we basically go through Taylor Swift's different eras and deep dive into them. The background, how we feel about it, just a lot of fandom, really.
It's a glorious
It's been a
time.
very fun project. Can you believe we're at 5 live? This is our 5th.
Yes, and
live
we're having a
show.
marvel.
Ruining
I was going
everything.
to say that too.
As you can see, and as you can tell from the background, we are talking about Red today, but you may notice that we marked it as part 1.
Mm-hmm.
This is for a very specific reason, and that reason is it would probably take us all day to talk about the entirety of Red Taylor's version because there's just so much.
Yep.
As you're going to find out shortly. There's so much that we want to say, so much that we have to squeal about. So 2 live shows this month. This is the first of 2. Anyway, as you can tell, Kristin and I are also dressed very similarly today. The second time.
We don't plan this.
No. In fact, there's just random hey, I did this, I did that, and then just we save it all for the live stream.
Oh yeah, we only ever talk about our notes. We never talk about what we're gonna wear.
Yeah,
which is
we
great
don't even
because
go,
these shirts.
Oh, I was gonna say we don't even go in depth on notes. We're just I have this many notes, and that's
Yeah,
we
exactly. That way, it's always a surprise whenever we get around to doing the live shows. It's gonna be fun. Red is an album that I think all 3 of us have very, very strong feelings about in a variety of ways. So it's going to be very exciting to talk about it today. Anyway, before we talk about Red, let's talk about some Taylor Swift news, which really there's not that much new news except that she's now on tour in Europe.
Yes, she is.
And very big fan, I watched the first couple of live streams.
Yeah, those
the
were
concert.
wild.
So shout out to anyone on Twitch who is actually live streaming or YouTube because
thank you for your service.
It's been fun. She's clearly been having a lot of fun on this tour. She changed a lot of her costumes for one thing. However, the biggest change, of course, is that she added an entire segment for the Tortured Poets department, and it is phenomenal.
Called it.
Still upset that I can't see it live.
We just a few months when we found out about Tortured Poets, all of us here were she's gonna totally add it, and you know what? That is one clown card that went all the way to the end of the manga. All the way.
It's just so good. The way that it's integrated into the set is so seamless, and the song she chose to integrate also amazing. And literally the first time when it all dropped and we found out which one she was going to include. Listen, But Daddy I Love Him is one of my favorite songs. So the minute that intro started, I was like, excuse me, you're putting this in your set list?
There's just so many memes. There's that community meme of that dude on the floor. He's even his shadow. That was just me. I can't. I was at work, and I remember because it was a really bad day at work.
I was just screaming.
And Alexa just sort of texts me it's she's doing it live, and I'm
it was my all caps screaming.
And I just put it on my phone, put the phone to the side so nobody saw that I was streaming anything. But the whole time I was dissociating nicely because oh my god,
it was so good.
Miss Ma'am went out and did a whole new set.
I love the Travis Kelce inspired dance moves that she added too. That was so sweet.
Well, it's not just him. I think it's also very telling and clever that she also did some Maddie Healy in there.
Oh,
yeah.
It was literally
we see those parallelisms. Well, see, and those went viral quick.
Everything went viral.
These are tail. And it's more than just sort of Travis. It was the entire Kansas City sort of not entire, but it was a repertoire of Kansas City fan dance moves that she incorporated. What?
And she's doing that again where she Easter eggs herself on different shows, right? We had a show where she was inspired by 1989, the 89th show, and obviously show 87 was special because
show 87. Are you kidding me?
The amount of screaming I did. Okay, the other thing that's been really fun with the Europe tour is the mashups because she's been doing some fun mashups. She's done a lot of live performances.
She did Getaway Car last night.
Yes, with the Bolter, which is great. So she's been doing TV songs, but also she's been mixing in songs that I love. Personally, super excited she did Crazier. Literally lost a little bit of my composure yesterday when I found out that was half of a secret song.
Bolter, that was the same night, right? It was Crazier and then,
they got
Bolter
all of the
Getaway Car.
Yeah, and then they got all of the girls in Crazier. I'm like, what a combination.
Yep.
and Alexa was sort of like, because Taylor was sort of like, I can't believe you guys still like know Crazier.
I'm like, hello?
And then Alexa was like, how does she not know that everybody loves it? And I'm like, well, she lives in her head and she doesn't live on the internet, which is the smartest way to live.
She used to live on the internet.
She used to at one point, but then she's like, I ain't going there anymore.
Yeah. And I feel like at this point in the touring life, she's now super comfortable in it because, at the beginning, you're still like trying to make sure you know everything, hit all your steps, right? Hit all your marks. Now it's like she's clearly just having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although
Absolutely.
it was funny, the most recent thing that I've seen that is non-music related is that when she's in Edinburgh for the last weekend, and the temperature over there is cold.
Sure.
Right? So she's in the middle of the secret song and she actually had to stop because she's like, my hand
the hand
cramped.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh. She's like, no. So the next night during Tortured Poet, she was actually wearing gloves. Because, to be prepped for when she had to do the because it was that cold. And like, true enough, everyone who was there at the show, they were like, the first night, a lot of them were like, dress up. And then I had a friend who went twice. And the second night, she's like, yeah, no, I'm wearing a long sleeve sweater, being comfortable and cold. And I'm like,
it's bright.
Yeah, that's also really disconcerting to see TTPD in bright light because I'm like, wow, I can see
at all.
Anyway, obviously, clearly,
I thought, also really funny. Like, I just saw this morning that Us Weekly like announced something saying that a source close to Maddie Healy said that he thinks it's really funny that so much of this album is about him because they were never serious, and it's like, I don't believe that. Based on this album,
I don't think that's.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, a lot can be said, but in the moment, though,
no, I think it was serious in the moment. Whether or not
smoking and eating 8 bars of chocolate,
I was about to be like, maybe
leaving typewriters in places.
Yeah.
I feel like,
and the smallest man who ever lived. Like, come on, you don't get that song for nothing.
Oh God, no. And I really feel like whatever, and that's the funny thing about these intense relationships, right? There's always like this, and as a lead-in maybe to the, or not as a foreshadowing, of the, like there's something about like the intensity of these really, really high octane relationships where you have no choice but to just feel a certain way deeply about somebody. And I feel like she felt and saw something in Maddie that way. You wouldn't be able to write that kind of music otherwise.
No, I agree with you.
And it doesn't mean that the other people she didn't write about, she didn't feel anything for. It's
no, she clearly did. The fact that Joe Jonas has like 3 albums. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, I think it also is, she's not afraid, or she's never really been afraid to like stay in touch with those feelings, despite the fact that they may hurt. Like, she is in touch with the feelings. I don't know necessarily that Maddie Healy wants to do that. So, that's probably why he's like, no.
I mean, my girl's still saying about red flags to this day. I am here for it.
It's kind of funny, actually, that we're talking about red now, because, in hindsight,
the irony of red being named red and the inability to see the color of the flag is gold to me. But that's, again, a foreshadow. Kristin, any other news you feel we haven't covered that is new news, to quote the podcast of the Kelseys?
No, that was all that I really had too.
Yep, I feel like it's going to be suspiciously quiet while she starts her tour, but we're definitely going to get some more news like towards the middle of it, because I feel like that's always what she's like.
Whatever it is, it's just going to be continually more and more unhinged. Like, I feel like there is no hinge at this point anymore.
Yeah,
I think the Lulu Clown Car is like alive and well, because I swear it's almost every show someone has
every
something.
Show somebody's like, reputation's gonna drop today, and I'm like, okay, calm down, children.
I know.
It's not like it. Like, I get it.
I'm waiting for that.
Oh no, we all are. It's just maybe it's not the next show. I'm just
my favorite actually random thing that happened too was there was one show. I think it was in. Honestly, I can't remember what it was, but there were a lot of things that were like green, and at first everyone was like, oh, reputation, and then another Delulu Clown Car shows up, and they're like, but green is the color she uses for debut. So now there's a tinier clown car where people are like, but debut, and I'm like, no.
She's not gonna end with reputation.
No.
Debu's gonna be the last. I mean, she could. She totally could
if she wanted to.
Which would be ridiculous and hilarious and almost.
It would be funny because the entire Delulu Clown Car would be like
passive aggressive though, to just sort of like reputation last and just sort
or she could just double. This is what I think. She should just double team it because it would be funnier.
Okay, see that I would.
That would make more sense because her
I
reputation.
don't know if my heart could take that. That would be too much.
I don't think my wallet could take it.
No, for sure. No, wallet's gone. Bank account's just sad. But I would argue that the double drop is more likely than ending with Reputation. It just doesn't, you know.
I feel like if we revisit this in a few months and it's finally happened, we'll all just be like,
yeah.
I almost wish we could smash cut to like all of our predictions
I'm sure we
as
could.
they happen. Like, you know, I mean, it was the time. But
at some point,
but all of us,
but
all of us sort of like talking last month about, oh my God, she's gonna put like TTPD in there. I swear to God, and then it happens, and the collective apoplexy across the fandom. I'm pinging people at work who are also Swifties, and they're like, oh my God, I can't even. Like one of my coworkers was like, I recorded my phone, or so I used my phone to record the thing on my other phone, and I'm just like, okay. About it. I mean, now it's yours because some of them get taken down, and you know.
No, true. And then some of the streams, I know they literally just have it live and then it's gone. Like,
yeah.
So you know what? Let's do.
All right.
The thing.
Well, we can roll right along into the next topic, which is obviously Red.
Yes.
Which kind of makes sense given we're talking about like breakups and strong feelings. Because Red is officially, technically, considered the breakup album. Kind of a given, right?
I mean, every album's a breakup album if you want it to be, but this is a breakup album.
This is definitely a breakup album for her. So it was released originally in 2012, October 22, to be very specific. That's the original release date. And then Taylor's version of it is in 2021, November 12. So, you know, a lot of twos there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Red is her, what is it? Fourth studio album. I'm losing count here.
No, it's her fourth studio.
It's her fourth studio album. And I think it was also an album where I like, specifically me, I remember when the single came out, I was like, sounds different. And that makes sense given that she worked with a different set of people for this album too. It is an album that has gotten her quite a few awards.
Yeah,
I would say.
So many.
She had 4 Grammy nominations, which was still sad, by the way, because she didn't win in this one, didn't she? She only won one, I think. Maybe? No, I don't think she won.
I don't think she won any.
This is the one where everyone was like, ooh, snub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you know, I think that's that only
transition.
Back. Yeah, I know, right? So strange.
Yeah, no Grammys.
She did win other things though. She won a BMA for Best Female Video for I Knew You Were Trouble, which we will get to later. And then in she also won AMAs. So she won in 2012
quite a few AMAs,
for Best Female Country Artist. In 2013, she won quite a few things.
Yep.
It was Artist of the Year, Favorite Pop Rock Female Artist, Country Female Artist, Favorite Country Album. A lot of things there. And then she also won a couple of Billboard awards.
Yes.
So top package for her Red Tour, which the Red Tour was pretty.
Which is fun because she did win for Speak
Insane.
Now the years prior, and Red won.
I mean, I'm not too surprised. It was another tour where, like, you know, everything was designed well.
Marching to the specific route.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment, though. She also won the Billboard for Artist, Female Artist, Billboard 200 Artist, Country Album, and Woman of the Year, which was in 2014. She also won more songwriting awards. I think she's won this one a few times. The Songwriter Artist of the Year from the Nashville Songwriters Association. This is the time she won where she was the second recipient after Garth Brooks, which is wild because she was still pretty young. The award itself is actually meant to recognize an artist who has achieved both national and international prominence through concert performances and record sales at levels unique in country music specifically. It's wild because it also mentions, like, this artist has attained a high degree of recognition in the music world in general,
also
which check. And it's also considered a nod to the fact that this person is going to have a positive effect on country music and how people perceive it.
Okay, that auto-completed in my head as a positive effect on people. I'm like, I don't know about fully positive because I know it's going to be.
I don't know if it's had a positive. Well, no, you know what? I think it's had a positive.
So I'm glad,
in some ways.
So I'm glad you actually completed the sentence with country. I'm like, yes, 100%, definitely.
Yeah.
Shaking country to places that they weren't there before, and
a more recent accolade that the album has received was actually in 2023. It's actually included on Rolling Stone's list of the 500 greatest albums of all time. It's number 99.
Number 99.
Which is
500, which is super cool.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool award. Because, like, of all time is a big thing.
It's a lot.
To state.
Yeah. And 500 is a decent number.
Yeah,
so
given you're covering like decades of music.
Yeah. Of all time. To rank in the 90s.
She's in the top 100 of the 500.
Actually,
very cool.
I didn't get to research what the other 2 albums were, but three of her albums are actually on the top 500.
Oh wow! I want to look at this list. That's really cool. Like, I mean, she's probably on the same list as like the Beatles and like.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Beatles, Gaga, everybody. Queen. Yeah, definitely.
It's wild just thinking about that, and the fact that 3 of her albums, crazy.
That's great. I love that.
Yeah. Other than that, Kristin, do you have any other awards that I didn't mention on this list? There were quite a. I don't think she actually got as many awards as I thought she had for this album, because maybe I think in my mind that it should be more to it.
I don't have any other awards, but I have that it debuted at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 and sold 1.2 million copies in the first week, and that made her the first woman to ever have 2 million selling weeks since they started keeping track of album sales, with Speak Now being the other album.
I mean, honestly, are we surprised it's Speak Now and Red?
She's just going to keep breaking her own records as this live stream progresses.
I know. Every single time, yeah, she won more awards.
Yeah, she won more. That's great. What a wild set of accomplishments.
But at the time, though, I think this was an album that had an interesting reception, because, some people were really into it because it was, for them, they felt it was less country, more pop. And some people were upset about the fact that it felt more pop and less country.
Oh gosh,
It was like a weird mixed reception. On the one hand, it drew in a lot of new fans who weren't quite as into her music, and then on the other, it kind of became a turnoff for others.
Right.
It's just an interesting thing, because this is the start of when it became a little more divisive for her.
Yep.
And she,
musically,
and it's interesting because it's probably the first time she hard launched something that was different from what had come before, like really different.
Agreed. Yeah. And as a foreshadowing of like all the lyrics that we're gonna do, I feel like this is when she sort of like begins to take a lot of confidence in the pop side of her writing.
Yes.
And sort of giving her again, this is pre 1989, so I feel like these are the seeds of, I can do this. I'm good at this. I wonder
I can do this too.
Or that was received well. What if, or it doesn't even matter if it was received well. It's like, I do this well and I love it.
Yeah.
And so,
and I also think for her, it's probably like interesting to try something new or something a little different from what she was already doing. Like, she's like, I kind of know how to do that part. Like, I got it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's never gonna go away, as we'll see. Like, the longer we progress, the early days of then how she wrote and told stories in her songs never goes away, really. But like, this is when she, deep dives into like, let's try the pop earworm hooks. You know what I mean? Let's try things that are like more repetitive. Let's try different kinds of beats. And like, I think it's interesting for her to have that, where she's like, ooh, creatively challenged. Let's do this. Sorry, Chris.
Oh no, it's okay. She also this was, from what I read, she picked a lot of producers that she admired, and like, she specifically picked people that she wanted to learn from, and she did pick a lot of people that had pop hits. So I feel like they had a big influence on her and like allowed her to learn what we got in the future.
It's true.
This was the training montage arc,
basically,
where she's learning from different senseis.
I mean, like, obviously,
Eye of the Tiger.
Oh yeah, no.
The most well-known person, obviously, she worked with is Max Martin.
Oh, yeah.
You can kind of tell based on how things sound.
He's written like 90% of the songs in the world. So
yeah, and I like that too, because again, it's like she's stepping out of what she was comfortable with and used to, and she's like, let me try that and see where it goes. And you know what? Even though it didn't win as many awards back in the day, it's still, I would say, in the fandom, one of her most loved. Like, we love all her albums, but I feel like Red is like, it's in a different category for a lot.
Which album got a movie? So I
mean, she loved it.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're gonna get to that in a second. Okay. Other things in that era, we have one of the biggest pieces of news that came out in the media was in October 2013. They established the Taylor Swift Education Center at the Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum.
Lovely.
Which I think is cool, because like, that's like almost a permanent structure if you think about it.
Yeah, it is.
And like, she was really young for that to happen at the time. So, fun stuff. But let's move on to the other news that's a little more fun. We'll talk about who she was dating. And I think this is fun because this is the second time that it's crossed over where she's dating someone from a boy band.
That is true.
Did it happen to be one of the biggest boy bands in the world at the time? Yes, it did. This is where she's dating Harry Styles. And
just from the one.
You know what? I'll tell you what I remember. Like my initial reaction to this was, I was like, he seems a little young for her. And this is like back in the day. This is not because they had a gigantic age gap. But
and this was before Harry grew his hair out. So I feel like
he looked like a child.
He looked very.
He really did. Yeah.
Even now, Harry sort of still has sort of like that baby face kind of quality to it. It's just he's got that smolder like permanently set. Like back then, it was like on and off. But now, and how do I know this? I don't know. But I didn't even follow One Direction. And yet I know. It made sense. It makes sense.
I agree with you.
Right?
I concur.
Right? Because now it's on permanent setting, but back then it was sort of like off, and you only had to put it on. You had to, and those were the times when he was with Taylor, and I'm just like, he looks like a. It's almost like in high school when the girls sort of like look a little older just because girls mature a little faster, and then the boys are just like, hey, just like it's that thing.
I mean, like
they're the same age.
If you look at pictures of that era, I'm just like, well, you do look young, Harry. You do. I will say, even though it only manifested post One Direction, I think probably one of the other things that was a thing they connected on is that he is very driven creatively. You can tell kind of like, even though his music is not for everyone, you can tell that it's the same sort of thing where he's like, I want it. Like, I like exploring sounds and I like exploring lyrics and so he also has that sort of creative energy that sometimes we've seen in the past draws her to people.
I mean, he's got that.
I mean, also
James Dean
daydream.
It
also helps to think that at this point, like she and Ed Sheeran were friends now, right? And
I love that.
Ed Sheeran is friendly with a lot of One Direction. Maybe not all of One Direction, but he is friendly with a lot of One Direction.
Oh, friendly enough to do some unhinged karaoke together.
Yeah,
have you seen that clip?
Yeah.
God.
Like I was like the other day, like I was like, this is a cursed image because I haven't seen this in so long, and it's just them doing karaoke, and I'm like,
what is happening?
I was like, what is this chaos on the stage? There are tiny One Direction children.
What were they singing?
Don't go breaking my
heart.
Don't go. And the point were Niall and Ed Sheeran.
Yeah,
and I'm of course.
Like, what is? And then just Taylor's just there vibing, and I'm like, what is
this?
Happening?
Is the most chaotic video I've seen in my life. But you know what? I'm here
so
for
fun.
it. Also. And then she's clearly having fun. So you know what?
Which I feel like, whilst we appreciate the moment with Harry that brought us one of the best songs ever on the planet, and several 100%. Others in its wake, I almost feel like the most important relationship that Taylor had in this era would be with Ed Sheeran. Like my personal take is that's the ship. That's the ship that I adore to this day and has endured, and it was so glorious.
They spent so much time together because he was her main supporting act on the Red Tour. So
yeah.
Kristin, thoughts on the relationships of the era?
It was a very short relationship. It was November 2012 to January 2013. That's
here for a good time.
Yeah. So I read like some very intense timelines of the relationship, which was so fun. But so it says that they met at the Kids' Choice Awards in March 2012, but they didn't like debut their relationship until they were on a date in Central Park in December 2013.
The iconic date.
December 2012. But like they obviously were getting together. Like they were already probably like hooking up. Like probably it could have even happened like the night of the Kids' Choice Awards. I could see that. Which is why I think it's funny. Like there are some people that are like diehard saying that like none of the songs on this album are about Harry, but I totally disagree. I think it's just that like they weren't public until December. And there are some very like Harry coded songs on here.
I mean,
what? Oh, you want me to go? I figured we would talk about it as we get to them.
Keep going.
Oh, and then I think their last like public kiss was in Times Square on New Year's Eve, and there's like a video of it, and like I think Ryan Seacrest like jumps in front of them because people are like trying to film them.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Well, remember, this is the time when it started getting very public with the relationship stuff.
I know. So I know that we talked about Jake Gyllenhaal, obviously, in the last episode, but since this album is largely about him, I wanted to just read one quote from Taylor from what she told New York Magazine, which I find so funny because also just to give context, I read Jessica Simpson's memoir and yeah, it was so good. And in it, she talked about how John Mayer would constantly send her nasty emails. Like it was so weird. He would just email her like rude things all the time. So now just listen to this quote.
Oh.
So Taylor told New York Magazine, I heard from the guy that most of Red is about. He was like, I just listened to the album and that was a really bittersweet experience for me. It was like going through a photo album. That was nice. Nicer than like the ranting crazy emails I got from this one dude. It's a lot more of a mature way of looking at a love that was wonderful until it was terrible and both people got hurt from it. But one of those people happened to be a songwriter. So what are you going to do? Did you not Wikipedia me before you called me up for a date? So I was like, well, she's clearly talking about John Mayer because I know that's his MO.
Yeah.
What a psycho. Anyway,
but the fact that there's like a clear comparison there.
There's a, what is it?
Okay.
There's an MO.
You know what? We're going to go back to talking about Jake Gyllenhaal for like 2.5 seconds.
Sure.
Because I will say, like, his reaction of all like the people, like him, and I want to say maybe like Harry
for sure.
Like their reaction generally to this is just like,
yeah,
you know, it's a sort of respect because you know the person has a gift and you know the person's a public figure, so it's gonna happen, right? Unlike everybody else who like lost it a little bit.
No, but even during the Red Taylor's version release,
everyone was kind of like
one of the last interviews that I saw of Jake when they were like,
right?
"Hey, it's coming out again. What are you gonna do?" And then he basically something to the effect of said,
"It was a surprisingly like respectful." I remember that.
More than just that, it's like actually that's a thing that belongs to the fans. Like he understands that it's a piece of work that was created from something real, but became its own thing, and then was brought to a new sphere by the fandom, and that's what it's for. He understood the purpose of the art piece.
Right.
And how he didn't make it all about him.
He didn't make it all about him.
Like it is about him, but it didn't make it about him.
Yeah,
and that's not
to like not to super jump ahead, but that's also why I feel like the manuscript is about All Too Well.
I think so too, actually.
Sorry, surprised Pikachu face. Oh my god, yes.
I wish I could just insert that over your face.
Just surprised Pikachu face.
But yeah, it's interesting because like this is like the one time that it was a really public personality she was dating, and that person's reaction is a bit more like mature, which shouldn't surprise me so much, right? Compared to like all the other things that had gone on prior to this.
I feel like every time she receives a John Mayer email, she just writes a new song.
Probably.
I'm gonna be like, if it's
because why are we still hearing John Mayer quoted songs today? Like why has it happened? Like, so I just feel just like
I'm also like John Mayer is the one like running himself into the ground at this point, because I'm like, if you're doing it with more than one person and they all have the same evidence, I'm like,
right. So yeah.
How can you defend yourself now?
My headcanon is like, all right, fine. Just starts writing.
She's like, oh, him again. But anyway, the Harry Styles relationship was cute while it lasted, but that was the relationship that also went under the most scrutiny because I think they were the most publicly like visible
in terms of just like high profile. You know, like Jake was famous within his spheres, but he wasn't Taylor famous.
And it's also like you did get pictures of them, but it wasn't quite like two supernova celebrities, right? Like you're saying.
Yeah, because the One Direction blew up the entire universe for the, you know, like the period.
Oh yeah, this was like the big deal time for both of them, for Taylor and
I know about One Direction. That's how big they are.
It was huge, and I think it didn't help that they were together at a time when it was like holiday, like the most publicly together during like holiday season, and in New York City, people in New York City will not be able to keep that to themselves.
Yeah. At least they did the whole like meeting the parents thing, and like it was. I honestly feel like we barely got any photos of Taylor and Jake. There were like really few
like a handful
instances that I could think of. Yeah, but Harry, like, I think Harry was also like such an impactful relationship because, as you were saying, like he was like just as big as her, and he was in the kind of like position where he had a fan base that would attack because they wanted Harry. So it's like a totally different kind of situation. It's not just like, oh, these two people are in a relationship. It's like there's all of these people that feel so like personally invested and like upset that he's with her instead of them.
They have opinions, and these opinions started to bleed into other things too. It's not just like fandom opinions. It's also like other people. Comedy was a big thing this time. This is when everyone started like joking about her in relationships.
No, agreed.
And like making a punchline.
No, and like and the Schitt's Creek didn't exist then, but to my response to that would have been a supercut of just David and all of his comebacks, like eat glass, just like. Or my personal favorite from Kristin, go get a warehouse somewhere. I forgot that lives in my head rent free, and I have never thanked you enough.
Yes, but I can sort of understand how like this was when fame became a little less fun for her. Like she had a lot of it, and she was already under a lot of scrutiny after the incidents that occurred, right? And for Fearless and for Speak Now. But this was like the time when it suddenly went into a frenzy. Just because like people started caring more about like what she was wearing, what she was doing, who she was dating. And it became a thing where like everything was now under a microscope. It was
and I feel like it's also like the time when like obviously the internet was around, but it's really like when people were on Twitter 24/7, like just telling everything was their opinion constantly. So it's like it was almost like inescapable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's true too. You're right, because that's when social media started picking up.
Yep.
So it was a lot easier for people to get misinformation or too much information. Mm-hmm. And nobody really understood. I'm sure like even us, like as regular people, we were trying to learn how to navigate that ourselves. So I can't imagine how much more heightened it must have been to be like a celebrity who wants to like, who thinks it's great that you can be in touch with people who are clearly your fans, but also, you know, there's a loss of boundaries at some point and you don't really know what is a place to draw that line, especially given she was like on MySpace making YouTube videos. So she's like, oh, this must just be another thing. Yeah. Whereas those things, like it may have once been like a wholesome way to stay in touch with people, like to stay in touch with their fans. Now it's like, excuse me. Now it's like, could be a cesspool. People can just throw random comments at you and you can't stop it anymore.
And as we've seen, like from the previous albums, she is somebody that really like thrives on that connection with her fans. And she like goes above and beyond and like completely out of her way in order to have special like interactions and like just the way that she like runs through the crowd at shows and like and the parties that she would do afterward where she would invite fans back. Like she really likes being in touch with her fan base. So it was probably really like confusing to then have all of these people hating her for essentially just dating some guy.
Yeah, that she was interested in, which is a healthy and normal thing.
Yeah.
I also think it's just, I don't know. It's also hard because this is the time of your life too, where you're still trying to figure things out and like having to do that publicly, whether it's about your own self and self-image or it's about the people you want to make relationships with or what you want to do. It's a lot. Like, and I say this as like the truth is at the time, like both Kristin and I probably, and probably you too, it's like we were doing a lot on the internet ourselves. So it's like,
oh no, you guys were definitely
like on a small scale, we kind of were like, okay, how much do we share? How much do we keep to ourselves? And we didn't have to think about an audience. We didn't have to think about a fan base. For us, it's like, we can still choose that. We still have the option of I can stay mildly anonymous if I want to.
The good old days.
I know, right? Yeah. Whereas now for her, I'm sure it was just like, I don't have a choice. Like I'm in this fandom and I want to be in it. Like I want to be with my fans, but this is the only way I know how. Plus Instagram was starting to blow up then, wasn't it? This was like the beginnings of it too. Instagram and Twitter. It was an interesting era.
I watched an interview with her too, and she was saying that like, I think they asked her like, do you feel like you live your life like a normal person or something like in that vein? And
yeah.
She said like, basically she's like, I mean, no, like I am normal in the sense that I have the same kind of emotions, but she was like, but if I make a mistake, it's going to be a headline for like 6 months. She was like, I have so much more pressure on me than a normal person because if somebody like messes up as a 22-year-old, they'll just be like, oh, I'll never do that again. She's like, but if I do it, it's like going to be in the news for months.
And it'll stay there forever because the internet is forever.
And people will hate you for it forever because that's how the internet is today.
Yeah. Apparently. That's a lot of responsibility for someone in their early 20s.
I can't imagine just being...
My dude, no. Me reflecting on that time, no. I refuse.
No, that's why it's so great to see her now. Anyway, so
point being, we were already talking a little bit about like social media and TV media in general. But we have to talk about the Victoria's Secret fashion show because, which is one of my favorite things that happened in this era. So one thing, and I think Kristin will appreciate that, is the performance with Fall Out Boy.
Oh, yeah.
The one where she sings My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark, which was...
Light 'em
I
up.
remember being super excited. I was like, she's in the Victoria's... Because this was the era when the VS fashion show was a big deal.
Yes, it was. I remember walking by it. Like I was in the city, like in college during this time, and I would like go by where it was being held just to like see if I could see anyone. So this was like so nostalgic for me, and honestly, like what a blast! Like you can tell how much fun Taylor had while she was performing. Like I feel like I was smiling like ear to ear while I was watching it. Like she was so high energy, and like it was just so much fun. And also, like, was Adam Levine dating someone because they kept cutting to him? During all of the performances.
I don't remember if he was dating Bahati at this point or if he was dating the other one, but he was definitely dating someone.
Okay, I was like, why do they keep showing him?
I know, and then
that's not why I signed up for this.
It's also basically the origin story of her friendship with a lot of the VS models at the time. Like Gigi,
it's the night that she met Gigi, Martha Hunt, Cara Delevingne, and Cara Kloss.
That is. I was like, Carly Kloss, as controversial as that is.
Yeah. Oh my God! I also like her dress when she was singing "I Knew You Were Trouble." I was like, oh my God! Like. So sparkly, so perfect. Like she just looks so like ethereal and beautiful and shiny, and like it's just like the epitome of a Taylor outfit and like a performance outfit for her. Oh, I love it.
I think that's actually one of my favorite performances of her to watch, just because it's so fun. Like Kristin was saying,
so much fun.
See her. It's always fun when she's having a good time too.
Oh yeah,
and you can
definitely.
Like I'm pretty sure in her mind she's probably like, I can't believe I'm at this show.
Yeah, I love like. Even just like all of her like interactions like with the models and they're walking on stage, like they're all just clearly having so much fun together.
And I feel like for Taylor, like I don't know. So again, I'm just projecting here because this is just me. But there's, I mean, to grow up as the kid that people were mean to and did kind of shunted to the side and was one of the she was never one of the cool kids, and it shows. Like it shows that she was not one of the cool kids. The way she talks, the way she brings herself, the way she's so funny, because that's all you have when you're not the cool kid is that you can at least laugh about it. I don't know. Maybe that was the first time that she sort of realized I'm just about as leggy as these ladies. You know what I mean? Like
actually, I do think so, and that's something we'll talk about in 1989 era specifically.
Yeah,
like I think this is when she realized she's like, oh.
Like is this my Swan era? I mean, not.
She noticed this, but then it also put a lot of pressure on her. Which,
right,
and that we'll get to it.
And that its own thing. But I feel like, it's always nice when somebody, and this is going to make a really good YA coming of age novel. It's kind of fun where I mean, aren't I? But it's one thing just to realize it's like, oh, I can stand next to these people and not feel like.
And not feel like I'm so out of place, right?
Yeah.
Like she actually, if you actually watch that performance, she fits right in.
Right. Which
almost perfect. It's like uncanny. You're just like, oh.
Which again, in the spirit of good YA, coming of age stories, is it false dichotomy even where she's like, oh, maybe this is, I do. And then she realizes, nah, this is not what this is just about. I mean, it's nice that I get to fly with these lovely butterfly people.
Yeah. And I think like sometimes that is nice.
I don't, but doesn't it sort of write itself? It's like, that's the butterflies, they're so pretty. And like, I can get wings. And like, that's not what life is all about. And then, but what is? And so it's that whole journey of, all the way to TTPD. It's about anger. That's what it is. That's where we are now. And it's about rage and defiance against a system that is, and it's kind of like, a really, and now it's dystopian YA. And I love that. And that's what's happening. So,
I was like, this is true. Speaking of dystopians. Well, it's not quite dystopian. But this was also the era that Taylor was in The Giver.
Yes.
Definitely dystopian. 100%.
I honestly do not remember this movie very well, just because it's been so long. So if you have more things to say about it, Kristin, feel free.
I was going to ask some questions. So I actually never saw The Giver and I never read The Giver.
Okay.
But I watched like a clip of it. She's obviously playing Jeff Bridges' like daughter, but is she a ghost? Because she was like see-through.
It's a good question.
Is that a spoiler?
This is how unclear I am.
As the one who is not as widely read as the least widely read as you, so then there's no way I would have read it. Like my brother read The Giver for school.
I think I had to read it a long time ago, and I honestly just don't.
And I think they read it in 6th grade at the high school that we went to.
Yeah.
And I went to that high school in like 7th grade, so I obviously missed that era of where they read that. But yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
That's how I know.
It's
like I saw it in this pile of books.
Because it was just a cameo, right? And she was only there briefly. And I think you're right. Because like in that world, the whole story revolves around like a chosen person.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I think that the whole plot is like there's someone who's chosen and they're basically supposed to be like the hope for their future. And I think she was that daughter, like his daughter, was the original one. Right. So it wouldn't be surprising if you were correct and she was actually a ghost. Oh, so it might actually be a memory of her, like, just make a brief appearance and then going. But I remember she was excited to be in it, and I'm going to guess that she probably has read it as well. Knowing her,
I'm sure.
She's read it. Oh yeah.
She had she had like dark brown hair in it too, and I actually thought like with the dark brown hair, she kind of looked like Scarlett Johansson.
A little bit. I honestly can't remember what she looked like.
I think I see that. Yeah.
I was like, I don't.
It's the shape of the face, right? Because and it's sort of.
And I think it was like because she didn't have bangs, and like she usually has bangs. So that was
like, yeah. Well, they did that on purpose so that it wouldn't be like. Of course, everyone's still going to be like, "That's Taylor Swift," but I think they did that on purpose to distinguish from like pop star Taylor Swift.
That makes sense.
So I do think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would watch The Giver again, but I think you're right. Watch me Google this later to remember if she's actually a ghost or not.
No, it's giving Scarlett because Scarlett, has played enough like brunette roles with like this light waves and this sort of like the baby face. So
that's true.
So I get that. I get that. That's there were enough of the earlier, like before, like pre-Black Widow. That was very Scar.
Yeah, and I think she was specifically approached to play it too. From what I remember, it's like I think she was still touring for Speak Now, and then I don't know if it was Speak Now or Red actually, and then the production team, the casting person behind the movie, it was actually at the tour, and then came to beat her, and then they offered it to her, and she was like,
"Bet."
But you know her, she loves the side quest, so if she's in
oh yeah,
so
definitely
not surprised that she ended up doing that. Speaking of side quests, now let's talk a little bit about collabs. There's
before we move on, can I mention a couple of other media things?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this is just like something that I was so excited about. So when she did her live stream announcing Red, apparently she was wearing MAC's Ruby Woo lipstick, which was the lipstick that I wore when I was in college. And I was like, very excited about that. And I also had that Anthropology dress too, which is so funny because I wasn't even a fan back then. Like I knew who she was, but I wasn't like diehard fan. So I was very amused by that.
Meant to be.
You can wear that in the next live stream.
I know.
Meant to be.
And then she was also on the cover of January 2012's Vogue, and she mentioned wanting to bake cookies with Karlie Kloss in that article.
Coffee of that.
In 2013, which this is going to come up a lot later, she purchased Holiday House in Watch Hill, Rhode Island.
Yes.
For $18 million, and she bought it in cash, which is crazy.
Yeah, if I had that.
And she also hosted her first 4th of July party in 2013 at Holiday House, and it was just with her band and her backup singers. But this is also going to evolve as we get into the next era.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. That was actually one of those things.
Holiday House parties are a thing.
Yeah.
There's so much I need to say about that. We'll save that for when it's time to talk about them. Anything else, Kristin? Before
That's it.
Oh,
actually, no, wait, one more thing. Sorry.
Go.
I also I was just looking up random performances, and I saw her performance of Red at the CMAs.
Okay.
Oh my God. That was one of the best performances ever. She's wearing this black, corseted outfit with a red thing over. And just the stage and set and everything is amazing. She looks absolutely gorgeous, and I love all of the red flags in the background and everything. That was one of my favorite performances.
The red flags.
The red.
No, it's iconic.
It's so
That's why
self-aware in my sense.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like I know what I'm
She
doing.
works through her feelings by writing these songs.
Nothing safe is worth the drive. Like that's just
we're gonna
which
get
we're
to
gonna
Gold
get there. Anyway,
before we're getting closer to that part of the live show.
Yeah.
Making time apparently. But there are 2 collabs that I have listed here. I don't remember, to be honest, if we actually talked about them already, but they're here anyway.
No, we didn't.
Okay, the first is Highway Don't Care, which is one that she did with Tim McGraw and Keith Urban, who were both like instrumental in her early days to her. So I'm not surprised that they all ended up collaborating. And this one won an AMA in 2013 for Collab Song of the Year.
Yeah.
How full circle that she got to do a song with Tim McGraw after that being her first single.
Right.
And win a CMA for
and like
it.
they were super.
Like, are you kidding?
He and Faith Hill were super supportive of her too, like in the early days.
That's like,
and Keith Urban actually, like low key, he was also very supportive of her.
Yeah, that's like like a
that's
dream actor.
Even.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
Like I think that's great. It's like it's one of those times where you get to work with someone you admire so much or who had such a big role in your life. Full circle moment for her, I'm sure. And this was like early in her career at this point. So it's wild to think
living
about
her
that and
best
to win
life.
an award for it. I'm like,
her career could have like stopped then, and it would have been still great. You know what I mean? Like, if she
yeah.
never did anything else, it'd be.
And yet we are gifted with a
It's
constant,
still going.
So much more.
And we're happy for that.
The other thing that was a collaboration at this era was Sweeter Than Fiction, which is from the OST of the movie One Chance. And this was a collaboration with Jack Antonoff. So
it's her
very,
first
very early days.
I love it so
wild,
much.
right?
Yeah. I was just listening to it and I was like, oh my God. Like, I wish that this was on one of her albums. I need to like make a playlist and add this because it's so good.
It was for an OST. It was for a movie.
Yeah, but like she could have just.
I don't know if she's ever going to co-opt it and put it on an album because that would have been like,
Yeah, that would have been great.
It would have been fun if she had, because it is a really like.
It's so good.
Song, so of course it's like a.
It's a
This one was nominated for Best Original Song for the 71st Golden Globes. Didn't win, but it was nominated. I actually quite enjoyed the song too. You know what else I really like? You've seen the album art for it at this point, right?
Yes.
I love how it looks.
Yeah. It's so beautiful.
I've seen like the movie version of it, obviously, but there's also a version where it's Taylor on it. It's so good.
I don't know if I've seen that. I'm gonna have to look that up.
No, I will send it to you later.
Okay.
But those are the 2 big collaborations I can think of, unless you have anyone, like, how you mentioned last time she did some merch things. I don't know if you have any for this one.
I have 2 more things. The first one being he did a collaboration with Keds. They did a limited edition Red show. And I like wish that I could get these because they're really cute. I would absolutely wear these like today.
Wait, no, I did have one of them because they gave it to me for my birthday. Now I remember. Right. This was a gift from my friend. I wore them until they fell apart. And then they fell apart. So,
they're so cute.
But they were really cute. Honestly, most of her collaboration with Keds, like, so cute. The patterns are so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the other one. Sorry, I got excited.
Then the other one that I have is Ronin. So I figured we'll talk about that in the next episode. But that did like happen during this time.
Yes.
Yeah, it did.
That is a sad song.
Oh, we're gonna get to that.
I was actually baking yesterday, and I was listening to the like Red album, and I was at a point where I was like trying to like press dough into a pan, so my hands were like covered in dough, and Ronin came on, so I couldn't do anything, and I was like, oh no! So I was literally hysterical, crying, like trying to like press dough into the cake pan. I was like, oh boy,
that is the correct response.
Yeah, to be honest, and this is kind of a spoiler for part 2, but like that song, I rarely listen to it because every time I listen to it, I just want to cry. Like the whole time, I'm just like, I can't.
Yeah,
I get very easily triggered by it.
Yeah, like if you don't want to ruin the day, or if crying is going to ruin the day.
Well, if you need to cry, maybe.
But if you need to cry, let's it's a good
But yeah, that song is like instant like tears.
Yeah. I'm gonna listen to it like one more time to make my notes for the next show, and then like I'm done.
Yeah, and that's just for your emotional well-being, to be honest.
Right, for my mental health.
Listen to it. It's like just for my emotional sanity.
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing we're going to talk about is obviously the Red World Tour, because, of course, we have to talk about the Red World Tour. This tour grossed over $150 million Surprise, surprise. Are we? I'm really not that surprised.
Yes.
I'm a little miffed that I didn't get to see it live. You didn't get to see it live either. I think Rachel and Carmela are the only ones I know who got to see it live. So good for them, I say. Even though Rachel still weirdly would have traded places with you. Right.
Yeah.
For this tour, Ed Sheeran, like I said earlier, was one of the main supporting acts, which brings me so much joy. Other people that came along and did a couple of shows were Florida Georgia Line, Brett Eldridge, Austin Mahone, and Casey James. Since we're talking about Ed Sheeran, we're going to have to briefly mention one of my favorite moments of the Red Tour. And every so often it'll just pop up on my feed and bring me great joy. And Macky knows exactly what
I watch this clip once a year, minimum.
Please, you watch it way more than once a year. So there's this, obviously, because he's touring with Taylor, right? There's this part of the tour.
Was it on tour?
Yeah. Do you want to describe it?
So
it is. That's the Red Tour.
So obviously there's this whole big top theme, kind of like
a
big circus
like
theme.
Yeah. Right?
And Taylor's in her head roustabout raconteur outfit.
Very cute outfit.
Very sort of like coattails and sort of like top hat, but kind of sexy with
this aesthetic, by the way, for this tour was excellent.
Lovely, right? Yeah. And so Ed one day decides to dress up as one of the clowns on stage.
And he just shows up on stage.
So he is in full, like, a white suit with a white top hat. He didn't need funny clown hair because his hair was just ginger sticking out in places, right? It was ridiculous. And he had the clowniest clown makeup, just all white with sort of like the Joker smile and like the two like little things here and like the nose. And he's just there sort of like roboting through. And the song was "We Never Getting Back Together," which I just realized now, clowns never getting back together. I get that. Yeah. And so I'm Taylor. Like, I'm there. I'm walking down with my little cane and
doing your little
mic, and and Ed's like right over here, and she's like, "I remember when we woke up the first time, seeing This Is Had It Enough." She just
like stopped, and she's still singing.
Like, you can see. I had enough, and just like I haven't seen it.
One of my favorites. For me, I'm like, this is basically what their friendship must be like.
So two things happen at the same time that make me watch this clip over and over again. The consummate performer, that is Miss Taylor Allison
Keeps
Swift,
going.
does not miss a beat of choreo, right? But the face,
her expression is so like.
And she does the head beats. Head beats is part of the choreo. It's just like that.
The best part is like Ed knowing he's about to cause chaos.
And Ed's just there, and she's like, "All right, we're gonna do this." And so she's sort of like, and the dancers are in on it because
like
they're just pushing Ed into the right play. It is.
That's amazing. I'm so excited to look this up because I have not seen this.
I have ever seen.
I
say this is both a Taylor and Ed fan, obviously.
No. This is the house of Sheeran and Swift. Like, this is like, not.
Honestly, it'll show up on my feed every so often. I'm like, I will actually watch the entire thing just because it's so great. It's so wholesome. It's like it is the kind of thing that friends would do on a tour if they were touring together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
It's just like, I mean, if you were in Ed Sheeran's place, if you had the opportunity to do it, would you not?
I would do it more than once. Like,
right?
I would show up as different. I'd be an elephant, one of the, like, it doesn't matter. It's a circus. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm going to show up as a hippo with like a hula hoop.
But the effect would like be slightly diminished because like.
Well, yeah, but what's the new thing he's going to show up as? Is going to be like.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is one of my favorite things about the Red Tour, which we'll get to other things later. As you mentioned earlier, in this tour there was also like the fan meet and greet, and this time it was called Club Red, which kind of makes sense.
Club Red.
I like her like Club Red.
Sorry, that's a lot of self-awareness going. Yep, haven't left.
Yep.
But, still here.
And I'm like, again, this is still the era when it was possible to do that. You know what I mean? Like, she could still have this time with fans backstage and like having people pulled from the audience. Chosen really from the audience and taken to meet her. I think it's a wholesome era, and I love that it still existed at this time. It's great, to be honest with you. On this tour, she also did a bunch of surprise songs, like a lot of things that people were not expecting her to do. She sang White Horse, she sang Should Have Said No, a lot of her old stuff. She even sang Cold As You at some point, which I find so interesting.
It's a deep cut for that era.
I was like, of all the songs chosen.
This was like the beginning of surprise songs, and then is that something that she continued with every concert after?
Well, 1989 is slightly different because it was surprise performances.
Yeah,
instead.
yes, 1989 was before. So there was always a surprise, but her sort of like reaching into her bag of like old stuff. I think that stopped here with Red.
I think this was actually the
because
last
with Reputation, it was just it was a lot of remakes of the old stuff that were woven into the actual show.
Yeah, that's when she started doing that, where she was mashing them up already in the show.
Yeah.
Set list. Yeah.
And the next time she toured was obviously the Eras tour.
And
so,
now we get surprise songs all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making up for like four albums worth of, well, 5 technically. But
this tour, she also had the surprise guests show up on the tour.
Yeah.
She had a lot of surprise guests, and again, it was a range of like genres. Because like at some point she had Nelly show up.
Yeah.
At some point, Carly Simon was there.
Carly Simon.
Jennifer Lopez did an appearance on this one.
What'd she sing?
Jenny from the Block.
Right.
So Carly Simon, I have a note for her that they sang
Yes.
You're So Vain. Yeah, and it was
Yes.
supposedly a dig at John Mayer, who wanted to sue Taylor for defamation over Dear John, but since it's so vague, he didn't have any leg to stand on.
And Carly did write You're So Vain
Lord.
about somebody real as well, although she never will say who it was for, but people suspect. So
yeah, my personal favorites are obviously I love the 2 times that she sang with Ed Sheeran, which is pretty convenient. And they were both in London. So she sang one was in London. Sorry. She sang Lego House with him in London. And then she also sang I See Fire with him in Berlin, which I'm like, amazing. And then in London, another performance I really love is that she sang with Danny from The Script, and they sang Break Even, which is iconic because I love The Script too, and I thought that was great. She also this was when she and Ellie Goulding were friends too.
Yes, that was the one that I was excited about. I want to look that one
up. With Ellie Goulding.
That was great.
Oof, so good. But yeah, again, having a lot of fun, having a lot of guests, a lot of people she collaborated with, because obviously Fall Out Boy also shows up at some point. B.O.B. shows up at some point.
There's also Jennifer Lopez. They sang Jenny from the Block.
Brave with Sarah Bareilles is another one.
That was one I was going to say too. And also Closer with Tegan and Sarah.
Oh, yes. That's right. Yeah. It was an interesting mix of people.
Yeah.
that she decided to like do all of these surprise appearances with.
I feel like Taylor Swift's playlist has a lot of overlap with everyone else in the world's playlist.
I think so.
Which makes her even more relatable in that sense, because for all of the here's the thing. Everybody who loves Taylor is most likely not friends or close friends with people who don't like Taylor.
Agreed.
And that's just how it is. And a lot of those people who hate Taylor were probably mostly sort of like the cool kids, like at school. You know what I mean? Like they were just like they give off cool kid vibe where they're just like, "Ew, what is that?" You know, and they're all just there. Which means there's less of them because there's not a lot of cool kids, right? They were the elite and there's more of us who weren't. And go figure, that's the fan base. So it's just nice little weird social lines that are being drawn where, like, I just randomly saw a Reddit thread about, we hate Taylor. And I decided to, like, read through it. And I'm like, ooh, oh my God, this is giving cool kids at the cafeteria vibe. So
indie records, that's much cooler than mine. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, no, those are the gatekeepery, like,
yeah,
nerds,
we'll
don't
get
like those either.
Other things about the tour. She was the first solo female artist in 20 years to headline a national stadium tour in Australia.
Oh, nice.
I think the last person before her had been Madonna, which was like,
hey,
that was 1993, so it was like ages ago for them.
Wow.
And then it was also, it also beat Tim McGraw and Faith Hill's record for their tour. Like that, the 150 million that she earned beat them because theirs was 141 million. So
well.
Good for her, surpassing her favorites. At this point. The other things I want to say about the Red Tour mostly have to do with, again, a lot of thought was put into the overall aesthetic of the tour. There was a very clear, and this is why I'm not surprised it won that award, because I'm like, it is very much packaged to be Red. Like, you can see there's a stark difference between like how she put together the Speak Now tour and how she put together the Red tour. And I like that this is more, there's a very big difference between the like actual aesthetics, because she's trying something new in terms of like what she's wearing and what she's, what color scheme she has, because you know how like the last two are a little bit similar in that there's a lot of like floofy dresses and like sparkles
magic,
and it's very like sundresses too. Like that's like her first three, and then you have Red where she's like, you know,
this is a breakup and it happened on Earth. Like that's
like t-shirts, the ringmaster aesthetic, like it's all.
It happened in the 2000s. There is no historical stuff here.
She's like, no.
I was in Maine. You know, it was a lot of. There's.
I really love that. You know, this was the whole like red lip era for her. The beginning of it. Yeah. I love the stripes. That was actually my favorite thing about this. Like it's the stripes, the shorts, and then I'm like,
it just screams like East Coast, and like it just doesn't. Like that's
classic
where it happened.
East Coast.
Yeah, and that's where it happened. Like it's a lot of Scene of the Crime, very, you know.
Which I really loved, I'll be honest with you. I was like all here for that aesthetic, because I'm also like, it was the most achievable at the time, because it's like all you really needed was like what, a shirt and shorts.
Yeah, like urban contemporary fantasy is what we're having. And that's the most whimsical it got. But anyway, that's just
did you get to watch any of it, Kristin? Did you watch clips of it, or?
I watched like a full concert, but it was definitely like piecemealed together.
Right.
Because I think it went through like the full set of songs, but at one point, like she said, she was at Madison Square Garden, and then the crowd was singing happy birthday to her, and then she asks for a Perth cheer, and then she's saying goodnight to Tokyo. So I was like, we're clearly all over the place here.
She changed the set list a couple of times too.
Right.
She kept everything has changed, I think, until Ed was no longer on the tour.
Right.
And then I think she had Stay for a while, and then she took it off the set list. She also did the same thing at the beginning again, where it was on the set list and then it disappeared from the set list.
I mean, the internet is proliferated with Franken tours.
Oh yeah, but like the fact that we get to watch it almost.
Oh, no, it's glorious.
I'm telling you, she still needs to do my collector's edition box set.
To which I say to these people, bring it to life, all of it.
Yeah,
just
give me the
collector's Taylor's team and we'll help design everything.
Yeah, 100%. Like I literally like if I would do that for anime, what makes you think I would not do it for Miss Taylor Allison Swift?
Girl, I already want to audition for her. Audition. I don't know if that's the right word. I do. I want to audition for her like shirt merch like team. I'm like, I got good ideas.
You do. Sure. I want some of the shirts that you sent me.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, anything else about the tour? Anybody else have anything they want to say?
Yeah. So I felt like, again, I really like the waving red flags. I think that's so funny. But also like, wow, the emotion of like the banging on the drums during Holy Ground, that was giving me like the same vibes as like the Speak Now bell and like the throwing the chair in Fearless. I like that we're continuing to like have a spot of like getting out aggression publicly. I think that's so fun. I really love the like old school Hollywood look during the Lucky one, and how like Lucky was, you know, on the light, like up in lights. I also thought the clips of like young Taylor leading into 22 was so cute.
Yeah.
I loved that.
Yeah.
And then she had like the floating platform for Sparks Fly, which was really nice. I also thought that outfit transition during Trouble was so good. And I also really liked, so All Too Well, the performance that I saw, she was like playing it on the piano, and it was so much like louder and angrier than I had ever seen her perform it before. Like there was just so much emotion, and I loved it. It was so great. And then the Nutcracker-esque ballet interlude, I thought that was really fun, like leading into the story. And the video that I watched showed someone like getting proposed to during Love Story, which was so cute.
That's wholesome.
So sweet. They were like right up in front of the stage, like while Taylor was singing it, and like the girl is clearly just like losing it.
Of course.
I mean, I would be losing.
Adorable. And then what else? Oh, I love her ballet inspired outfit that she wears during Treacherous in the encore. And then we already talked about the We're Never Getting Back Together look, which I thought was really fun too. And I also really like the slide, like that she goes down. That was really fun. I think those are most of my thoughts.
I'm glad you got to watch it though. It is really fun getting to revisit her old tours because you can see like a lot of what she still does in her tours now is present, right? Like she loves bringing guests, especially if they're her friends. She loves the theatricality of like, let me do an entire number and this is the story of it. Yeah. And how can I make it happen on the stage to bring you into it? It's a gift, honestly. Like the way
it's just she's just living her best life, her manic best life, which aren't we all?
And get along,
just side questing and doing her thing, like the slide. I mean, that's like, okay, I stage dive once. Let's get a slide in. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, it's no different from her in the Era Store being like, "Oh, I'm gonna jump into the and swim."
Yeah. Oh my god, when she did that, I was like, when I saw that, I was just like,
right. It's just completely, just the woman is unhinged. I adore that.
Yeah, the entire TTPD set and the way that thing moves around during Who's Afraid to Live. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, we're still not over the first photos of that, by the way. Speaking of her touring, like I forget which dude. Like there was a dude, his photo went viral of it. Like
the one where one of her photographers.
Oh, was it one of her photographers?
Yeah. Okay, the one where it's literally her and
just
you can
her
see
sort
her
of like yelling
screaming.
into the mic, and she's got that lovely dress on. I forget the designer of that dress.
Oh gosh,
I have
thinking
no
Roberta Cavalli, but I know that's the 1989 and rep outfits.
Right. No, but what's ridiculous is I only know that designer was like a thing because so many people, because the designer had passed away already, and she was an activist.
Oh, is it Vivienne Westwood?
Vivienne Westwood, yes, there we go. It was a Vivienne Westwood outfit, and I only know about that because Vivienne Westwood, like Instagram, posted and say, "Hey, this is a Taylor thing," and everyone just started like, "She doesn't deserve to wear that dress. She's not an act. Vivienne would have never." And I'm like, y'all were quiet when Kim wore a couple of these. I don't know that you're just holding her and every other celebrity to the same.
Slight like return to like this whole media scrutiny thing, right? I think there is, again, a line where you can't really say that someone is not doing something if you don't know them on a personal level. Because the whole point is, I'm like, does she have to publicly perform that for you?
And she paid for the dress, dude.
Yeah.
Like it's.
I know. Also, like, that's business.
I almost feel it's not like Vivienne Westwood, like post-mortem, had like in her. You know what I mean? Or like Vivienne Westwood itself, already a successful sort of like reached out and said, "Hey Taylor, could you?" There was none of it. Was just, "I want a dress, please give it to me."
Yeah.
And, right. And so and again, it's the clutching of the pearls, really. And
it's okay. She talks about that.
I know that's reserved for
Hannah's.
It's just like she can't. No, it's the legacy, and I'm just like,
and I'm like, of all the things to like,
how selective.
Throw to make your Roman Empire.
It's a light Google search on who else wore Vivienne Westwood. Where was the? You know what I mean? It's just like, really.
Honestly,
I'm so glad that I do not understand that side of things, like that, and also like the people who get so like crazy about who she's dating. It's like, who cares? Like she's allowed to date whoever she wants.
Well, there's a song about that too. Like, so you know how Threads is pretty much as unhinged as X and /Twitter these days. But I love when like every so often, like just a glimmer of light comes in where somebody on Threads, Taylor Threads, was like, do they know? Do we tell them that this is about them? Do we tell the fans that this is about, like, who's going to tell them?
You know, it's really
like open letters again, of you shouldn't be dating. It's like,
it's again,
oh my
that
God.
Weird thing of like, you want to be connected, but like, how much of yourself do you have to give publicly? Because you're still a person at the end of the day. You do extraordinary things, and you're sharing art with people, which makes them feel like they know you.
It's a selective outrage. Really.
It's just
weird. It is. But I feel like there's responsibility on the fans too, to be like normal and not be psychopaths about things like that. Like she obviously is in like the public spotlight more than anyone else in the world, but like she doesn't deserve that kind of like criticism and about something like that personal.
I feel like with every milestone, she gains new haters just for different things and for the milestone. Like now, there's people out there who are like, "Oh, she's a billionaire now." Okay, this is and we hate billionaires, so I guess she's one of them. I'm in my head. In my head, I'm like, okay, valid. Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand the discourse about how nobody should have that much resource and wealth. Blah 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 blah. But I'm like, if I were to, I'm like, okay, now I have to worry about this.
Yeah.
Try to like. And I'm also like, okay, but is the foundation of her being a billionaire built on the backs of not giving people what they deserve for what they're doing, which we all know is untrue.
Which is a whole other discourse.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, are we not considering the context?
She started like super early on in her career being really philanthropic and donating to so many charities before she ever had as much money as she does now. And she continues to donate so much to
quietly
so many different charities.
Public knowledge?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? So, like, do I have to give you a list of like, here's everything I did?
So it's just
people I did.
Agreed. Yeah, it's wild that people are sort of like taking her to task for.
It's weird.
It's just gonna get worse from here on in. But I feel like Taylor's got a good stride where she's just like, more of this. All right, onward with the show. I'm just gonna keep doing what I love to do, which is write music.
Try to come for my job.
Right.
That's it. That is. She's like, I have had to like, and here's the other thing, right? I've a fun, and I feel like, on the flip side, I feel Katy Perry should get more like props because she got a text about her divorce during her tour, and it's in the documentary Netflix. And I'm like, oh, somebody should give Katy just about as much love as they're giving Taylor for performing with a broken heart and sort of whatever. So it's amazing what these folks have to go through. Every one of us has been heartbroken doing our job. It's just these people to do it publicly.
They still have to do it publicly.
I know, it's wild. And poor Katy had to like calm herself down as they're elevating her up to like the stage. And I saw that. I'm just like, oh, this is terrible. And so, you know what? It's like, okay.
I mean, like,
these are people too.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. I think that at the end of the day, that's the key thing, right? You just remember that this is a person doing this, not someone who's like superhuman.
Yeah,
who feels no feelings. You know,
people like us, and just well, difference between Katy's and Taylor's music. That's why I listen to Taylor more. Is Taylor's like me. Like I feel like every song we're about to talk about is soon.
Yeah. It's your diary.
It's like, why are these my feelings? And that's why I feel like I relate to her.
I'm so excited, to be honest, to talk about this album.
So anyway, what else we got?
Okay, I'm actually done with the tour, unless you have something to say. Because
we did the Ed thing.
All right, that's literally my favorite thing. Okay, now we get to talk about the album, which I'm really excited about. Short summary, because we already kind of covered it, but obviously this is when she finally committed to leaning into the pop side of her music, right? The album itself has songs that pretty much cover the relationships with Jake Gyllenhaal, Connor Kennedy, a little Joe Jonas there, and as Kristin mentioned, which I'm very curious about because I didn't see the Harry Styles, but now I'm like, you have to tell me which ones.
You got to point it out,
Kristin. So that's interesting. But I think this quote that she gave to Rolling Stone in 2020 kind of sums it up. She says, I look back on Red as my true breakup album. Every other album has flickers of different things, but this was an album that I wrote specifically about pure, absolute, to the core heartbreak. And honestly, she's not wrong.
One year last.
This is the first
of a couple.
Any other overall like things you need to share about Red, Kristin?
Okay, so she said that Red was very heavily inspired by a line in a poem by Pablo Neruda, where he said, "Love is short, forgetting is so long." And I just thought that was so beautiful. She said that she just related to this in her saddest moments when she needed to know someone else had felt it like in the same way. She said that Red expresses moments of newfound hope, extreme joy, intense passion, wishful thinking. And she said, I see all of these moments in bright burning red. There's nothing in between. There's nothing beige about any of these feelings. And then I had more on like the, I think, technical kind of side. She said that originally she turned in 20 songs and immediately had this like sinking feeling like this couldn't be done. And she thinks that the reason that it is because she did it exactly the same way as her first 3 albums and she hadn't jumped outside of her comfort zone, but Red was her turning point. So when she wrote it, she decided to like when she went back to it, she decided to think outside of the box and work with other people and learn from them. She wrote 10 of the 16 songs herself, and she was a co-writer on the other 6. And she said that she originally wrote 30 songs for this album, and 19 of them made the cut, 16 on the standard and 19 on the deluxe. And she handpicked each song for the album.
Makes sense. It feels very curated.
Yeah.
And it does really feel like a diary at the end of the day, like this one in particular. Like the other ones did too, but this one seems to be more cohesive in a sense.
Agreed.
Even though the songs vary in subject and in who they're like, what they're about and who they're about, it does feel like it is a one complete story almost, versus like, tiny stories we got in the other previous albums that we talked about. So Kristin, what are your overall thoughts on Red?
Okay, so overall, I mean, one of my absolute favorite things is that people think of this album as Sad Girl Autumn. That is just such a strong vibe, and I'm an autumn girl. So I feel like this is a really like in your feelings kind of album. For me, it's definitely a new favorite. I think she really leaves her country roots behind, and she starts experimenting with sound in a way that she just never has before. It's like a true transition into a more rock and pop genre. And while it's, I would say, purposely not as cohesive as previous albums, I think it captures a moment in time so perfectly. And I love the exploration of love through beginnings and heartbreak, and it showcases how you can have good days and bad days no matter which stage you're in. I think her lyrics are extremely elevated from the previous albums, and I think Red is really emotional and introspective and really tumultuous. And I think that like Speak Now didn't garner the same kind of acclaim that she'd been used to early on in her career. So Red like had to be really big and bold and different. And it helped her secure her place in the industry and to keep critics from kind of referring to her as like a one-trick pony. We see a lot of insecurities here in love, but also with her career, especially with the song like The Lucky One. I also heard someone say something really interesting about this album that I've now been like thinking quite a bit about, that we know that Jake Gyllenhaal very much messed with her head a lot. And it wasn't until the All Too Well 10-minute version that we like fully got to understand the scope of how deeply it messed her up. But they were saying like, what if Red was essentially like a direct response to how he used to make her feel inferior, because she was like this girl that was all about sparkles and pretty poofy dresses and fairy tales and castles, and kind of seemingly overnight went into this very mature, very hipster, very just like a completely different light than she used to be in, much deeper. And like even in her fashion choices, like so much changed from the beginning of her career until now.
That's really, that's actually an interesting take on it, and it would make a lot of sense if you think about it. That was really a point of.
I am reading so deep into that right now, because it does make sense. But it also sort of makes me a little bit sad, because there's something about how everybody has that little spark of magic in you that is just yours, and it's you, and it's its own thing. And sure, maybe it's a little weird to other people.
I was going to say,
But by itself, it is pure and beautiful and maybe even naive. And so to bump that against something that is worldly and wise and like, this is what the world is, and clearly muggly, right? No magic, right? And so buy poofy dresses, buy sparkles. I have to be like something more grown up. And you sort of like lose that a little. And that kind of makes me a little sad.
Yeah, it's basically, again, it's like it altered her path in a way, because you're gonna like, now that you mention it, like if you look at the next couple of albums, it's a very similar thing, because she's no longer in that era, you know.
And it's one thing to set those things down. It's another thing for them to sort of like be jostled out of your hands, or for you to sort of like frantically just in this, it's like, oh, I got to get rid of these, and just sort of unceremoniously
really abrupt.
Change. I mean. There is, I mean, that is part of growing up, is to sort of like Marie Kondoing some of your old parts and going,
you know what I mean? Like,
serve me well, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, setting things down is one thing, because like
I did that with vampires.
You did it consciously, right? Like you set it down, you chose to do it yourself, and you can pick it back up.
Yeah,
and it's easier to because you didn't lose it because it wasn't like you were holding it and it flew out of your hands.
I also did that with vampires, but
but yeah, to your point, I think that it
felt like
very
an abrupt
sad, actually.
and that's why it's heartbreaking, because we always lose parts of ourselves because love is war, but but to have those sort of like parts that should have been not cast off, but should have been transitioned properly and removed, versus for whatever reason they just came off unnaturally.
Life,
unfortunately,
and other people, because you can't control them.
No, but the beauty of sort of being creatives is we have the opportunity to turn all of that into something artsy.
Therapy through art.
Well.
Whether it's art you share or art you keep to yourself.
And it doesn't have to be art. People can recover any way they can.
Yeah.
But it just so happens that with creatives, that's one way to do it. That's one thing we can do with it.
Certainly one way to get it out.
Use all of that negative energy, convert it to something else. And that will
good art.
All time.
You've been talking about
Neil Gaiman would say.
Do you have other thoughts that you?
Well, now that's all I'm thinking about is just that.
Because I feel like red does mean something to you particularly.
So
before I get it, because my take on it is different.
So
obviously.
Once again, me in this live stream series actively making sure I don't run my mouth for the next 7.5 hours.
You can run your mouth. We're good on time right now.
We're making good time.
We're being very good on time right now.
But I will say that red does actually feel like that. Like it the reason why it's so raw and jarring is because it is jarring to lose parts of yourself that way. The reason why I feel the most benign way to let go of sort of like the other parts of yourself that you're moving away from is to actively, ceremonially sort of go, I think it's time to move on, is because they're parts of you. You can't just wrench them away and sort of like put them down. Whilst red feels like the response to having those parts of you ripped away, whether by your own hand or at the hands of another, or because of somebody's indirect, sort of like influence on your life, and to find yourself on the floor because of it and not know how or why in the moment, because at the time it felt like a good idea and now here we are. And to retrace your steps back to, and I love how the album ends with Begin Again, of sort of like this recovery, sort of like we're not all there yet, but we're getting there. That is red. Red to me is travail. Red is you're still gonna give it another shot, maybe. And the battle never ends, and with less of the magic that you started out with, but not necessarily any less magic in the world that you can find.
I really love that. Honestly, this is going to sound like a side tangent, but I promise it's connected. I really love that she chose to call her past albums eras, because Red in particular feels very much like a time capsule, right? It captures that very specific point in her life, where early stages of like trying to figure out her career, trying to figure out where she's going to go next. And it also captures that relationship at that time. And all of her albums do this, but I feel like for me, Red has always been the one where I look at it and I'm like, this feels like I'm reading someone's diary almost.
Yeah.
And
Mine?
I think it's because it's, as much as the other albums also chronicle heartbreak, like the ones before this is what I'm talking about specifically, as much as they chronicle heartbreak and like the different ways you can be hurt by other people, there's something really raw and vulnerable, and it almost feels unpolished the way that the emotions came out in this album. And I think that struck a chord with a lot of people, me included. And the sound, as Kristin was mentioning, like there's a difference in the production of this one and the way that she chose to do it. And I think even that lends itself so well to making this so iconic. I mean, I, as a pop person, I'm obviously like I was really excited about that transition. But I do love, like, you can still very much feel the mark of like OG Taylor Swift in it, but you can also see the start of like a chameleon phase where she's shifting into something different entirely.
Yeah.
It's also very early days of like starting to feel very urban, because like for me, not only is this like Sad Girl Autumn, it's also like Upper East Coast. This is like, Northeast Coast. It's like Rhode Island and New York City, and like you can sort of see that.
Connecticut.
You know what I mean? Like you can feel that in the album too, and I think that also is very clear in just the sound and the lyrics that she chose to use and the way that the things play out. Yeah, it's such a, honestly, I think it should have gotten more awards than it did.
Me too.
That it didn't, because it's so phenomenal. And I guess it also just strikes me that way even more now, considering her whole body of work, right? Because it is a really sad personal experience album for her, obviously, but like it is really a phenomenal standout in her body of work if you think about it. Like even if I used to say like, oh, you know, all these other albums are my favorite, it's not entirely true, because I realize upon reflection, like Red is actually one of those top albums for me, because it's just so honest, I guess. It's like, it's just great, to be fair.
I feel like it has like a sense of nostalgia. Like it brings me back to college, and it also just is so deeply emotional that it really like garners a big response in you. Like the song, there's like really high highs and there are really low lows, and it just covers like everything in between too. So it's really, you know, really just gets to you.
Yeah, that quote you actually said earlier about the emails, you know, just circling back to it, actually describes it pretty well, where it's like you get the nostalgia of seeing what was good about it and why it even happened in the first place, and like what brought you there, but you also see the fallout of it. That's why I feel like for me this is the one where it's like it is actually a full story. Like this is an like, sure, we're gonna get to the point where we'll discuss like this is about this person, but like if you actually just listen to it as a whole thing,
it's like it's almost you could
actually have a separate story.
Exactly.
It could be an entirely different story about somebody else. And like it starts with State of Grace and it ends with Beginning, like, you know what I mean, like the core album anyway. And I love that. I like that's why it's so good. Like it's so good. I'm really, honestly, I'm very excited to talk about the songs, because you know I have a lot of love for the song. So I guess we're gonna get started on that, just because I am excited, especially because State of Grace, which is the first track on the album, one of my favorite Taylor Swift songs, like hands down. Have loved that song since the first time I heard it. So good. I feel like you might want to go first, because I feel like we talked so Macky and I were discussing how like on the Red album, it's almost like every other track for us, like one of us will like it better. State of Grace is the one where like I like it better. And like Macky likes it, but I like it better.
No, so the thing about State of Grace for me, it's really just for me, I like it more sonically, I want to say. There's something anthemic about it, as sort of like it's almost kind of like the opening song of a movie, where it's just exposition. And Alexa knows my relationship with exposition is tenuous at best, because I flash forward through exposition, both on screen and in books, where I'm just like, I know what's happening. Let's get to the good part. But, you know, just because your brain sort of like auto completes things if you sort of like know these, but yet it's so important.
It sets the stage.
Exactly. And so to have something so jubilant and hopeful but unsure, I almost feel like you don't know where you stand with State of Grace. Where is it happy? Is it not? Why is it haunting? What's going on here? And sonically, it accomplishes all of that. And then you get into the lyrics, and you're just like, oh, okay. Are you saying it out loud just so you can be sure of it? Like, what? It's so wild to me what this song is. So go figure. I don't listen to it as much, because I'm just like, we get it next. You know, like it's a whole thing.
Exposition.
Yeah.
Wait. What about you, Kristin? Thoughts on State of Grace?
This is one of my favorites too. I love the beginning instrumentals. I think it's like an epic beginning. And I also really like even just like the like chaotic like drums in it. I feel like that is so like metaphorical for your heartbeat at the beginning of a relationship.
That's a great way to look at it.
And then it's not until like later in the song where she finally says State of Grace for the first time, and then everything silences. And like just that I thought was so brilliant. A state of grace is a Christian phrase meaning the state of one who's under divine influence. It reflects goodness, happiness, joy, and peace. And like that, I feel like when you finally have the quiet when she says state of grace, like that just so perfectly embodies that idea. I think again, like I really love the lyrics in this one. I think it's a perfect album opener. It really like amps you up, and like the build is just so good. Okay, and then here is a thing. Here's like something that I feel like I've kind of gone through in almost every song. So the opening lyric is, I'm walking fast through the traffic lights, which I feel like that evokes an image of like stopping and starting and stopping and starting. And sometimes, like if you live in New York City, if you're trying to cross a street, like sometimes you'll cross a street that you hadn't planned on crossing just to make progress on where you're going. Because, you know, you encountered a red or a green light. And I feel like that is just perfect. And like Jake Gyllenhaal seemed like a little bit like an out of nowhere kind of relationship. So I feel like he was one of those sections where she kind of like veered off. And yeah, like, so I feel like throughout the album, there's a lot of okay, back on Fearless, it was all about rain. Like there was constantly rain. And on this one, I feel like there's constantly like travel, like different ways that we're talking about travel. And I think it's like, you know, there's like physical travel, but then it's also like travel in the sense of like progressing in your life. And I feel like there are a lot of lyrics that I like picked out through each song. And then also just like the way that she says, I never saw you coming, that sound, I'm just like, yes.
It's so haunting.
I love it so
good.
I love it so much. I do. I just anyway, so obviously Jake Gyllenhaal song, right? We can all be in agreement on this because it does really, like, there's a lot of stuff in it that makes it pretty clear that it's a Jake Gyllenhaal song.
My favorite is Twin Fire Signs, Four Blue Eyes. Like, that's amazing. That you didn't think to write that.
My line is, what is that? It's the bridge. So you were never a saint, and I've loved in shades of wrong.
What a line,
girl!
This song has a lot of.
We learn to live with the pain. Mosaic, broken heart. What?
That's actually one of my.
Which leads us into the actual chorus in itself. That last line of the chorus. And this is probably why I don't listen to the song. I don't like seeing me on stage. Love is a ruthless game unless you play it. It's like, I know. Don't remind me. I know. We do this every day. I got it.
You know,
so I don't watch
Taylor said love is a ruthless game unless you play it good and right was essentially her warning label for the rest of the record.
For the rest of her career.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it is too, what I like about this one, it sounds like a New York song. I don't know how to explain this, but like me, I'm like, the minute I hear it, I'm like, this is a New York song. Like it sounds like a New York song. You actually mentioned a lot of my favorite lyrics. One of the other lines that I really love is "You come around and the armor falls," because I'm like, who doesn't want that for themselves? Yeah, but also like the fact is you're now left undefended. You're now in a place where it's like, I'm open to this, and that's a good thing, but at the same time it means you're vulnerable to whatever comes next. It's, you know, there's nothing left to keep you from getting hurt.
Yeah,
this song is the emotional equivalent of like in a slasher flick when there's somebody wandering alone in the house and like the murderer is like right by the corner. That is this is like 50 seconds before the incident. You know what I mean? It's like, it's worth like, no girl, the next song is Red. We know what happened.
She says after the Mosaic Broken Hearts, doesn't she say something like, but this love is brave and wild?
But this love is brave and wild. I'm like, that's not. You're brave and wild. You're brave and wild. Not this.
You're like, no.
Not seeing the red flag, girl. But whatever.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Don't split the party.
The other lyric I love is, we are alone with our changing minds. We fall in love till it hurts or bleeds or fades in time.
Girl is justifying. It's a good idea to go to the cabin in the woods alone.
I like how that line specifically, fall in love till it hurts or bleeds or fades in time. It's like she already knows. Like, this is all hindsight. She's like, oh, but we were in love up until that point.
Right.
Like it's you know, it's one of those things again where she's like, there was something there, and I can see why I was drawn to it, but also this is how it ended up. She's like, this is where we ended. One of my favorite interviews or quotes from an interview about this one is like, she said she wrote the song, which this sounds right, about when you first fall in love with someone, the possibilities, the thinking about the different ways it could go, and the sound specifically, she made it like, you know, like a really big sound because it sounds like the feeling of falling in love in a very epic way. This is like basically romanticizing falling in love again.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah.
This is from Good Morning America.
I just noticed something like right now. I feel like you both love this song. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you both love this song because it is exactly that. It's like, oh my God, the blush of a first thing.
Yeah.
But I'm keying into the fact that this was written in hindsight for a specific
But
love.
see what I mean? You can see it both ways. Because you can see it at the start, but you can also see it as like years later after the fact.
So I can't get away from, guess we could try it. I can't get away from that. Like but you guys, I guess, are able to sort of like see by itself, isolated from context, just how glorious it is to how beautiful the blush of first.
You know, like when you start a book, you can usually tell within the first chapter whether it's going to be worth reading it all the way to the end or not. This is kind of one of those things because you know how it ends. She tells you.
Yeah.
And, no, but the way she's talking about it, you're like, but there's a real story here, and I need to know what happened.
Right. There you go. Isolated from itself.
Whereas you're like, I'm already at the end.
I can't. I just
like, I don't want this.
I ruin things for myself exactly like this all the time. And I think that's now it feels like therapy. I feel like I'm getting therapy for all of my feelings about Red. That's an award Taylor wins every year, like the Personally Victimized by Taylor award. Like that is something it's like a reverse award. We all win it. And it's her thing to give out. But I swear, because I can't separate myself from the context, and in the music you can hear it. It's so hauntingly painful. Like I can't unhear, or I can't put a filter on it and go, ooh, fresh love. I'm like, nah, girl, we know what happened. Like it's so painful.
I mean, like we also like to talk about thematically things that are mentioned in the songs that kind of tie into other songs. And obviously, Kristin pointed it out. Actually, Traffic Lights is something that actually comes up in
Cornelia Street.
A few other songs.
Yeah.
Too. So I was like, oh, Traffic Lights. We're back to this theme again. I was like, we're talking about this. And then, again, there are also a few songs where she talks about being alone in a room with the person in question. So that also is a theme. But what I love literary wise, that's a reference in this one, is obviously the Achilles heel reference. Because I'm like,
that was the other one I had written down.
In your song, I'm like, Achilles heel.
I mean,
one vulnerability.
I respect that lyric so much.
Me too. The fact that it's in the song.
These are the hands of fate. You're my Achilles heel. This is the golden age of something good and right and real. Like, perfection.
Like, no notes. Like, I can't, like, I have nothing else.
There's a goblin in my head that is like in a straitjacket screaming, lies! It's all lies!
Well, actually, speaking of that, the like secret message on this one is I love you doesn't count after goodbye, which very much reminds me of All Too Well. You never called it what it was till we were dead and gone and buried.
Yeah.
See, there you go. So that's why. See, I didn't even know that. Thank you.
I know you feel.
Now I know. Yeah. Now I know I'm not crazy. Because I feel like sort of like I'm gaslighting myself. I guess it is about first love. Why do I hate it so much? And it still is. It's just I can't. It's just I can feel the authors. Yeah. I can feel the authors sort of like subtext. You know what I mean? That's the meta aspect of it. And regardless of who she wrote it for, it sort of bleeds through the piece. It's why Karen Carpenter songs, for those of you, look at the hair. It's like how Karen Carpenter songs, the happiest lyrics of them feel so terrible because she was so sad at the time and she was struggling with so much. So she's singing "I'm on the top of the world," but why do I feel like this is a dirge? Like, why am I so heavy? And I can feel that from the energy of the song, and that's the secret thing. I'm like, okay, I'm not okay. That's good.
I was like, I feel validated now.
Validated.
Okay. Doesn't matter after the good.
I mean, let's also be impressed that this is one of the ones she wrote on her own, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this was never about whether this was a good song or not. This is just about, do I like to see myself in my songs, and is that the way I want to see my? Like, I want like All Too Well because I'm like, yes, what a horrible thing. But this is just like, don't do it. Like, stop it. That's just me.
I like it. I think another reason I like it is because of that. It's like a very conflicting emotion song because, like, you already know it ends badly, but yet you can't help hoping. It's like relentless optimism in spite of the fact that
this is some final girl.
Relentless nostalgia for the good stuff in spite of the terrible stuff that happened, right?
Which is quite a feat to like be able to do that. Like it kind of reminds me of like Cinderella in the like the sense of the message where like even you just be kind, like even if people are beating you down and everything, like it takes a certain strength to just be kind. And this is kind of the same, like she's gotten burned so many times, but she's still finding the way to love. Like she can't give up on love.
Relentless optimism.
Yeah.
Relentless romance.
One might even say for her, this could be like the last of the magic. You know what I mean? It's like,
it's like, let me keep that.
Yeah.
Along with all the pain. Yeah. It's like both things are true. And I can hold them at the same time. Which is like a really...
Yeah, I hate this song.
I love it so much.
Me too. Speaking of this song, I don't know if I put this in our notes to talk about in this show in particular. So I'm not sure if Kristin has listened to it. If she hasn't, we'll skip over it. But did you actually listen to the acoustic version of it?
I did, yeah. I figured we were talking about it next show, but I did listen to it.
See, that is more the embodiment of your feelings about this because it's so much sadder.
Go figure.
I'm so sad.
It makes me so sad. Like this version makes me sad, but I still feel the optimistic part. When I listen to the acoustic version, it's like, nope, this is just sad now.
No, but see, why is my first reaction to the acoustic version like, oh, good, we're upfront about things. I feel like the acoustic version is like we're talking Shadowhunter's ghost haunting like the Institute. And we were in love once. It was a wonderful time until he killed me. Like, it's just that, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, this makes sense. This is the specter or the geist of one who was murdered by the hand of the one that they so truly, deeply loved.
I love how very specific that is.
But that makes sense. Right? It's all floating and empty, just kind of like, it just would have been a wonderful wedding.
It is beautiful, though. I will say the acoustic version is like
beautiful,
stunning, but it's so sad.
It's so sad,
and there's no pretense there. That's the thing. Notice how I started with. I love State of Grace sonically, especially with the Taylor's version where the sort of like the backup. She changed up the backup singing and the arrangement, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. And then I sink back into the subtext, and I'm like, nope, staying away.
This is the only one I'll mention, by the way, that was like on the bonus extra track, just because it sounds like the sound is different.
It was wildly
but
different.
The lyrics are pretty much
it was wildly like so different from the original that I'm like, okay, now it's even worse because it was good musically then. It's even better musically now, but it hasn't changed. It's still the same.
Still angry about it.
It's still the monster under in the sewer grate. Like, you know what I mean? It's like a balloon. It's red. Like, no. And then we just walk away from it. So clearly I have feelings.
I love that we had so many feelings. It's only been one song.
We're doing that.
We're about to lose that.
I don't trust that. This is Taylor.
Yeah.
So let's just
okay.
It's
we're gonna move on to the next song, and I think I will probably talk about it first because I have this sneaking suspicion that you will have something to say about it.
Unless Kristin loves this song like even more than I do.
But let me go first since
I love it too.
But like probably not as much because again, like I said earlier, we kind of alternate. So this one I would say is like, Macky loves it even more than I do. So the next song is Red. Right. And this one is one that I really enjoy just because the song itself obviously describes a very tumultuous, passionate relationship. And it like the way it uses the metaphors in that one to describe it, it just clicks so well. Like it's it's a little eerie almost. Again, Jake Gyllenhaal relationship. Not too surprising. And from the same Good Morning America like preview, she said, I wrote this song about the fact that some things are just hard to forget because the emotions involved in them were so intense. And to me, intense emotion is red. And thinking about, what that means to me, and this is more about the album in general and the different emotions that are written about on this album, they're all pretty much about the tumultuous, crazy, insane, intense, semi-toxic relationships that I've experienced in the last 2 years. And, it's the same quote Kristin, eventually she gets to the same quote Kristin mentioned earlier where there's like nothing beige about these feelings. Because there really is nothing beige about these feelings.
Sorry, I just think of the sad beige children.
This one, again, it has
Instagram.
It has the theme of driving. And there's an odd in this one. She talks again about, she uses the colors blue and gray again, which has come up before in her album.
So no Werner
will come up again.
No Werner Herzog in this one. Yeah, I get that. Sorry. Invented beige in my brain.
And I, again, love it. My favorite lyrics. This album was really hard to choose lyrics for, because I'm like literally like I could choose one line or I could just choose all the lines.
It's like in college when you like highlight notes. I'm gonna highlight notes on my book, and it's like the whole thing is just like
honestly,
that is red.
Like the entire chorus is iconic because of the way that the colors are used to describe different states of emotional being. I love that. But honestly, low-key, one of my favorite lines is the memorizing him was as easy as knowing all the words to your old favorite song. Because I was like, I know that feeling, and using that to describe how you felt about someone it's a very specific feeling.
Yeah.
So you get it immediately with just that one line. You're just like, I understand why you were there. I understand how deeply you were invested in this because it became a part of you.
Yeah.
All your old favorite songs stay with you no matter how long it's been. Like literally you can trigger me by giving me like the first few bars of a song. I'll be like, I remember every single word of this song. And I'm like, to describe a relationship that way, it just makes it makes it so clear that the impact on you was so deep. Like it hit so hard. And like obviously I'm just like, well, we're about to be emotional again.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're back to the whole like theme of like driving, traveling again. And then this one, it's like really intense because she's talking about speeding, despite the fact that you know it's a dead end street. And what is going to happen to you? You know that the impact is inevitable and you're still going to do it anyway. Like, I feel like that's an entire subtext of Red the song because it's like, well, I know that this is going to not end well, but you know what? I can't help it because this feeling is so strong. This pull is so strong.
Yeah.
The self-awareness in
it's
this
a very
song.
It's like a fate-driven thing again. It's like, hands of fate are moving again. I'm being dragged along. Can't help myself. Yeah, I just. I'm sorry. Say what you were going to say.
No. The self-awareness in the song is why I gravitate towards it, right? Because she like. That's how I feel recovery begins, is when you understand exactly where you are, the extent of the damage and how much you gotta fix. Because otherwise it's all just ambiguous. Like, we lost everything to the fire. Well, what's everything? We don't know. How are you gonna recover or rebuild if you don't know what everything is? And so this is just defining the impact zone and everything that was just, messed up. So my only comments here are just sonically my jam. Like, this is like, I love the cadence of it. I love the beat of it. There's a part where it's sort of, and there's a thing about how it sort of just is a driving beat. And then towards the end, it sort of just goes halftime, which is a lovely musical thing to sort of like show, just like a journey to it. But even the end of the bridge, oh
my God. Moving on from Him is Impossible at that part.
Because I still see it on my head in burning red, and I'm just like, oh, what a nice way to relive, because it's red. Like, you hear the word red all over the place. So it's so refreshing to find both a musical hook and an emotional place to re-sing the word red in a different context, and yet in theme. So I just thought to myself, and that's what a good bridge does. So everybody, like, I swear to God, if every bridge in the world was built by Taylor, they would last for 1,000 years.
I know, right?
Because
that was literally
good bridge making. Like, I feel like bridges, and for me, and I've taught songwriting classes over time, a bridge is the part of the book or the part of the story that sort of just like takes both the theme and like the journey and sort of like smushes it together in a blender and explodes with like fireworks. It makes you go, oh my God, they did
the climax.
Yeah, and yet it, you know what I mean? So she does it so, and that's what she did here on a sonic and lyrical and emotional level. So you know what? And again, I don't like the exposition. Let's cut straight to the chase. This is the chase. This is what it's all about. And this is
why you love this one.
I literally skipped straight to Red.
And that's fair. Yeah. This is the real beginning for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. This
basically.
Is... Yeah. I don't even remember that State of Grace was track 1. Like, in my head.
Meanwhile, I'm like, it's so iconic. It has to be track 1.
I know what it is. Fate tricks shall not fool me.
She always has to start out on like a note like State of Grace, like something happy and hopeful. That is like album openers 101. Yeah. She can't be like, listen,
here's the real deal.
Break you in song 1.
Oh my God. No, yeah. So yeah.
I'm sorry, that was funny though.
This is much fate trickery. I shall not fall for it.
Anyway, Kristin, thoughts on Red?
Okay, so like you said, like again, opening lyric, loving him is like driving a Maserati down a dead end street. I feel like it just like evokes the image of kind of like a thrill, like a cheap thrill, because it's going to be over really quick, but so irresistible, because like how many chances would you have to drive a Maserati?
Yeah.
And then I love how it's flipped at the end. It ends like as quietly as it begins, with the same line but flipped into his love is like driving a new Maserati down a dead end street, instead of loving him was like. I also feel like, you know, mentioning autumn also feels like confirmation of Jake. I love using colors as a way to depict emotion. I think that's something that everyone can relate to. Like if somebody tells you that it was burning red, like you get a feeling deep within you. There's no need for explanation. Like losing him was blue, like I'd never known, like a sadness that you never felt before. Like that hits.
So
missing him was dark gray all alone. I mean, yeah. Like I just feel like he couldn't have picked better colors or metaphors. I also love, again, like sonically different, how she has like in the background it's like red. I think that is like, that really like added to the song, and again is like something just that we hadn't really seen. Like it's a big experiment.
No, that is a pop. That is 100% a pop thing.
You know what
like,
it sounds
like?
like?
So good.
It sounds like too. You know the sound like when cars are speeding and the tire kind of like screeches a little bit. Kind of sounds like.
Yeah, it's very like engine sounds, like, car sounds.
Yeah, it kind of evokes it in a musical way, which is disconcerting but also very clever.
Yeah. I can see why this is very much the little sister of Maroon.
Oh my god.
Don't get Macky started on this.
Girl. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about some lyrics. Other ones that I had written down were faster than the wind, passionate as sin, ending so suddenly. I just think that's like really beautifully written. Like the colors in autumn so bright before they lose it all. Also, remembering him comes in flashbacks and echoes. Tell myself it's time now, gotta let go. And let's see. Oh, she performed this at the 2014 Grammys. And then the code on this one is SAG or SAG. And we know that Taylor and Jake were both Sagittariuses, like twin fire signs.
The twin fire signs are back. It's interesting too, because the whole speed thing is a very good indicator of how quickly the relationship came about. Also, like she says it in the song, like going fast, but also Maseratis are not like a normal car, you know what I mean?
No.
You would be able to drive pretty fast in them. So the fact that it already gives you enough context of what that relationship must have felt like, because it's like loving him was like this. I fell hard, I fell fast.
Yeah. And
did I think
like he was like a established actor, and like a Maserati is like irresistible, and you know, something that's kind of, it feels like above your level, but you're like excited to get a chance to ride in it.
Yeah. It's like you feel almost like you made it in a sense, because it's like, I get this chance now.
Yeah.
Like this is the real deal now because I got this.
Mm-hmm.
Like too much, like this, just too smart for us.
Yeah.
This one has a music video, but it is just a tour music video. So it basically just puts together, I mean, obviously it makes sense, right? It's like the Red World Tour. Of course, you're going to use red as the music video.
Right.
You're going to do the red music video. It just puts together a lot of tour clips. So it's not really one where I have a lot to say about the video itself, but worth mentioning that she did have a music video put together for it.
Same. I wrote fun, but not revolutionary.
and she's done it a few times too, where like she'll take a song, use the tour footage.
Yeah.
And that's fine too. It's nice because it's like a commemoration of something. So that's nice. But it, again, not a standout. It's like watching home videos. It's like, it was nice to remember that.
Yeah.
This got me hook, line, and sinker. The first line, immediately I'm like, crap, here we go. Again, like you say, in the first chapters of a book, when you think, oh my God, I think I'm going to really like this book. For me,
it was Red.
I'm like, the first line, I'm like, boy,
maybe
here we
that
go.
means State of Grace is a prologue.
Sure. No, State of Grace is a lie. No, State of Grace.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's a prologue.
Yeah, it is. It's 100%.
Versus, this would be actual chapter 1.
Right? And because after State of Grace, Morgan Freeman's voice comes on, and it was indeed not a brave and blood. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... And then it cuts to, and then it cuts to Red. So that's the
Red is also another song that she wrote on her own. Are we surprised? No, not really.
Go girl.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, to be fair, the next song we both love pretty much the same amount. Also one of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs. The song is Treacherous. Woo! It's...
I'm going to go first because I am going to, I'm just going to go like Kristin line by line, and it's just going to be terrible. I am going to cut straight. It's great when Kristin does it because she's actually logical and methodical, while I am all over the place in a complete mess.
Thanks. I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm just a jumble of...
And
you really are.
And yet, most put together. And I think you're outvoted here. I think you are the most put together of the three of us because you actually have notes and bullet points, and you're not just like, all of my feelings are right here. Like, you actually have...
Also ADHD.
And you're not screechy the way Alexa and I are.
Oh,
so
I
mean, we're screechy and scratchy depending on the day. So, but the only thing I will say about Treacherous is, for some reason, I like this even if it's roughly just also 60 minutes. It's 50 seconds before incident, right? The reason I love this is because of the self-awareness of it all, and that's how I do it. I call them my series of unfortunate events, but because they were unfortunate, love when it fails isn't always the happiest thing. But I knew everything sort of moving up towards it. So so it's really the bridge for me, Forever and A Million Years. And I love that she does it twice.
Yeah.
2 headlights shine through the sleepless nights, and I will get you alone. Your name echoed through my mind, and I just think you should know that nothing safe is worth the drive.
See, Drive is back again.
That song lives rent-free. That line lives rent-free in my head all the time. Nothing safe is worth the drive, and I will follow you home, right? I mean, it's kind of stalkery, but that's just kind of how...
I like her, it's kind of stalkery.
It's stalkery outside of the context of it.
Also think of it this way. She's the one driving. Yeah. Not in the passenger seat. She's the one driving this time.
So for her to go, look, I get this is a problem, but you know what? I kind of like it. Yeah. And in my younger days, it was always, you never know until you know.
It's like one of those things where, you've had enough experience. Sorry, I'm segging now. It's like you've had enough experience in relationships at this point to know there's a line and you're towing it. And in the back of your mind, you probably are like, this is probably not the smartest idea, but you can't resist.
Yeah.
There's something magnetic about it.
And for whatever fraction of things you cannot predict until it happens, regardless of patterns, even if in your wiser years later, you could think that's probably going to end up this way. You want to give people the benefit of the doubt. You want to give things the benefit of the doubt. You really can't predict it. No, that's the other thing too. You can't know until it happens.
Yeah.
And that's why I love this, where eyes open, crash gear on. You jump out of that plane.
You're making a conscious choice.
Yeah. Rather than, is this going to be fine? It's like, no, this is dangerous. And the way she iterates on the word treacherous and dangerous and reckless, I'm like, good. So when you crash, you know what happens. Jump out of the plane.
Yeah, do it.
Go
as
for
you said.
it. I adore that because I have done it. So you know what? I humbly step off my soapbox.
Well, I feel like this
is
another one where it's clearly you could read it both ways, right? You could read it as it's happening right now, but you could also be like, oh, this is a hindsight song. This is I'm looking back at this relationship. And one of the few things I've seen online where she talks about it, she's like, it's a song where she's like, I tend to feel like when you're looking back on the things that have hurt you in life, you look back on them and think if it made you feel something, if it was worth it. And she says it in the song, right? She's like, nothing safe is worth the drive, but I'll still do it anyway. I'm going to follow you home. It's just like.
And can I just say, in my defense,
I have none.
In my defense, I have none. But love is never safe anyway.
Yeah.
So you know what?
So true.
Yeah.
So true. I do like the theme of driving because once again, it's like
everybody here is in a long-term relationship. Everybody here has committed to a long-term relationship. Ain't nobody going anywhere. So you know what? Love, never safe. Never.
Mhm.
And I think this is one of the few songs where it's very clear that she's wrestling between like thinking about love as being fated and thinking about love as a choice. Because she does
Mhm.
mention it in the song. She's like, I can't decide if it's a choice getting swept away.
Right.
Do you remember? Like she literally says this. And then there's even a part at the beginning where she's like, you know, even the beginning, put your lips close to mine as long as they don't touch. Out of focus, I die till the gravity is too much. So again, gravity is not something you have a choice about. Gravity is literally just there.
What does it say about me? That this is my favorite, like, it could be the beginning of something. It's not even State of Grace where it's like wide-eyed. It's like, that's not what this.
Well, I feel like this is one of the times where it feels like she's grown up a little bit more. It's less teenage dream vibes.
Yes.
Right?
Less teenage dream vibes.
It's less naive.
It feels more
but it's
adult.
not. And it's less naive, but it doesn't downplay the actual magic of it.
I mean, it's also the first, like, I would say, explicitly sexually charged.
It is.
Lyric that we have, which like I'll do anything you say if you say it with your hands.
With your hands.
LVR's Skin and Bones Made to Get Along. I feel, because this was her sort of like struggling with sort of like how sexual do I want to be with my lyrics and whatever. And you know, we hear about it in Miss Americana, how she's like good girls are do blah 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 blah, all of that crazy stuff. But that is sort of like her direct an allusion she could make to. This is chemical. This is like
there's something.
Yeah, like when you follow somebody home, there's only one of two things that people like that want to do, and some of them are murderers. Thank you, Apple.
Some of them are murderers. Balloons.
Thank you, Apple, for that highly inappropriate timing. No, because it's right. But what do you do in another person's house, right? It's obviously quiet, personal, intimate time. You know what I mean? So there's that thing of you kind of want to jump them bones.
Yeah, but again, going back, she's driving to the house and she's following him home.
Yeah, she's just
so
like
she can still leave. Versus like she was in the same car as him, passenger. Like I'm there. I'm not consciously making this choice to go with you.
No, agreed.
And it's just the pull of gravity, pull of this attraction.
Absolutely.
Like,
and there are those, and there are times, and people will attest to this, that there are those valid 2 a.m. what you doing texts.
Yeah.
Where you're like, where you at? What you do? Like, all right, well, nothing.
You up?
You
yeah.
It's
I'm not saying right? Like, it's
so
just funny
it's
in the
real. That happens. And you're like, I don't know where this is going, but I know where I want it to go. So go figure this. So go figure this is my like cup of tea.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
it's funny because one of my favorite lines in the song is right after the all we are skin and bones string together. Because I really like the line like forever going with the flow, but your friction.
Yes.
Because I'm like, you're disrupting. You know what I mean? Like it's a disruption. It's like your life is going along swimmingly, right?
But
and then something is like
it's literally friction because verse 1 and verse 2 both goes by an A-B rhyming scheme. And in the second verse, friction is the only word that doesn't fit into that scheme.
See,
it's literally friction.
The applause is both for Miss Swift and for you for spotting that poetic girl.
That's probably my favorite line in the song, I'll be honest. Just because I love it sonically, and I love it, theme wise, because it fits in so well. Anyway, I think we've talked about.
Wait, Kristin,
Kristin needs to talk about it.
What else you got?
Okay, so first of all, this is one of the Harry songs.
I can see that too. I could also see that actually.
Mother and father.
and now I will give you the receipts.
Oh my god! I did not expect it.
You know what makes it even better? Because now I can connect it to like Out of the Woods and stuff. So,
I did not think.
I'm good.
I did not think I would love this song anymore.
No.
Kristin, please.
Okay, so first of all, the code is "Won't Stop Till It's Over," which is a lyric from an Australian band called the Temper Trap. Their song "Sweet Disposition," which she also says "Sweet Disposition" all too well. Harry Styles has a tattoo of the lyric, but he has it incorrectly as "won't stop till we surrender." And Taylor supposedly met the Temper Trap in Australia, and she asked them what the actual lyric is because she kept telling someone that they had the lyric wrong, and the band confirmed that the correct lyric is "won't stop till it's over."
Are you dead yet?
Then also, she does say headlights, and we get headlights in 1989 in reference to Harry.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm like, oh, we can connect it now.
Oh, they were hooking up, girl. They were totally hooking up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay, so that was like my main thing. So I think
somebody needs to write this fan fiction right now.
I also I love the lyric, "I hear the sound of my own voice asking you to stay," like as if this is like an out of body experience and like your mind is not caught up to your actions. Because again, it's like a very quick thing, but you're just, that gravity is drawing you in. And let's see.
I mean, I love Travis.
So also in State of Grace, she's walking fast through the traffic lights. In Red, she's hitting a different kind of red light with the Maserati being driven down the dead-end street. And in Treacherous, the path is reckless, but nothing safe is worth the drive, and I'll follow you home. So again, with like the driving and picking a path, even though it's not like maybe one that's not safe. I also like, so lyric wise, I love "Your name is echoed through my mind." Yes. And "This hope is treacherous, this daydream is dangerous." And Taylor said that this song is about a guy she knew with a magnetic draw that would end in a fiery, broken wreckage. And she wrote the song with Dan Wilson from
So. Wait, hold on. Backtracking just a little bit, and we're gonna get to this in part 2 of the show. I realized Kristin's right, because like my theory of the vault songs is a lot of them are actually about Harry.
Oh yeah, I think so.
And like, let's be real, "Come Back Be Here" cannot possibly be about anyone else except
London.
All right, he's putting it together. It's coming. But now that I was just saying to Macky, I'm like, technically in style, it's James Dean "Daydream." Look in your eyes.
This daydream is dangerous.
And you know what? To be fair, if you really like objectively look at it, like, would she have chosen to date someone who was that famous at a time when she was already under hyper scrutiny from the media? I don't think so. But if he was as magnetic, and like if the gravity was undeniable, like,
when did she date Harry? Does the timing align?
Yeah. 2012 to 2013, like early 2012.
When was Red released?
And they met in March 2012, and Red was released October.
But they only went public towards the end of 2012.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know why this makes me so happy.
Because it's mother and father.
Because it's such a good story. I feel like this is right, because this is less about like fantasizing. Like it's. I feel like I say our, like I'm not just talking about myself, but I feel like our sort of like relationship with Taylor and the people that she dates isn't sort of like, oh, it's the person we're thinking of. I feel like we take that to the level of fiction.
Yes.
And headcanons, and
like we're not really thinking about that.
Yeah, it's literally no different from like in books.
It's like
right?
the blueprint.
Yeah.
There you go. We take the blueprint, we put it in the fictional, and that becomes our headcanon, and we don't care what canon actually is.
So you can now start with Treacherous, and then go to Style, and then Out of the Woods.
I am so happy.
Actually, no. Start with the slight spoiler. Start with the very first night.
Oh, that's so good.
Then do Message in a Bottle. Then do Treacherous.
And
then keep going from
there.
And then Come Back Be Here, because you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna merge this.
He's like, "Ooh, my brain is
no. I'm going to take this and merge it with my Sundara and G-Dragon fan fiction and create a totally different story about two pop stars. Done and sold. Thank you very much, Kristin. All right.
Okay, Kristin.
I honestly have to say, I feel like, because you guys are long-term fans and I'm someone that is newer, so like anytime during these shows that I'm able to point something out, I feel so accomplished.
As you should.
Can we get you like a fruit basket? I don't know. Like, what do you like? We'll get you like the next time we're over at your house and we finally finish that D&D campaign. I'm bringing something really nice because this makes me so happy.
Me too. This is like the most fun I have every month, I think.
it is so fun. And it's like, I love it. I love that there's always something new. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think is the best thing about having people who share your fandoms.
Yeah.
They'll always see something or know something that you don't, or have a different take on it. And it just makes you reframe things.
Yeah, and nobody's putting on like a face or anything. I mean, the most that we do is like research, but even that is out of love.
Yeah.
So you know what?
Yeah.
And like, it's always fun to find out different things. Anything else, Kristin, about Treacherous? You know, after dropping that bombshell?
That's all I've got.
It's a lot.
It's a lot already, I'll be honest. And it just I'm sure that just makes Macky be like,
but can you
love it even more.
Can you imagine sort of like me, like, so I was telling Alexa that, so while Fearless is my first foray into the Taylor Swift fandom, Speak Now was my first foray into the Taylor Swift fandom outside of Alexa. Red was the roller coaster that broke away from our shared fandom to my own. Like,
true.
And can you imagine? And I know when the roller coaster accelerated or went like completely down or went for a loop. It was with Treacherous, because Red was already like, oh my god, this is going great. The minute it hit Treacherous, I'm like, I'm gone. I don't know where you are with Taylor Swift, but this is gonna be my thing now. And that's where Alexa and my fandom
started being separate.
It just sort of like
separate but together.
I mean, it runs parallel, but I clearly have my own track. So you know what it is? I like what else is so clever about Treacherous. It's the song itself is like a wrestling with feelings, and it just reflects that so well. And it has some of the simplest lyrics on this album. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's a lot of other lyrics in this album that are, you know, constructed in a way that's either very literary or this one is super simple, and there's a lot of repetition, but you can clearly tell just because of the way it's produced, there's a internal struggle there. And then at the very end, she's like, I know it's treacherous. Like, I know, like, the slope is treacherous, but I like it. So she's just going to go and do it.
Even how she repeats, but I think I like it. Like, she repeats I, which feels like a hesitation. Like,
yes, exactly.
I know.
So
but
so good. It's writing itself, really.
And yet only Taylor can.
Okay, which means we can move on to the next song. And we had a theory about this.
Yes,
we had a theory about this. I feel like Kristin is going to have to go last, because I feel like she doesn't have the most to say about this song.
I'm skipping my part. You do your thing. I want to go straight to Kristin. Let's go.
Yeah, basically, song is "I Knew You Were Trouble," and you know, the one quote I will say is again from that Good Morning America preview interview. It says, the song is about being frustrated with yourself because here you are heartbroken, and you knew when you first saw the person, you saw all the red flags, and then you just went for it anyway. So technically, shame on me. Yeah, I do enjoy I Knew You Were Trouble. There's a specific version of it that I love, and it has nothing to do with the Red Tour. It actually happens post-Red Tour because she sings it during the 1989 tour.
Yep.
And the version she does during that tour is like my Roman Empire version of I Knew You Were Trouble. Because I love that version so much. And when Kristin, you get to see it, if you haven't seen it already, it's so good. Like, I was like, literally, I was not prepared when I was at that tour. I was not prepared for her to go into it. And I was like, my new all-time favorite version of it. I do like this song. I probably have more to say about the music video than the actual song itself, which is why I said that I have a feeling we should go first. I actually don't think Macky has that much to say about it, period.
No.
Full stop.
I only have two things to say. Sonically, she kind of lost me because I don't quite appreciate the semi kind of tango sort of like beat to it. But at the same time, I can't unsee that. I think from that interview where she's like, you're already heartbroken, so post Jake, and then you see someone that's a red flag. Knowing what I know now, I can't unsee that this is Harry coded.
It is, for sure.
This one, yeah. I was gonna say this one has to be.
It's like, do I have to like this song now? Like, for real? Like, no, because now my feelings for the song have completely changed in that I know where to put you now. We'll get to this in a second, but I have a comment about that in relation to the music video. So please. But we're not going to go to that yet because Kristin has to talk about the song first. Okay. Well, I'm done. Are you done? I'm done. Kristin. I don't even have. I will actually point out. Did we get this right? Did you? I only have one favorite line in the song. Okay, which is? Really? Yeah, I only have one favorite. Okay, what's the line? And the saddest fear comes creeping in that you never loved me or her or anyone. Or anything. That's right. Blue dress on a boat. Blue dress on a boat. This is true. Yeah.
I feel like your mind is being rearranged right now. All right. While he's going through that, Kristin, we were guessing that you probably do like this song.
I do like this song. It's not my favorite on the album, but I do like it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I like how it starts with Once Upon a Time, but then immediately shifts to let you know that it's not going to be a fairy tale by following up with A Few Mistakes Ago. I think that's really fun, just based on her previous work being so fairy tale-esque, and then this being something so different.
That's so good. That's so good.
I like when she says, okay, you didn't care, and I guess I liked that. I feel like that's like, you know, like craving validation and wanting attention from the one person who isn't giving it to you. But then once he had her, he took a step back. And she realizes like that she knew it was trouble, but went for it anyway. And then just following the travel theme, she also says, flew me to places I've never been till you put me down. And I love how that has like both a literal and a metaphorical meaning. Like he probably literally flew her to places that she hadn't been, but it was also like a very intense love, unlike others that she had experienced, until he would put her down by doing things like kissing models while they were involved. And I love also that, like, while the song is sad, it comes from a retrospective lens with the attitude of like, well, I should have known.
Yeah, this one is like a self-aware song, right? Because like that's even the title. I knew you were trouble.
Right. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this song makes me think of Andrew only because when we first started dating, he showed me that video of like the sheep yelling. Have you seen that to this song?
Not only have I seen the sheep yelling, but I've seen the.
Weren't you the one who showed it?
But I always watch it has the clip of the sheep yelling.
Yeah.
I of Taylor being made to watch and comment.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Okay, so that's two things we owe you now, Ed Sheeran and that sheep, because they actually show Taylor reacting to that video, and Taylor just sort of like laughing and going, "It's good. That's why people keep watching it."
That's amazing.
just her going like, there's almost kind of like a cringy sort of like, oh my god, they really made that connection, but also that defeat of, well, it's not bad. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
So yeah, it's. I am not surprised in any way, form, or fashion that Andrew brought that to your attention. Like,
yeah.
Even back then, I wouldn't have been. Yeah, that tracks. I love Andrew. So it's not even.
And then other stuff that I have before we get into the music video. This one was written with Max Martin and Shellshack, and she said it's about being frustrated with yourself for being heartbroken when you saw all of these red flags immediately, but went for it anyway. This was Taylor's 50th Billboard Hot 100 entry, in which she overtook Aretha Franklin to become the fastest female performer to top her 50th top 100 hit. Let's see, at the 2013 VMAs, when Taylor accepted the award for this song, she said, I also want to thank the person who inspired this song because he knows exactly who he is, because now I've got one of these. And then the cameras hovered over Harry Styles and his bandmate.
That's what that was for. I saw that clip and I never connected it. And like, that's not about, like, in my head, I'm thinking Jake, it never.
She said, Taylor said it was written after she saw photos of Harry kissing the model Emily Ostley, which she confirmed to the Sunday Times magazine. When asked how it felt to perform the song while Harry was there, Taylor said, well, it's not hard to access that emotion when the person the song is directed at is standing by the side of the stage watching. And also,
the first time she's fully alluded to somebody like immediately, like, that's totally, you know what I mean? Was that probably not?
Yeah. Well, I
mean, the John Mayer ones, obviously.
Well, Joe,
but okay, that's fair.
Joe was the most obvious one because she literally.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But anyway, please continue.
But like,
I'm just losing my mind.
this is like
No,
one of those things. It's funny because like it's always the younger ones where she was more like, yes, up front, this was who it was. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was more obvious. Because I think it's with the older ones where she was like a little less likely to confirm it. Like, eventually she did it. Like, at the beginning, it was kind of like, which I wonder if it has something to do with like the power dynamic between them, because that's different. Like if you're on the same age group, kind of feels more like a fair level playing field. Whereas like if someone is older than you and is more established than you, it's a little scarier to be like, it's about you. You know what I mean? Like, I wrote this one about you.
No, it's wild. So here's the thing. It's so wild then that every single time Red comes out, maybe because it's the all too well factor, nobody talks about Harry during Red.
It's also because like in terms of like scandalous behavior for them, I think a lot of people take more issue with the gigantic age gap stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Versus like, especially given like they were both in their early 20s, so like most people at some point they're just like,
oh yeah, that
early 20s. You know what I mean? Like
it's like they look at Taylor and Harry and what happened to them, and people are like, oh yeah, that happened.
And it also helps that they've actually been seen publicly being friendly with each other. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's just like, all right, you know.
Yeah, like it's water under the bridge.
Yeah, like they've hugged at award shows, like you know what I mean? Like it's fine. Like they're fine.
She's never spoken to.
And like I think it's like obviously
Jake.
Yeah. And like even at least with Jake, it's a little more like there's some level of respect there. It's the other one that I'm like, there's clearly nothing.
Reminding me once again of the SNL Sabrina Carpenter and Jake Gyllenhaal thing.
Okay, but that was
where I swear to God, in my head, Sabrina Carpenter is still her character from Girl Meets World. So I want so in my head canon is she's in the same room as Jake Gyllenhaal. She's like, "Sup, Gyllenhaal?" That's it.
Chaotic energy.
Just with that smile, which like, I know what you did.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Also,
anything else to do music video?
She wrote the song on a piano, and she had originally planned it as a slow ballad.
Which I think that totally hasn't she actually performed it that way. I feel like I've seen her do it that way, and it is again like Say to Grace. It's a lot sadder.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because like, just imagine those lyrics and then delivering it in a more like ballad type way.
No, I think
lying on
like
the cold hard ground.
Pop rock is still the interpretation of this song.
Well, yeah, because it focuses more on like it's more tongue in cheek in a way because it's like there's an anger part.
Yeah, there's an angst to it that I feel only pop rock can fully.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Fully bring out the best version of it. Like the slow version,
yeah,
like the slow version would have been valid and still good, but I feel like pop rock is its best sort of like form.
Agreed.
It's best evolution.
And then the code on it was When You Saw Me Dancing.
Girl.
Yeah. So let's talk about the music video because this is actually one where I have quite a few things to say. First of all, just getting it out of the way, it's directed by a guy called Anthony Mandler, filmed in LA. The thing that I always remember about this, like even if it's been forever since I've seen the video, I remember that Reeve Carney is the love interest in it. Never forget.
I didn't know that. When I watched it, I was like, Orpheus.
Yeah, exactly. This was before
so excited.
I had no idea who he was then. But then watching it like after Hadestown, like knowing him, I was like, oh, I know you. I remember who you are. What I like about this one is that it starts with a monologue. It has like this whole like where she's talking about the relationship and saying stuff out loud.
It could be a song within itself.
Yeah. And then it goes into this very full-on story that is very different from any other image she's given us up until this point. Because like she has that very grungy look with the pink hair and the ripped jeans and like I'm at a party in the desert. Like and I do really appreciate that she literally is lying on the cold hard ground.
So
like she literally wakes up and she's on the cold hard ground.
It's weird. It's like Princess Grit punk. Like you know.
It's interesting because it captures it very well. Like she wakes up already. That's how it starts. She wakes up, she's on the ground, and she knows something has happened. And she's telling herself all these things. And then you see the flashbacks of like when everything was sort of like bright lights and exciting and new. And like, even though there was already bad, like all the red flags were definitely 100% there from the start, you kind of see like, she's still like, I'm still in it. This is also one where like, it's very clear that she's starting to feel more comfortable being a little bit more openly sexual in like the presentation of her song. Cause I'm like, this is a lot of contact for a video from you at this day and age. And honestly, okay, the thing I wanted to say is that despite the fact that I know nothing about Harry Styles' history or what he did or did not do, I swear to you, like just the way it looks, like the way Reeve Carney looks in this video, I'm like,
James Dean Daydream.
I'm like,
yeah,
this is a very Harry Styles coded appearance.
That's what I have in my notes too. Like the fashion and everything, like
right? Like I don't know if that's what he did in real life. And I don't really care, right? Because we're at the point where like we're talking about the blueprints of the relationship. But like it's hard to unsee it.
Yeah.
Because of like this, I know that's how he dresses. Like I know that's what he tends to favor. So I'm like dot. Like just connect all of the things together.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he was technically at that time an age like of the 1D crew. Definitely one of the ones where it's like, you look like a good boy, but I'm pretty sure you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she knew.
I know. She's like, you were trouble. But the thing is, I think that's also part of the reason, like, even though it was heartbreaking, she can't be too mad about it because she knew.
She knew what
she was like.
And I feel like that's why they were on good terms. And that's why she was able to write Style. You know what I mean? Because sure, it was upsetting that he did the thing that he did, but at the same time, she's like, okay, like I knew that was coming.
There's a water alert this one too because she talks about drowning, and she only mentioned drowning in a handful of other things, including clean. And, you know, you can connect it to
very
the
true.
Of course,
I didn't think of that.
Right.
Beautiful.
So I'm like, but yeah, this video is actually one of the ones I enjoy just because it's like a full on. It almost feels like a movie, but it's not.
Yeah.
Because it's like you literally get everything. They met. They had this thing. There was all this trouble in it. Wakes up the next day, and then there's a whole monologue in it. So I'm like, okay, I feel that very deeply. So I enjoy it. It's very like the cinematography is also very fun in it. Like it's very well done. So
agreed.
Not
and I feel like just like her past videos, I really like how she is able to convey the like in the visual medium. It's like so much of what she's saying, like they keep doing dangerous things together in this video, like playing by railroad tracks, and like he's standing up in a speeding car that he is driving while there's like a cliffside next to them, which feels like basically how he's playing like fast and loose with her heart. And then also like the, you know, the party, like the empty fields, like it looks like there was this huge party that happened and now she's been left alone to like clean up the pieces, like how the relationship could have gone from like fireworks to then like being abandoned. I just think she picks like the most perfect like visual metaphors for everything.
So deliberate on her part.
I swear to God, Taylor and her British rock stars, because those are the songs I love the most, apparently.
Yeah.
Hashtag TTPD title song, which has been my personality this entire like month since it was released. But anyway,
fair to you. Anything else you want to say about the video, Kristin, before we flip to something that I'm sure will take us a while to discuss?
I will only say two things about this thing because I have spoken too much and I want to hear Kristin.
Okay.
Who took more notes.
The only other thing that I have is that this was Taylor's 23rd filmed video and it premiered on her 23rd birthday.
Oh, lovely.
I didn't know that, but that is a fun fact too.
Please. Very mastermindy.
Okay. Yeah. The next song is funny because I feel like she's mentioned it before where she didn't realize how much it would resonate with people because in her mind it was like it was a hard song for her to get to, and I'll get to that in a second, but like this is the song that when you say Red, almost everyone is like, that's the song.
That's
the
song.
All Too Well.
It's track 5. It's a track
5.
Track 5.
And obviously, this is the clear one that's a Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, no, 100%.
Like, this is the Jake Gyllenhaal. Like, no one is going to deny that.
But Kristin, remind us what track 5s usually mean. I think you mentioned, I think you pointed that out.
Track 5s are historically the saddest song on her record. Always, like we had Cold as You, we had White Horse, and we had Dear John. Is Dear John?
Yeah.
And now we have All Too Well.
Okay. The only thing I will say about this one is that there is a quote where she talks about how hard it was to write All Too Well.
Yep.
She had to filter everything she wanted to put into it. This is funny, a little ironic, because in that particular interview, she's like, without it becoming a 10-minute song.
Without it becoming a 10-minute song.
can't put on an album, which she proved was incorrect because she did in fact do that later on. And so this is one of the ones that she worked with Liz on.
That was one of the things I was going to say. This is the last collaboration with Liz Rose from the good old days, which I almost feel is like iconic in that, because if you look at the Liz Rose discography, this was like, it was a lot of Fearless, a lot of debut. But this was the last one
of the last,
and it's almost like a real farewell to like her childhood of writing, and Liz sort of like being like the fairy godmother of the past, sort of like, all right, you know better now.
Yeah, you're right. This is actually the last one.
So for Liz to sort of like shepherd this hit, which is also ironically out an album that is the last of the country that she's ever written.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of like milestone closing.
And to be fair, of all the songs to end with.
And of all of the songs to just sort of like be
to have as your legacy.
You know, I feel like because I don't think unless you guys can research otherwise, I don't think Liz has collaborated with Taylor anymore at all.
I mean, like, unless you're counting the re-records, because obviously she's still even the 10-minute version.
Even the 10-minute version, because there might have been a couple of lines that were Liz on this that we don't know.
But yeah, it is, to be fair, what a legacy to leave off on. All too well.
Yeah.
What was the other thing you were going to say?
Oh, well, thematically, obviously, Autumn is back. This is literally the epitome of the sad girl Autumn.
This is sad. Sad Girl Autumn is just subtext for, like, the subtext of Sad Girl Autumn is All Too Well.
Yeah, right?
It's like why Sad Girl Autumn, the term exists.
Yeah, this is the only reason.
And I guess I'll just say my favorite lyrics is I have a feeling Kristin is going to, with her full page of notes, she's going to be the one to tell us things.
We don't have, it makes no sense to double up.
Okay, I have two. So first is maybe we got lost in translation, maybe I asked for too much, but maybe this thing was a masterpiece till you tore it all up. That's one. And then and you call me up again just to break me like a promise, so casually cruel in the name of being honest.
First instance that we find the words casually cruel, because we've seen her. She hasn't released Mr. What is it called?
Perfectly Fine.
Perfectly Fine then, but I love how she's like, we're not going to release that and give him more airtime, but we're going to take this
and use it here. I obviously I do have a soft spot for All Too Well. Funnily enough, it is not one of my favorite songs in the album, and it took a while before it actually hit that status. And I do have a preference for the 10-minute version, which I think Kristin and I share in common.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, like I do really like All Too Well, but I don't think I love it as much as other people do. And when I say other people, I really mean my sister.
So Taylor loses me with track 4 sonically, because I'm just like, oh, this is not the musical genre. I get it. It's fine. But then All Too Well hits and I am deeper into
You're like, whoops, I'm still here.
Like, oh my God. Like, it was a weird loop, like corkscrew. Like, I'm like, I didn't quite care for that. But then this next thing comes in and I'm like, I am going to love Taylor Swift forever. This was the song. And the reason why I prefer this to the 10-minute version is because I may have mentioned a couple of live streams ago that Taylor Swift songs are, can be sort of like bucketed roughly into full stories that exist by themselves because they're so specific.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then story templates where they're just tropes. You can insert any number of characters and it would make complete sense. All Too Well treads the sweet spot between both because there's hyper specific moments, but those are moments that could happen with anyone. Like the most specific thing would be the sister's place, because not everybody has a sister.
Yeah.
Etc. Of the two characters. But outside of that, you could totally just shove any two characters in here, or yourself, like I used to, and just go to town.
That's true.
Sonically, emotionally, mentally, and yell these lyrics, because there's something about, like, unless you don't have a refrigerator, which again, time period, so I guess it makes it contemporary. But unless you don't have a refrigerator, you could put yourself in the song. And it's a self-insert and it's a story template, and therefore infinitely more accessible than the keychain on the ground while you're giving the finger to the patriarchy. So, which I love. We should always give the finger to the patriarchy in that sense. But this is why I adore this song. It's like, oh, look, it's me again. And this time, and the reason why I don't like, thanks to all of you guys talking about it, the reason why I don't like I Knew You Were Trouble is so it's 50 seconds. So I hate State of Grace because it's 50 seconds before incident. I Knew You Were Trouble is 50 seconds after incident. It's too close.
Yeah.
Way too close
That's
to the impact zone. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Ultima is a little further down the line. It's about as far down the line, maybe even farther down the line than Red in terms of hindsight. And I like that. And you get to be the victim. And you get to, it's like, you did this to me. And I'm, and I love that. And that's where I lived. Apparently, I have not moved out. I've been informed that I'll be here for a while, maybe forever.
Forever.
Jury's out on whether that's going to change. So, Kristin, by all means, let's take us through your notes.
Here we go. Let's first just add this to our stage here.
This is very important.
That's so funny. That's about as good a timing as the balloons with the murderers. Like it's just like, that is Debbie Jelinski, in Adam's Family Values, where she's like, and so I decided to tell you all.
Yes.
You're in Adams, Kristin, and we love you for that. In my head,
Thank you.
Okay,
so here we go. Okay, so this is my all-time favorite track 5. As we mentioned before, the 10-minute version is the one that is like in my mind and heart, but I do feel like we have the complete story of this song just in the first verse. We have like the relationship starting, it's autumn, it feels right, you are close enough to meet each other's family. It ends because he has that scarf in his drawer even now. Again, she says sweet disposition, which is another reference to the Temper Trap song. And then again with the driving, we're singing in the car, getting lost upstate. But in this song, it's kind of like a detour where you're happy to just be together, even if you're not really sure where you are and where you're going. And then I also like the line, like, you almost ran the red because you were looking over at me. Like their love had such a pull that the outside world didn't exist. But then like on reflecting, like, but maybe it didn't for him because he did get pulled back to reality with that red. So it's long gone. There's nothing else I could do. I forgot about you long enough to forget why I needed to. Like it's so painful that you have to literally force yourself not to think about it and like not to go back to that place. Again, we mentioned, I love we're dancing around the kitchen in the refrigerator light. Like what imagery? It really feels like we're there too. So we have Jake's been seen wearing Taylor's scarf after their breakup. The scarf is a metaphor for innocence, I think. Like it's like, okay, also like I feel like there's the false bridge in this song that is beyond genius, because like you think that the song is winding down and ending, and then she goes into another verse. So good. And then other facts that I had were, we said that, did we say it was the first song that she wrote for Red?
Was it?
Yeah, and she said that she wrote it with Liz after a 6-month writing block that followed the end of a particularly painful relationship, which is likely why the song sounds like therapy.
Wow, there are worse ways to write a song.
Taylor described this feeling to USA Today as there's a kind of bad that gets so overpowering you can't even write about it. When you feel pain that is so far past dysfunctional, that leaves you with so many emotions that you can't filter them down to simple emotions to write about, that's when you know that you really need to get out. Then this I just found was funny. So the Daily Beast asked if Taylor ever feels bad writing about her exes, and she said it's a case-by-case basis, and like she would never write a bad song about a good person. But I love the ending of her quote where she says, "I've never changed the reason where I write a song. Songs for me are like a message in a bottle. You send them out into the world, and maybe the person who you felt that way about will hear it someday." Also, Maggie Gyllenhaal told Andy Cohen on an episode of Watch What Happens Live that she never understood why people were always asking her about this scarf, which I just thought was so funny. And then, as we know, the original song was 10 minutes long, and we are blessed with that in Taylor's version. But she had said that it even included the F word, which I don't believe that it originally said F the patriarchy. Like, I feel like that was something that came about a little bit later and was probably revised for.
It wasn't a thing then, but
yeah. And then the code on this one is maple latte, and there are photos of Taylor and Jake walking around with coffee cups, which are supposedly maple lattes. And those were, again, really some of the only photos that we got of them as a couple, aside from them fighting in his car in LA. So yeah, this song, like, I just love this song so much. And whenever I put the 10-minute version on, I'm like, I hope that no one tries to talk to me during these 10 minutes because I am in this. This is where my attention is.
Like, you know what? I actually concur with this because,
so
like,
much.
it's the 10-minute version. You can't just have part of it.
No, it's a full story.
It's like you literally. It feels like you're getting interrupted at a very crucial time in your life.
Yeah, you can't skip a line or the build-up doesn't happen.
Yeah,
because it tells the whole, and we'll get into that.
I can't wait.
I almost feel
excited.
like the 10-minute version is to be a full hour.
Well,
like,
listen, the 10-minute version is its own conversation, and the movie is its own conversation.
Yeah.
These are two things.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's going to be at least an all things 10-minute version.
We'll just reroute all of that to the end.
Yeah, all things 10 is going to be at least an hour at the next live stream and part
Just,
2.
so
for those of you who are still around by then,
Again, I
you
would like
knew
to
it's
point
going to
out
be trouble.
we're
before you
only
walked
on
in.
track 5, and we're literally at 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I mean,
40 minutes.
To be fair,
which
we only
again
started.
feels like making good time.
Yeah, I know it
By
does, but it
comparison.
also doesn't.
Yeah.
Comparison. No, but like it's a thing. So we'll
So
do
All
the
Too Well,
thing.
clearly a group favorite in
Yeah,
general.
no,
Just like I
it's-
think we all appreciate it for very specific reasons.
Yeah.
But since are we do you have anything else you want to add, Kristin, before I seg us over into the next hour, transition us over?
No, I'm good.
Tonally, the shift into the next song is so funny to me.
It's
I have
such
to say
a
it now,
wild,
because it literally goes from like All Too Well
absolute frigging heartbreak.
to being like
Yeah.
22. Like, yes, this is the energy we want. And you know what, I enjoy 22. Again, not like one that I would say is like an all-time favorite, but I enjoy it for what it is, right? Because it really does capture the feeling of like you're in this era of your life where like there are fun things and you're doing all of these things with your friends. You're getting a little bit more into like making your own choices and own decisions without feeling too influenced or too controlled by people who are, like your parents or your teachers or whatever it is. It's like you're sort of exploring that tiny freedom you're now getting. And like, if you explore it in a healthy way, who knows? But like you are exploring it. And if you're lucky, you get to do it with people that you love and people that you're friends with. And like this song is like the epitome of like, this is literally how it feels. Because it's like, you're happy, you're free, but you're also confused and you can be very lonely. Like that line in particular, I'm always like, it's exactly how it feels.
Exactly.
And it's funny because it's not even just like early 20s. I feel like that's just generally how it feels sometimes in life. But specifically when you're in your early 20s, that's how it feels. Especially if you're going to new places and trying new things and meeting all these people. It's like you can be so excited sometimes. And then there are times where you're like, wow, you step back and you're like, I don't know if I'm connecting to anyone the way I want to be connecting, I love that obviously she wrote an entire song about like having these feelings and made it sound so happy.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of it is that at that time she, had these friends and she was making all these memories with them.
Yeah.
And that's special to her. That's something I've always loved about her in particular and her friendships. Like she really tries to put in all this effort into making those people feel like she cares and that she's there despite the fact that, her career takes her all over the place.
Yeah.
The interview quote I have for this one, it says, "For me, being 22 has been my favorite year of my life. I like all the possibilities of how you're still learning, but you know enough. You still know nothing, but you know that you know nothing. You're old enough to start planning your life, but you're young enough to know that there are so many unanswered questions. It brings about a carefree feeling that is sort of based on indecision and fear, and at the same time letting loose. Being 22 has taught me so much." And you know what's funny? It's like when I read that, I was like, exactly how I felt.
How old was
Yeah.
I? Probably in my late 20s.
Late 20s. Yeah, you were late 20s.
So I'm in my late 20s, like at this point in time, right? Just look at it. No, mid 20s. I was in my mid 20s. Just 2014, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
2012. Yeah, I was in my mid 20s, and I look back at me being 22. I'm like, not happy. Free, but not the kind of free
Now
that
you're on the confused and lonely side.
never confused. I was like, that's
Lonely?
that's everyone thinks from yourself with the self-awareness, remember? So I
yes.
definitely lonely. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna live vicariously through you girlies, because this is not like, and I love this song. I do. It's just this song feels like
our outfits are in perfect tribute to it.
Again, this song feels like I
Yeah.
got a party that I didn't plan to go to, and it was fun, and the people are nice, but I'm like, I need to go home because I'm old. Like that's how it all.
But like that ties into the line I like the best in this song,
which is
it seems like one of those nights we ditch the whole scene and end up dreaming instead of sleeping.
I know.
Yeah.
I love that line.
The entire time I'm at this party, all I am thinking is, what a lovely bunch of people. Also, you poor sweet summer children. That's like I'm that old lady in the first episode of like Game of Thrones. Oh, you put your summer children. Like that was me. That's like the entire to this day. Can you imagine? I've been in a perpetual state of you sweet summer children for the last 20 years of my life.
That's true.
So this song comes out and I'm just like, oi,
still there.
it's gonna get worse for all of you. So it's just like that's my whole like.
You're like, you think this is bad?
You think you're gonna change your lives? You're not. So I that's just my whole thing. It's
also,
like
the fact that she has a line that goes, "It feels like the perfect night to have breakfast at midnight." I'm literally like,
Yeah,
you're one of my people.
God, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm the one cooking breakfast at midnight. That's me. I'm there partying and mimosas, and then I'm just like, does anybody else
Sausages?
want pancakes? Like
Eggs?
it's just not even as cool as Prince. Like he didn't cook them, but like you know what I mean. Like just it's like there was no pickup
I
basketball.
feel like you guys probably experienced this too, but like as theater kids, you often ended up having breakfast at midnight, like going to a diner after shows.
Yeah, 100%. Like so
But there is something really magical about that, though.
Yeah.
I like breakfast at midnight, just like at anybody
Fall
else.
in love with strangers.
And here's the thing, because I like breakfast at midnight, that's why I was invited to this party, because these are the kinds of people who will have breakfast. It's just they're so young, and in my head, when I was that young, I wasn't that young. So I'm
that's
just
true,
like,
that's true.
you know what? Here's some bacon and eggs. You'll be fine.
I'll feed you.
Like it's gonna get worse, but here's some more mimosas anyway. Yes, yes, the prosecco's fresh. You know what I mean? It's a whole thing. So.
Okay, Kristin, go for it. What do you have to say about 22? I have a feeling you like it too.
I do. I really like this song. I feel like this song really brings me back to college and like the nights where we would go out to nightclubs and like in New York City, because I went to school in New York City. So this honestly feels like exactly my experience, though funnily enough, I experienced it more, but like younger, like more like, I would say like probably even like 17, 18 to like 20.
Lovely.
Like that, this was like 22 is that period for me.
Okay.
I think it's so catchy. It's so fun. It's so upbeat. I love the line in the background when she says, "Who's Taylor Swift anyway?"
Thank you for bringing that up. That was so good.
So entertaining. I just feel like it's one that's like really self-explanatory. Like it really just feels like a fun night out. And then the code for this one is Ashley, Diana, Claire, and Selena, who were some of her best girlfriends at the time.
I don't know that she's still super close with Diana Agron, because that's the Diana, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the Diana. And I know that she's still friends with
Selena, obviously.
And Selena. I think they're the two that she's still friends. I'm not even sure about Claire. Because
Claire.
I think Claire is one of her like friends from before.
Gotcha.
Too.
Okay.
Is like the obvious one that we know she's still friends with.
Yeah.
Taylor.
I know. I love their friends.
For lyrics, outside of the ones that you guys already mentioned with like Breakfast at Midnight, and also the line that follows that, to fall in love with strangers.
Yeah.
Because like you can be out having such a blast that like you feel like you're in love with people that you haven't met yet, and then it just goes away really quick when you go home. But I love the line, "We're happy, free, confused, and lonely in the best way. It's miserable and magical. Oh yeah." Because that is like, it acknowledges like I have these good emotions and bad emotions, but whatever, let's go out and party.
We're here for a good time.
So young.
And
I love it.
For like other fact stuff, I have that she, let's see, you read the quote that I had written down too about being 22. And then this one, it's also featured in a Diet Coke commercial where Taylor is jotting down the song lyrics like at warp speed, which is funny. And then
I think it's very playful too, this song. Like, you know, there's like a very playful, carefree attitude to it. And it's either you can read it as resilience after the heartbreak or during the heartbreak. Or you can just get, we're going as far away from that as we can right now.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, again, it's like going out at night, having fun with friends, which is something that you would do coming off of a breakup. You would try to distract yourself by having like a fun night out. And then, do you guys want to talk about the video?
I was going to say, are we going to seg into the video? Because I just a few notes on it. It's one of those videos where it basically is exactly what the song is, which is like, oh, I'm getting together with friends and we're having this fun night. And obviously, like, her outfits are very like the Instagram aesthetic of that era.
Yes. And it feels like the video has a filter on it.
Yeah. And when they take the pictures too, I'm like, this is like early Instagram days where you had like those
100%
10 specific filters and you were using them. Like,
like I was,
we all use them.
The like pool, like when she's like sitting by the pool, I was like, this is the Nashville filter for sure.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I'm just like,
so dated.
And like, it's funny too, because other than that, like the overall vibe, it kind of, Harry Styles reference is coming. It reminds me a little bit of some of the older One Direction videos. Because it's kind of the same thing. Because as a group, they have a lot of videos where they're also getting into like, they're doing fun things together and they're having, and this video is kind of the same energy as that. Not exactly the same, but I was like,
close.
I was like, this is the same kind of general vibe we have in this era. Everyone was just like here for a good time. We're getting together. We're having these parties. We're hanging out with our friends. It was great. But in the video too, the other thing is that she has people in. I had totally forgotten who was in it, mind you. And the only person that really, I know there are other friends of hers that are in it, but the one that obviously stands out to me is Jessica.
Yeah,
I don't even know her last name. She played Vanessa in Gossip Girl.
And
I was like, you guys were friends?
Yeah,
I know. What? I was like, you were friends? It's so chaotic though, because it's like a house party where things get. It's funny because it's like wholesome chaotic.
Exactly.
You know, like usually the depiction of house parties are like everyone gets drunk or everyone gets high, and like, you know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of like we're gonna fight or where there's gonna be some sort of conflict because everyone's too highly emotional because there's no inhibitions. This one is like wholesome because they're still doing like random things, but everything is like the bike thing. I'm like, okay. I'm like, and the pool. I'm like, this still doesn't strike me as like anything other than wholesome though.
Yeah. I think like the pool thing specifically, I really like because I feel like it captures the impulsivity at that age. And it's just like, it's just fun. Like it's something that's like, that will be fun. So I'm going to do it without thinking about it.
Yeah. I think that was the age where a lot of us were like that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this sounds fun. Guess we're going to do it.
Something that I also was like just now thinking about is it premiered on March 13th of 2013. And we know that 13 is Taylor's lucky number. And I feel like this is perfect because I feel like it's also the time when she felt like she was really lucky to have this supportive girl group. And I just feel like that is like perfect.
That's so good. That's so good.
And I do think that this iteration of her girlfriends, it's a pretty solid one because they're like, obviously we know later there's going to be some conflicts with some of the other girls. And like, I think that's also shaped by the era that was in. But like in this era in particular, she's still at the point where it's like, she can have these solid friendships that exist that are more than just like, we know each other because we're in, you know, the same level of or same tier of like, not tier, sphere of like celebrity, you know. These are more like, even though some like obviously Selena and Diana, for example, are like celebrities too, it's still like, it feels more like they have genuine friendships, right? Yeah. Like that's how it comes across to me for 22. And I think it's nice that she was able to sort of celebrate not just the era, but also having those friendships. Yeah. Like it's a very like, and we're all doing this at the same time and it's great. Right. I know. I really like I enjoy 22. It's like one of the songs where I'm like, this is just a fun song. Yeah. But you know what's interesting though? Starting from All Too Well up until a certain point in this album, we get the whiplash of like the songs going from like heartbreak to like this like happy. And then the next song, which I think we can move on to, unless you have something else that you want to mention about the video.
Nope.
Okay. We go back into like almost the heartbreak because it's I almost do. It's like real whiplash here because it's like happy freaking and then all of a sudden it's like I almost do. I'm like, all right, tonal shift.
Which I feel like is again like after you go through something like that, like you have good days and bad days, and you don't know when they're going to come. So I feel like that is it. Just like works so really well to fit in with what you're trying to do.
It's so deliberate. It's the jarring sense that you get from it is very deliberate because that is what it feels like, especially given how she set the stage by telling you like this relationship was like high highs, low lows.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at right now. But okay, I almost do. For me, I don't actually have that much to say about it. I like it, but it was one of those songs where it had to grow on me. Because when I initially listened to it, I was like, it's a good song. Like I generally am always like, oh, Taylor writes good songs. So like right away, I'm like, oh, it's a good song. But it took a while before I'm like, and I think it also took a while and a bit more experience for me before I was like, oh, I can deeply feel this song now. Like I can really connect to it on a level where I maybe didn't before. Like at the time maybe it came out, it was getting drowned out by all these other songs that I more immediately had a connection to. I almost do was where it took a while for me. Like I call it a grower. Because I have a few Taylor Swift songs where I'm like, at the beginning, maybe it wasn't a favorite. And then eventually I'm like, oh, no. This is actually one of like a highly ranked one for me. And then I will say, again, this is another one where it's like she uses calling on the phone and city.
It's about calling on the phone.
City. It's set in the city again. Like, again, very New York feeling song. Both in like, I don't know if she's the one in New York. Probably not. But like, it feels New York. It could also technically be LA. But like, it feels more New York to me. And I think that's just because I'm associating this era with New York. My favorite line is, I bet it never occurred to you that I can't say hello to you and risk another goodbye.
That's my favorite line too.
Because I'm like,
that's exactly what I have too. And the only one, this is the only song where I only have one line.
Right? Because that line is just so like, again, this is another one where it's like very hindsight.
Yeah.
And like she already knows that it's just not going to end well and that it was a mess and that she shouldn't do it. But the temptation exists.
So I sort of want to end this thing and segue to the next one.
Wait, let Kristin say something first.
I'm just saying that's like, if that's cool. So Kristin, other thoughts?
So I don't have too much for this one either, but I think like it's again another one where she paints a really clear picture. Like she's saying, I bet you're sitting in your chair by the window. I love that she's like also imagining this other side to the story of her almost calling but stopping herself. And he doesn't know that she's almost getting back in touch with him the way that she doesn't know what he's like really doing. And she said the code for this one is wrote this instead of calling. And she said in an interview that she essentially wrote this song instead of like in a way to stop herself from calling that person.
Effective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So good.
Well, what do you have?
So is it any surprise to anybody that I immediately love this song?
No.
That's so funny.
Right? Like because again, further down the line of hindsight, away from the incident, and there are those decisions that you have to make where you're like, I'm not going to reach out anymore. That's just because you don't want to risk another goodbye. So I love the cadence of it. I love the story of it. I've lived in this place, so it's familiar to me and it's comfortable. So that's why I love it. The reason I wanted to segue it into the next thing, because there is a musical foreshadowing of the next song, which is, again, for me, also the same thing where you're like, now that I'm over you,
Yes.
Because she sings, I bet I move on to hate you.
I
either moved on. You think I either moved on or hate you? Because each time you reach out, there's a reply. I bet it never ever occurred to you. The never ever occurred. Yeah, I live in Red.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so it is a direct.
That's why we needed to tie it in.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tie it into the next one, because it almost feels like, even if it's sort of like not necessarily unrelated, there is a musical call. Related. You know what I mean? It's like, because when you finally, it's like, oh my God, is it Harry's indie record? Anyway, so.
I mean, this
because I feel like this is a Jake thing.
Apply it to Jake.
I feel like
Jake would be the one who's like, I listen to indie music.
Exactly.
So sorry, I hate to say it, but like I feel like he's the one who would do that.
Oh no, that one's absolutely Jake.
There you go.
Right, there you go. So for there to be sort of like a sonical call out to even the cadence and the line never ever occurred to you until it goes never ever ever getting back. It's like there's a nice kind
I like
of like
that
segue to
I didn't think of that.
that's her closing that chapter in that closed from a sonical perspective, I feel.
That's smart. I didn't think of
because
that.
again, like Alexa said, it's just like happy and then not and then happy and then not and then now there's a jubilance and a cheekiness.
She goes from this where there's like a hesitation
to suddenly it's like
I'd be like no
the first time.
So clever.
So even if it's not necessarily the same exact continuity and story, there's that weird seed of defiance and this is where we are, so where do we go from here? Call you or we're never getting back together. So it almost feels like a decision point.
Which way?
Yeah. So in which case
we can talk about we are never ever getting back together, which is the lead single off Red, which I think surprised a lot of people because it was definitely different in a way from a lot of the other stuff. But I actually quite enjoy. We are like again, it's not. I don't know that I would say it's like in my top 10 Taylor Swift songs because she has such a huge catalog. But this is one of the songs like the minute I hear it, I'm just like, ooh, immediate. I will literally pay attention.
I feel like
kind of like Doug when he sees girls in you know.
No, for me the reason I'm Doug and This Is My Squirrel is because that's gonna replace Roman Empire for me. I'm Doug and This Is My Squirrel because this is the first time we ever get to hear Taylor sonically be sarcastic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's making fun of yourself, which is who's Taylor Swift anyway? Ew, I love that. But then this is where she gets really, really cheeky.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is closer to her real life personality that she does wear around people, right? Where she's Fallon and she's describing her little LASIK protective gear, and those are high fashion, by the way. Like that's sort of like dry, snarky sort of like humor. So for her to take that entire energy and put it into the resolve of just this is over and we're not gonna.
It's so
this
funny,
is exhausting,
though.
right?
Even her tone is so funny.
I have never not loved this song, and I will forever.
I know. I'm really
in a million years adore this.
Yeah, I have other things to say, but they're all tied to the music video, so I'll let Kristin go first.
Kristin, please, by all means.
So most of like again, this is one where like I just feel like it's such like a fun song to sing and dance to. That most of what I have is like other fact kind of things about it. So this one was her first #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 list. Her previous record was for #2 with You Belong With Me, tied with Today Was a Fairy Tale. And it was also her 46th Hot 100 entry. It spent 9 consecutive weeks at #1, which was the most by a solo female artist in the history of the chart. It was the fastest selling digital song for any female artist at the time. Premiered at number 13 on the country songs chart, which is interesting because this one is not country like at all. And then, okay, so these are the other things that I found to be really fun. So she sang the song, she opened it, the 2013 Grammys, and in it, she said the talking part with a British accent, and then that she's too busy opening the Grammys to get back together. So what people think that was a dig at Harry Styles, despite this song being about Drake.
Yeah.
She said that she wrote the song in 25 minutes after a mutual friend visited the studio and said that he heard from Taylor's ex that they were getting back together. And she was like, no, never. Like, we are never, ever getting back together. And Max and Johan asked her what the story was behind it. And she told them like how horrible it was that they kept breaking up and getting back together. And they were like, we have to write this song. And yeah, she said to USA Today, it's a definitive portrait of how I felt when I finally stopped caring what my ex thought of me. He made me feel like I wasn't as good or as relevant as these hipster bands that he listened to. So I made a song that I knew would absolutely drive him crazy when he heard it on the radio. not only would it hopefully like be played a lot so that he would have to hear it, but it's exactly the opposite kind of music that he was trying to make me feel was that I was inferior to.
Adore that so much.
I love that. And she told The Guardian that Hideaway and Find Your Peace of Mind with some indie record that's much cooler than mine was the most important line of the song. And that she said her ex would listen to obscure bands, and then as soon as other people started liking them, he would immediately drop the bands, and she felt like that was such a strange way to be a music fan.
That is okay. So first of all, I almost went that route from a musical perspective. Like there's that seed of weird gatekeepery, hipsterific, like it's like they're so good nobody knows them. It's like art, like no.
Yeah.
Ironically, that's also the message when I stopped caring what you thought.
Right.
Oh, that's.
And I just felt like that was like very Jake, because also like Harry was a pop artist, so I don't think that he was judging
to a lot of
pop music
too.
Yeah.
Pop music. So it's pretty obvious that part is not about him, sadly.
Right. It's such a weird. I mean, enjoy what you love, and for the reasons that you love it. But to sort of like,
I find that attitude.
But to devalue other people and what they love, in the context of what you love, I feel is where you draw the line.
Set it up so perfectly.
Like, don't like anything that everybody else loves. Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But to sort of like devalue them and their particular
But it sets
thing.
it up so perfectly for her to do this song.
No, but okay.
In this way.
So I do have a favorite line
for her to do this album. That's like, again, like what I was saying at the beginning, like it feels like that line is also like the catalyst for Red being what it is versus being another, Speak Now or Fearless.
Yeah.
Okay, but we have to talk about the music video.
Yes.
Before we do anything.
Also just click the code on this one is when I stopped caring what you thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly what you just said about that interview, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually one of my favorite Taylor Swift music videos. And you know why? Because the whole concept of it is like she's telling a story and they actually filmed it so it looked like a pop-up storybook. And it's one long shot of her like moving through different rooms, like having these different outfits. It's so smart. And like visually,
it's amazing that they were able to pull it off.
Right? Like it's so visually interesting because it's just like it's just angle switches, and then like once you turn back, it suddenly changes. Like I also low-key just love that there's a lot of like random stuff thrown into it, like the band being dressed in the animal onesies.
So
I'm like
the entire band sort of like as like a tongue-in-cheek sort of like troupe of jesters who are in on the joke. Just sort of like cheekily agreeing, yep, it's not gonna happen. Like my favorite line of this entire thing is, you go talk to your friends, talk to my friends, talk to me. Like I love how she just goes to talk to everybody it's not happening.
Yeah.
It's just so and like also, the colors.
Jake in the video, there's the scarf. So that's also like why Jake.
And like, how there's pictures of them arguing in the car?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's us fighting in the car I had that written down too.
I was like, clever. But what I also like about the video is the colors in it. Because it's so bright. And it's so like, it's literally the embodiment of like the opposite of what you would think indie rock sounds like, basically. Because it's got all these like fun aesthetic colors that are more associated with pop music.
Yes.
And I find that hilarious. Like I love that aesthetic in general, but it is hilarious in the context of this song.
I feel like we've been pointing out when there's like Petty Taylor, and I feel like this is Petty Taylor on a whole new level. Like I love that she intentionally wrote this song with the intention of it being a pop hit that Jake would not be able to escape from, that like it would just be so catchy and like it would
written with arguably two of the greatest pop hit makers in the universe.
Yeah.
To ensure its success. And guess what? They're like, we'll put our magic in this thing to make sure it just like floats like a satellite forever.
Yeah.
It does.
And it does.
It's like it is honestly a fan favorite too, because it's just like
even outside the context, I'm like, oh, I can get in on this.
Right?
I can 100%.
Yeah. Right. That's how I feel too.
Just that resolve of it's so cheeky. You go to again, and even the cadence of the singing it's almost condescending. Like, no, not almost.
Yeah.
It's completely. It's like it's like talking to children in like dog's voice. It's just like you talk to them, and then you talk to these people, and then you talk to me. No, like it's lovely how it just
so
lays it out
me.
like that. It's beautiful. The venom is exquisite, and I'm here for it all day, all night.
Speaking of Boppy songs, unless anyone has anything to add, I'm actually a little excited to talk about the next song, and only because I have minimal comments on it, but the comments I have, I'm just like, I'm clearly I'm already gonna say it. I'm delusional, but like,
I have like two like fun fact things about the music video.
Go for it.
Back together. So she said that all of her clothes had like Velcro and snaps, and she had like 3 outfits layered on top of one another to pull off the costume changes. And she said that she like almost had a breakdown at one point while they were filming because it was so hard to do all 5 of those changes in one continuous shot.
Wow.
And then this I thought was so funny. So Taylor's band was told at the very last minute when the costume rack was wheeled in that they would be performing in animal costumes. And they were so mad that it took them a couple of hours to like actually embrace it and get on board.
Oh, sorry guys.
Like, this is what we're doing today.
I just thought that was so funny.
To be fair, I can't imagine how warm they must have been.
Oh, and I thought they were so game for it.
They put on a great
show. They nailed it. Yeah.
Such professionals. Good job, guys.
It's actually the most hilarious thing to watch that video and see the band members.
Yeah, their faces, like they're so funny.
Because I'm just that kind of guy. Like I would like if we decided to we're all in onesies, so I'm like, bet, let's go.
I enjoy that music video so much. I'll be honest. It's like one of my favorites to watch because it brings me great joy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Rolling right into the next song. I only have very few things to say about this one, but again, delusional. So it's Stay, Stay, Stay. Again, another one that she wrote on her own. Not necessarily, again, there's a lot of songs on this album that I really like, but I wouldn't necessarily say they hit like my top 10 or even top 20. Mm-hmm. However, Stay, 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 I'm so amused by like now in the context of the now. Mm-hmm. Because like, obviously it's still about a relationship where she wants the person to stay and she wants this to work out despite the fact that they butt heads a lot. And like, she's just realizing like, it's still worth it because like, you know, you're the one who gets me out of it. You're the one who, you know, is able to be patient enough with me despite all of this, or me, and I'm willing to make that work with you too. But I do find it funny because I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, because there's a reference so clearly to football in it, I can't unsee it. It's like, this was like 2014 and we're now in 2024 and all I can think is like, Travis Kelce, is that you? Yeah. Is this gonna be you? I'm like, is this gonna be you in the morning? But like, my favorite line in this one is you took the time to memorize me. My fears, my hopes, and dreams. I just like hanging out with you all the time. And I can't unsee the Travis Kelce coding in it anymore. Yeah. It's so hard for me to not think Travis Kelce in this song.
She's
like
high from smoking his jokes all night.
Right? Oh, I'm just like, it's been occurring to me. I'd like to hang out with you for my whole life. Hello?
That's my favorite line.
I'm like,
I love that. And I also love the, but now you hold my groceries and I'm always laughing. That reminds me of Andrew.
I love that too. Even more wholesome.
Right? Like from the moment I met him, anytime that even like if we went to a bookstore, like anything, anytime that I buy something, he would always hold it for me. And he obviously makes me laugh a lot.
145, we love Andrew. Yeah. Alexa and I do love Andrew a lot, by the way.
I like how we're publicly saying this multiple times on the internet.
I don't care. I love
Andrew. I don't either. But it's true though. And you know what it is too? That makes me think about this song also in the context of like, there's clearly a friendship there. Aside from like the romantic feelings, there's clearly a friendship there. Because like, it's not just about the physical attraction. It's not just about that in love feeling. There's clearly like, we're friends because we hang out.
Yeah. And
we like spending time together. And despite the fact that we don't always agree, like at some point you just make me laugh and we figure our shit out. And it's, you know, it's very wholesome.
It's beautiful.
I feel like this song could be like a distant cousin of mine because like she's expecting him to leave, but then he stays.
Yeah.
I always thought this was a sibling to what was that? I like the gap between your teeth.
Ours?
Ours.
Yeah.
Well, they're all related. I also think mine and ours are related.
Then there you go. They're all same clan, I guess.
I do find it. I also find like okay, back to the football helmet there. I find that lyric so funny though. She's like, because it's like, then I said we should talk about it because I read you should never leave a fight unresolved. And then the guy just comes in, he's like, and that's when you came in wearing a football helmet and said, okay. And I'm like, it's so, I don't know. It's like, there's something very wholesome about that. I don't like, you know what I mean? I like, he's like, all right, we're going to fight. Let's do it. Pat yourself with the football gear.
In my head, she's the red flag. Because in
this one, yeah.
But then in my head, I'm also just like, well, dude, if that's your thing and you're fine and you see through all of it, bless you. Go for it. May this union, like, blossom into whatever it should be. But
it's just wholesome. I think the song is so.
I see like him coming in the football helmet as like, okay, we had a little fight, but it's so silly in the context of this long relationship that we're going to have. Like,
so it's almost kind of like a dig at
it breaks the tension, basically.
Yeah, like it's less a reaction to protect oneself as it is a dig on the person who's like, oh, you want to talk now?
Yeah.
You're gonna continue to be dumb, or what are we
really doing this?
So it's almost kind of like a light scolding.
Yeah.
A joke.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. In which case I would classify the song as this is a full story. Like it's hard to insert, like it's so hyper specific.
It's so cute though. I just find
I really like too how the line that I mentioned, the now I'm always laughing and I love you because you've given me no choice but to, just leads so perfectly into the chorus of stay, stay, stay. It's just like seamless.
Both sentences are nice. I like them when they're in songs.
I also like
no, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say there's also like the frequency of how many times she says stay is increasing. Like first she says it 3 times, then she says it 5 times, then she says it 9 times.
Yeah.
And just the laugh at the end of the song is fun too. Like how she says like, oh, this is so fun.
Yeah, I also like that the first time she says the stay, like that line is when she's telling him, it's almost like she's asking him stay, right?
Yeah.
And then the second part is acknowledging that she's gonna stay, right? Because like I have no choice but to stay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is very wholesome, and the sentiment of it is very cute.
Yeah.
Our mother-in-law loves the song, one of his faves. So
really,
yeah,
I don't know. I thought Mel liked it.
No, Steven likes it. It's very wholesome.
Yeah, because Steven's the dude in the baseball in the football.
He's the dude in the football helmet. Honestly, and it's funny because I was telling my guy, like I had a emotional blip because I was listening to it, and then I'm like, oh my god! I was like, wait, just 1 second.
And his favorite album is 1989, and honestly, yes, that's how you get the girl.
Yeah,
that's how.
Because that's his other favorite, which I find so funny. But this is interesting too because it's not quite sonically as much a whiplash as the transitions for some of the other songs. Because like you go from We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together into still like poppy and fun, and this one it also has that energy. And then if we have nothing else left to say, we go back to tonally shifting into the downs.
The only 2 things I have are that she said that the song was based on what she's seen of real relationships, and the code for it is daydreaming about real love.
You know, when you said that, what immediately flashed into my mind as an example of a real life relationship that she has, which was not around the time of this album, mind you. This is like much later. Freaking Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
I don't know why. This is the dynamic I see in their relationship.
Absolutely.
Does it not fit?
Blake's wearing the football helmet.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not even Ryan wearing the football helmet, dude. But like I feel like it's funny because like I know she wasn't friends with them yet at this time, but like it actually does sound like something that would be them.
It does. It feels like this is Taylor Swift's vision board, and then she manifested Blake and Ryan just a little bit later.
Like, well, here's my real life example.
Yeah.
Healthy relationship. Healthy.
Yeah, I love that. So yeah, because every album Taylor Swift will tell a short story, a short YA romance story.
Yeah.
This is the Blake Ryan code.
This is the one that it's not about me, but this is nice. So I'll just slip it in there.
And then it turns out she finds people in real life who are like,
I mean,
she's like, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay. But again, we're going to do another tonal shift because we're going to go back to the lows. And that is with Last Time, which is a collaboration where she features Gary Lightbody from Snow Patrol.
Yep.
The song is so haunting.
Yeah.
Love it.
And I love that it's a conversation.
Yep.
Like the way it's written is an entire conversation with, repetitive turns of phrase, right? And used in different ways or with different tones. Yeah, honestly. I think I said this in other live shows, but I'm like, how I'm sometimes like, this is a fanfic song. This is a fanfic song.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, it's about a long-term relationship or a long-standing one anyway, that is slowly falling apart. And like they've tried multiple times, and every single time you're telling yourself like, this is the last chance. This is the last time. And it's like, for me, that's so haunting because it's like a cycle. And you haven't quite broken out of it yet, at least at the beginning part of the song. So you're just, it's the same emotions, it's the same cycle.
Yep.
You still can't help it. You're still in it and you can't really get out. So it's very haunting. And obviously that works very well if you like to read or write angsty fan fiction. Hence why I'm like, it's a fan fiction fodder song for me. Like, if I could shove a bunch of Taylor Swift songs into that folder, there are quite a few. But this one in particular is one of them because I think it also already tells the story because it's a conversation.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're getting both,
beginning, middle, end.
You're getting both people's perspective in it.
Yep.
Which is really sad if you think about it.
Really sad.
Yeah, you guys go because I'm just like, I will just say the bridge is probably my favorite part of that song.
Kristin.
I feel so this one again is obviously Jake Gyllenhaal. The code on it is LA on your break, and Jake was in LA to promote Love and Other Drugs when he missed Taylor's 21st birthday, and that was obviously like a last straw, and this song feels like a last straw kind of song. Like saying that he needs to prioritize her. It feels like she's, forgiven and tried to forget the past so they can start again numerous times, but he just keeps breaking her heart over and over, and it's getting hard to believe the apologies when he always chooses to leave. And then the lyric, "This is the last time you tell me I've got it wrong," is similar to the lyric in We're Never Getting Back Together when she says, "I'm really going to miss you picking fights and me falling for it, screaming that I'm right."
Yep.
Good tie-in.
Lovely tie-in.
And then All Roads, They Lead Me Here, again with like the traveling theme, like lost traveling. Yeah, like in All Too Well,
especially
but like a bad version.
Especially before that line too, because she's like, "I'm not sure how I got here."
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
that full thing again, where she's like, I made it here. I traveled all the way here. I'm just like, why am I still here? Or how did I get here?
And then this is like her first true duet. Because she did that song, she did Breathe with Kobe Calais, but it wasn't like a true duet.
It was sort of like,
it's the call and response one, which is
And let's see, what else do I have? Just, I guess, favorite lyric, or lyrics, plural. The first one is, "You open your eyes into mine and everything feels better. This is the last time I'm asking why you break my heart in the blink of an eye. And this is the last time I let you in my door." Like there's a lot with doors too in her lyrics.
Which is a theme for her.
Yeah, it's a theme.
She's done a lot of door songs. My favorite lyric is actually like, "You wear your best apology, but I was there to watch you leave." It's like she recognizes like you're putting on your best front with me, but I've seen you do it too many times now. And I do think it's interesting that the beginning, actually, the whole part with the "All Roads They Lead Me Here," it's made to sound like it's from the guy's perspective, and that he's still drawn to her because that's how it starts. It starts with the guy because she's the one who says later "You wear your best apology, but I was there to watch you leave." So it's just, again, very interesting, like call and response. It's iconic just for the way it is.
And it's the same like with what was it? Oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. But there was another song, where they keep going back and forth, and it feels very much like that too.
Evermore? No, Evermore.
Exile.
Exile.
Yeah.
No?
It's the same thing where it's kind of like there's like a little bit of
I feel like Exile is a more sort of like polished poetic version of this exchange, because Exile is by itself just already like like nobody uses Exile in like real life, but as opposed to this where it's very conversational. But it's the same. But Kristin, to your point, it's the same sort of like energy in that they're just going back and forth. And
it's interesting because it also calls back to a few things, right? She's like, "It's the last time I'm asking you why." Kind of calls back to when she sings "Tell Me Why." Same thing, where it's like, "Give me an answer. What's the answer? Like, why are you like this? Why did this happen to us?"
Yeah.
And then the other line Kristin mentioned is like, "You break my heart in the blink of an eye." Kind of reminds you of Perfectly Good Heart, also, where it's like, I'm giving it to you. Like, why do you keep doing it?
I feel like this song, because I really only love the chorus of it, like, and just the harmony to it. For me, that's a perfect sort of package. But the two deterrents for me to even listen to this whole song is everything else around it. Because for me, it's just like, oh my god, this is so painful, and it's too close to the incident. Like that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, actually,
this is literally, or this is the incident. You know, what I mean? This is literally, because the answer is obviously that's it. Like there's nowhere else to go. So that's again, but just because it's a deterrent doesn't necessarily mean I don't like it. I do like the song, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, I'm not listening. Not listening.
Yeah,
it's too close to home. It's too close to the impact zone. And is arguably ground zero. So
that's true.
But other than that,
and it's really the end.
Yeah,
like you can already tell, because there's a sort of resigned feeling that comes across by the last time when she just keeps repeating it.
Yeah,
you can kind of tell it's like you're kind of coming to the point where like that's it. That's all I've got. I can't give you anymore.
It's in the line. This is the last.
Yeah.
Time, so.
This one has like a live performance music video. So again, nothing too stand out, but they did perform it at one point during the Red Tour.
Okay.
Live, which was good for them. I don't know that I have anything else about it specifically to talk about. Do you have anything else?
Like in the video, I like that the way that they're singing it is that they're back to back, so like they're not seeing eye to eye, both literally and metaphorically, and then like it ends with them like looking at each other in the hug, and so good.
Love
beautiful.
It.
Yeah,
love it.
I love this song.
I do really. Speaking of songs I love.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, listen, I've said this many times, but like this next song is literally one of my like all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs.
I can see why.
Love the song, and it's both because like I just appreciate it in general because I like the sound of it. It's almost got the same energy as State of Grace for me.
It does.
The vibe and the tone and like everything. And I love the lyrics in this one. So I'm just like, yes, this song is the embodiment of all the things that tick my boxes specifically. And again, it's another one where there's a sense of nostalgia in it. Because like it is recalling things in her past. And the way it's framed is like, it's a good thing. There's still something pure about it. And as someone who is a very optimistic person, that obviously appeals to that part of my personality. This one is actually one of the few on this album that is supposedly about Joe Jonas.
Yeah.
And it's specifically tied to when he went to see her Speak Now show in San Diego.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is the moment that everyone speculated they finally made up. And that's why they were friendly afterwards.
Joe Jonas.
When you came to the show in SD.
That's the code, when you came to the show in SD.
What even?
And then,
all right.
And then there's the whole thing where it's like the dancing. the lyrics. I don't know if you have that in your notes too, Kristin, where there's like a parallel between Holy Ground and Last Kiss.
Right.
Because like I'm not much for dancing, but for you I did. That's Last Kiss, right? And then there's like I don't want to dance if I'm not dancing with you in Holy Ground. So like everyone's
I've heard like people say like the like trifecta of Joe Jonas songs are that you have to listen to in order are Forever and Always, Last Kiss, Holy Ground.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that basically is a good summary of how their relationship was. There are other songs, obviously, but those are the three where it's like
with an epilogue of
Mr. Perfectly Fine.
No, Mr. Perfectly Fine. You can insert somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, it's got to be now, given what happened. Sorry.
No, I mean, like, no, the epilogue is gonna be mentioned in like, what was that song where and now I buy their baby's presents?
Invisible String.
Invisible String. Invisible String is
Mhm.
sort of like, it's a weird epilogue because it's a different story, but it sort of alludes to what happened, sort of like.
Like,
Mhm.
and honestly, this is another one where I'm like, it's so hard to pick favorite lyrics because I love so many lines in this song. Again,
you
a
love
very
it
New
so
York
much.
song because duh,
Very New York.
specifically mentioned New York time, so I'm like
Yeah.
not too surprised about that. But like, I mean, the lines I like are like, when you fit my poems like a perfect rhyme. That's one.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we had this big wide city all to ourselves. We blocked the noise with the sound of I need you. And for the first time I had something to lose. And then again, she does a story reference, which I like. She's like, and I guess we fell apart in the usual way, and the stories got dust on every page. But sometimes I wonder how you think about it now, and I see your face in every crowd. I'm like, girl, just,
Those are the ones I've written down too.
I'm just like, I love the concept of like where we stood was holy ground.
Me too.
Again, it's something. It makes it sound so pure. Like in that one moment, it was a good thing. It was a great thing. It was a beautiful thing, even something transcendent in a way. And like I love the allusion to that so much because now it's like you've gotten your closure, right?
Yeah.
You can look back at it and you can see the parts that were good, and you can honor that in your own way, right? Which I really like. Can you tell I really love Holy Ground?
It's so good.
Like it's
I like to it starts took off faster than a green light go with the driving car travel imagery.
So many car allusions this time.
And I love how like quick paced and frantic the song is because it feels like it's the same pace as the relationship.
Yeah.
Also true. And I love that this is a solo one.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing that came to my mind was like, because this is kind of retrospective and looking at it in a good light, it made me think of that like super cheesy quote, "Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened." That was like immediately.
That's actually an accurate way.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think if any of the other, you know, like the relationships she alluded to, if any of them had the same sort of like structure where there was like you were really heartbroken and then you were still heartbroken and then eventually you get some closure. So I'm trying to think if any of the others got that.
Probably just maybe not in song form.
Yeah, I mean they got it outside of it, but I think he might be the only one that actually got an ending.
I feel like it's just because of the passage of time.
Yeah,
like, it's just like I don't think she's had a chance to like. Harry's is probably arguably the ones because his bit ended with style. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To be fair, he also got a good trifecta. Actually, he has more than a trifecta, but we'll get to that eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else about Holy Ground?
I skipped these next 3 songs, so.
I'm starting
like
Holy Ground.
Also, like the wanting, like I don't want to dance unless I'm dancing with you, feels like metaphorical maturity in the sense that like she wants them to both, you know, move on from it.
Yeah.
Like both dancing about it being a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like they can find their happiness already, even if they're not together anymore.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Which is a nice way of thinking about it. I really love that song.
Yeah.
No, I'm petty and vindictive. I have to be the pretty one after the breakup. So.
Well, again, we're going to go back to another tonal shift because from Holy Ground, we go right into sad, beautiful tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for me, honestly, I'll say, like, the first time I heard it on the album, I was like, this kind of threw me for a loop. It was one of the ones where I, like, suddenly got kicked out.
Well, the whiplash is real, right, with this album, so...
Yeah, and, like, I actually don't have that much to say about it, I'll be honest. I only have one line that, like, I truly love in that song, and it's the "In dreams I meet you in warm conversation. We both wake in lonely beds in different cities."
Oh,
just because the imagery of that too. Again, it's like it's paralleling I Almost Do in a way where like they're in different places.
Yeah,
and she's having this experience of it. I'm like, I mean, it in terms of like the whole album makes sense, right? Because we are talking about all the high highs and the low lows, and obviously this is a low point again.
Yeah,
because you're sad about the loss of this relationship.
Yep.
At the same time, I'm like, this was the first time where it was like, it was super whiplashy for me that I'm like, wait, I'm out of this album. What happened?
Yeah.
They lost me like for a little bit, which is not to say I don't listen to it because I do. It's just like, now I know it's coming. So I'm like, I'm prepared.
Yeah.
Kristin, thoughts?
This is one where I also like, it's, you know, it's very sad. It's very slow. So it's not one that I like look forward to listening to. It does have more travel imagery with silence. The train runs off its tracks. I think it has some parallels to I Almost Do, where it says like wake up in lonely beds, different cities versus the chair by the window looking out at the city. And the quote that you just mentioned, in my dreams, you're touching my face versus in my dreams, I meet you in warm conversation. The couple of lyrics that I really like are long handwritten note deep in your pocket, how little they mean, words, how little they mean when you're a little too late. And time is taking its sweet time erasing you. And also, I just think this one's funny. And you've got your demons, and darling, they all look like me. I like that.
Hyper specific. No, yeah.
And then just I have like, she wrote this song on a ukulele on her tour bus after a show while reflecting on a relationship that had ended a few months prior. She said the feeling wasn't sadness or anger anymore. It was wistful loss. And she said it's the story in a cloudy recollection of what went wrong. Likely again about Jake Gyllenhaal. And the code is while you were on a train. And that's also partially why I think it's like about him, because he lived in Brooklyn or New York. So he's probably traveling by train while she's like on a bus.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, and I love that she talks about it as like a wistful, cloudy recollection in that sense, because it feels that thin to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So it feels like a too thin allusion to a too real thing.
It feels like All Too Well,
it feels like it feels
like
posted
back to that place because you know how painful it is. So you can only like peripherally acknowledge it.
No, agreed. And so it feels like a blurb to like a book rather than the book itself. So it, and it didn't help that sonically it wasn't my thing either. So I thought, okay, well,
I like the contrast of beautiful magic love affair and sad,
beautiful,
tragic.
Yeah,
sad, beautiful, tragic. Because it can be things, and that's what she's essentially trying to say.
I just feel like that's too many words that are too huge that need more exposition than it sort of had.
That's true.
So, because here's the thing about Taylor. I've studied sort of like her musical sort of like writing process a lot because I adore her, and there's just something about her being able to use big words sparingly, like Achilles heel, and everything else is
and
conversational.
Repetition,
yeah,
I think.
This is just like so many big words, and then very little. And even more sort of like flowery illusion-y things. So it sort of lost me in that sense. Like somebody else could have written it, but it's still a good. I mean, it's still a decent song. It's just I don't.
Fever haze almost also.
Which
ties
right? into like even
it's
her
kind
own
of the same
description
thing,
of
like
it.
your dreamy, foggy recollection of. Because I mean, who of us does not look at life that way? Let's be real. Like I think there are certain things in our life where the trauma maybe allows us to have that sort of clouded vision of it, where you don't want to touch it any more than you have to. You've encased it in that as protection for you.
Yeah.
And even if you're working through it, it's actively still in existence. This thing that's keeping you emotionally stable, whatever the case may be. It's a good song. I'll say that. It's just like not one that I would like actively go out of my way to find and listen to, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's still a good song. Anything else before we move to the next one?
No.
Okay. It's funny that Macky says that because like these two songs were the two songs that I actually don't listen to as much on this album. So the next one is the Lucky One.
I like this one a lot.
It's funny because I said that to my, I'm like, I have a feeling Kristin likes this song. And I was not wrong. Okay.
It's a good short story.
In that case, since I'm sure you probably have more information than I do on it and have more to say about it than I do, I will just say that one of the things that I find the most interesting is the first time I ever heard the song, the first thing that came to my head was like, kind of sounds like another way to tell the story of someone who's having the same experience as the girl in Britney Spears' Lucky.
That's exactly what I thought too.
Right? Okay. Because when I first heard it, I was like, huh. And I wasn't even mad about it because I'm like, it's a different take on that too.
Yeah.
So I just find that so funny because it immediately made me think of that. I was like, yeah, that and it doesn't help. Obviously, Britney Spears' song is Lucky, and hers is The Lucky One. Right. I'm like very close and very close.
Yeah.
And the only other things I know about it is the rumor about who it's about because it's supposedly inspired by Joni Mitchell.
Yes.
And Kim Wilde. And the main melody is apparently supposedly sampled from one of Kim Wilde's songs, but I don't know how true that is.
I didn't know that. I thought I only knew the Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, I only saw that one when I was doing a little more research into it. And then the part that I like best is obviously towards the end of the character's story, where she's like, and they still tell the legend of how you disappeared, how you took your money and your dignity and you got the hell out. And I like my favorite line of that part is they say you bought a bunch of land somewhere, chose the Rose Garden over Madison Square.
That's my favorite line too.
So smart.
To be fair, such good lyrics.
Right. I'm just like, she really knows what she's doing. But anyway, I feel like Kristin will have more to say about this one than either of us.
Yeah, because
and that's another New York reference too, which is nice.
Oh yes, yeah. Very clearly a New York song.
Anything else, Macky?
No, I don't think Macky has much to say. It's okay. He'll be heard in the next song. I'm almost 100%.
I mean, let's just
All right. I really enjoy this one. I think it's the first in a line of songs where Taylor relates to the experience of an iconic female from recent history, and like relates it to herself. Like obviously later we get The Last Great American Dynasty and Clara Bow. We said, speculated to be about Joni Mitchell, who retired. She sings about a made-up name. Joni Mitchell's real name is Roberta Joan Anderson. She says, looking like a 60s queen. Joni's first album was released in 1968. And at the time that Red was released, Taylor was cited to play Joni Mitchell in her biopic. So obviously she would be doing a lot of research into her and see her story and relate to it. And also Taylor was like very vocally a big fan of Joni's during the Red era. But I like that it talks about the dark side of fame and how like everyone tells you that you're the lucky one. And there's this idea of you that's not the real you. And you end up feeling like you're not actually lucky since you're alone in your feelings and your secrets end up in the news and you can feel kind of used. I also think like it's wild that at 22, she was already feeling like someone newer and younger would come along to take her place, which again is explored more in like Clara Bow.
I was gonna say this is like making it even clearer that these two albums, Red and TTPD, are like
and I feel like she probably was having feelings that were closer to Clara Bow, but like at this point in her career, like it wasn't the time for her to really like express those publicly. Like she's with her again in where she is now, I think. And then let's see other facts. It was produced by Jeff Basker, and he is quoted saying this track falls into a little bit more of a Springsteen, Joni Mitchell vein. And it was written in Australia, and the code is "Wouldn't you like to know?"
Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have to preface this by saying these next three songs, every single one of them is a song I love. Like, and I like when I say love, I mean like obsessed. Especially the next one, and that's pretty. I think it's pretty obvious to anyone who's been watching our live shows because I'm a huge Ed Sheeran fan.
Oh God,
huge Ed Sheeran, huge, separate out of the context of his relationship with Taylor Swift.
Oh no, yeah,
huge Ed Sheeran fan.
This is the house of Sheeran, Swift, and
so literally, this was like the era when I also had started listening to his music, and I'm like, and the fact of the matter is, like, just knowing that they had become friends was already a big deal. But then to see that he was on this album, I was like, excuse me, two people I deeply love on this album, and like. Obviously, I had very high hopes for this song, right? Because I'm like, I didn't even hear it yet, and I was like, I need it to be a good song, and luckily,
I would say that my relationship Alexa, in terms of just like what are the core things that run through them. Obviously Taylor Swift, but Ed Sheeran is actually also one of the core things that sort of just like is part of the DNA of what our combined relationship, beyond marriage, beyond friendship, just as human beings. That's how deep sort of like these lyrics and these artists go. So to have the both of them come together, sort of like being immediate friends 5 minutes into songwriting. And I think at this point in time, Ed had tried to collaborate with a bunch of people.
This was actually the early days too, because he hadn't done too many
things. And I think this was the time when he was sort of like trucking around America. I think this was roughly the time when he was writing. What is it?
He had just released Lego House, and he was working on Multiply.
And we know this because Multiply just celebrated its 10th year anniversary, and he did a show here in Brooklyn, and just sort of like telling the story of how.
And it is actually true that their paths crossed the last because he
was living in the U.S.
So he also lived here.
So for him to sort of like hop on, I don't know what a later train to go to wherever Taylor's house was, and I think they might have written this and a bunch of other songs on a trampoline somewhere.
Yes, in her house.
Because who doesn't like?
It's so wholesome just to think about.
Yeah, like I aspire to having a house with a trampoline and writing songs on it. Like that's just the level. And so and then this song ends up spewing out the arguably my second favorite music video of all time.
I was going to say
Taylor Swift.
We will get to that in a minute.
But I will say one last thing though. The same year that Taylor announced her Eras tour is also the same year that Jake Gyllenhaal is also the same year that Ed Sheeran did his commemorative
his
mathematics tour, which is all of his eras too. It was just multiply, divide, and whatever. So you see all of these mathematical symbols, right? And we have like photos from the same year, and we're like, oh, this is Ed's eras tour too. That's cute. And so
I know I really love it because I'm like, their creative collaboration. I love their friendship already. Like when they're in interviews together, I also find it hilarious because their dynamic is literally like friends who've known each other for a long time, right?
Agreed.
Because they have at this point. But I also love their creative collaborations because they've had a few since everything has changed. Like they've had a couple since then, and I just genuinely love seeing that. The only other thing I'll say about the song before I say the lyrics is obviously never gonna forget her singing this with him live at his tour stop.
I can't.
Like
this one.
That.
Literally, I just remember me and Mel were just like, "It's not gonna happen, is it? It's not gonna happen."
So these two schmucks, they're at Ed Sheeran's concert, right? And they're
for Lego House too. It was like the old album.
It was the old album. It was great. God. And then out of nowhere, Mr. Sheeran brings out.
He's like, "I'm gonna bring my. I have a friend who's gonna come out." We're just like, "Friend." Literally, this is like peak. Like we didn't have the best cameras. We didn't like literally peak that era.
Like, I swear to God, me seeing Ed and Taylor on the same stage, I can probably only compare it to seeing Kristin Chenoweth sing For Good live for the first time ever in my life. Like, that'll be, like, I feel like it'll be that level of, like, I think my heart stopped. Somebody please pick it up somewhere because it is just, I can't with these two. We love them so much. So just see them together. He's like touring. Anyway,
yes, my Delulu self, mind you, he was touring in the US during the Eras tour too. And there were a couple of times where their tour stops were near enough to each other that I was like, fly on over, just go. I was like, it literally would have broken it though, so probably not a great idea. I also just the song itself obviously is a nice little short story as well, because it's about the first moment two people meet and they're like, we want to get to know each other better and we want to see where this will go. And that's really sweet, all things considered. Considering all of the other things that have occurred at this point in the album, right? Like we have been through the high highs, low lows. It's just sweet because we're now at this point we're like, oh, here's a new beginning. Here's something where we can start again and start over. My favorite line, well, actually there's a lot of favorite lines. My note was like, can I just say the entire song?
Yeah.
But I'll only mention 3. Okay. Because I like the part where he says, where it goes, all I know is he said hello and your eyes look like coming home.
I have that too.
And then all my walls stood tall, painted blue, but I'll take him down and open up the door for you.
I have that too in the same order so far.
And then I'll skip the others because I had a bunch, but the last one I want to say is, all I know is you said hello, so dust off your highest hopes. All I know is pouring rain and everything has changed. All I know is a newfound grace. All my days I'll know your face. All I know since yesterday is everything has changed. And okay, in a romantic context, I love it. But the fact is, honestly, that line where he's like, all my days I'll know your face, and they're still friends now, just gets me.
Yeah.
I'm just like, they've seen each other. No, because they've seen each other through so much bad stuff at this point.
They've grown up.
They both
They
had
have grown
such
up.
shitty
They have
things happen to them.
survived so
And they're
much.
still friends.
I can't.
I'm like, I can't. Like, I'm very emotional about their friendship.
I am 100%.
I have a lot of feelings.
Like, I almost feel like I said, the most important relationship she ever had in this entire era is Ed Sheeran.
Actually,
I will stand, and I will stand by that, because from a creative standpoint, like, she's always had Selena for like ages now, but this was, I feel like, the dawn of Taylor and Ed.
Yeah, it was the beginning of theirs.
And doesn't that sound like a middle grade book?
Yeah,
like just like
it's like they're gonna get into shenanigans together,
right? It's like I feel like a Western, even Taylor and Ed, just like little kids on like horses.
And like, let's not forget the throwbacks to Pouring Rain, which is like definitely a theme of other songs. And then Grace is mentioned in Newfound Grace is mentioned in this one too, which is another, like, it ties back so well. And I'm just like, the fact is, even just the line, everything has changed.
Yeah.
It's a monument. Anyway, let's let Kristin talk before we talk about the video, because there's a lot of thoughts to come about that one.
Before I even say anything on the song, like, the way that, like, how passionate you guys feel about Ed Sheeran makes me like want to delve into his music too.
Girl.
And one of my favorite things, honestly, about this project is that I feel like I really lost touch with music for like years. Like, I loved music so much, and I would listen to it constantly when I was driving. But then as soon as I moved to the city, I was never driving anymore. And I just got kind of into the habit of listening to audiobooks or listening to podcasts. And like, I never listened to music, like, intentionally, for years and years. And like, music has had such an impact, I feel like, on my life. Like, this whole Taylor Swift project, like, the way that her songs speak to me, and like, just the amount of joy that I feel from listening to them has made me want to like look into more. And like, now I'm feeling like Ed Sheeran might be next. So I'm like really grateful that we decided to do this.
So notice us chomping at the bit, because we have so much music to send you.
Okay, I've said this before, like, in my teen days, right? We'll both agree it was like the boy band era for me. Like, that's huge.
Yeah.
However, in my adulthood, there's literally a triumvirate of artists.
Yes.
There's only three that I like obsessively listen to.
Same.
Taylor Swift is the top of this triangle, and then Ed Sheeran and James Bay are the bottom two rungs of this triangle.
True. Yeah.
I knew James Bay was going to be the other one,
because I'm like, I cannot explain it to you, Kristin. It's literally like, for me, they're the three. They're like my triangle.
James Bay has scored my, like, just unknowingly scored my future sci-fi like series, whatever series, just because of the way he writes stuff. I cannot even. So you know what? Yeah, we'll take this offline. But
this will be a discussion for later.
Because,
but I am happy to hear about the Ed Sheeran part, though, because I do think he has a lot of music that's like.
Yeah, because there's that core triumvirate, and then there are these satellites like Maggie Rogers and Gabrielle Aplin and all of these like things,
Grace
and
Abrams.
Brooke Fraser, and you know, so we of singer-songwriters who are able to make you feel the same way Taylor songs make you feel.
Yeah, Ed is actually the one who's come closest to that. Like, James is a different story, but like Ed.
Yeah, so we can curate a playlist for you to start.
This makes me so happy, actually.
But let's.
Okay, I'm excited about this. But okay, I'll talk about the song.
Yeah, let's go back to the song.
Okay, so she says, taking flight, making me feel right, again with the travel metaphor, but this time talking about butterflies. But it also can be thought of in the sense of a plane taking off on an exciting adventure.
Yeah.
This is, you said it, but this is the only reference to rain on the album, I believe, in this lyric. And then again, Newfound Grace, harkening back to State of Grace. And this album is really like, it's just such an up and down of relationships, and starting and ending and beginning. And like, this is obviously a beginning one. A line that I had written down that you didn't say that I really like is, and all I feel in my stomach is butterflies, the beautiful kind, looking up for a last time. Yeah.
Thank you.
And let's see. Okay, so she said, again, like they wrote it on the trampoline, but Taylor said, for portions of the song, we were bouncing around because it's a trampoline and it's fun, and the combined maturity level of both of us is 8 years old. which I just thought was really cute.
If you've ever, I don't know if you got to watch any interviews that they've done, or like even just casual, like people asking them. That is literally, they're like two children who are like, we're having a fun time.
So there's the modern idiots you fall in love with, and there's the modern idiots that are your best friend forever.
That's literally their energy.
This is their energy.
They're literally very chaotic when they're together. And yeah, honestly, there's like so much.
I need to look some of these up.
Yeah, you have to. Like, there's so many things I want to say because like there's in this era, starting from Red up until around Rep, there's so many edgier things I could say. So many. Anyway, we will get to that at some point. But anyway, back to the song.
Ed also said that they're very alike musically, so writing together was really easy. So apparently Taylor and Ed got into like an argument over one chord. Like Ed said that she kind of came to him like with the full song, but there was one chord that he didn't like agree with, which also is like crazy that he's telling Taylor Swift that she's wrong about this chord, and she like jokingly turned around and pointed to her shelf of Grammys.
Oh yeah, I know this story.
I thought that was so funny. Just really fun. Yeah,
I actually don't. I think so. Yeah,
and
they
then
got someone in the production of it too.
And then last thing is that this song is likely about Connor Kennedy.
Yes, that's what
because Taylor bought a home in Hyannisport to be near him, and the code is Hyannisport, although it is spelled wrong, and it seems to be spelled wrong on purpose because it's not fixed in future albums. So it could also be a reference to Diana Agron and them being close friends. But she also says green eyes and freckles, and we know Jake has blue eyes, but Connor has green eyes. So that is
I feel like you're ready to now talk about this music video, which is, I know, one of your all-time favorite Taylor Swift music videos.
So listen, I'm an 80s kid, and 80s kids, some of us, believe that you fall in love with your best friend.
Yeah.
Japanese manga and anime have the whole subgenre of Osanana Jimmy, where like you fall in love with your childhood best friend. And that's 90s kids, on the other hand, would, and I know this because a very close friend of ours is a 90s kid, and I'm sort of like her older brother figure, and her definite, and I feel like my theory is that 90s kids, you do not fall in love with your best friend. There's no way. Like, the very thought of it is sickening. Like, you will have a best friend, but it is just not. So I feel like this song sort of like bridges that gap, because you could interpret it like any way. Like, you could, it's your best friend you found, and then there's the Taylor and Ed meta thing where they created something really beautiful, and it's just this lovely, wonderful, like it's home. It's right
it's
where
wholesome again.
Like maybe there were butterflies for like 8 seconds, but it clearly immediately went away and died. Horrible death. Because that's what 90s kids like. If it's a thing, it's like, so the 80s kid in me that was raised on all of this soulmate crap was yelling, screaming, just dying because there's this line that says, come back and tell me why I'm feeling like I've missed you all this time. That's the whole soulmates, fated stars kind of thing that they force fed us from that era. So it's funny that I ended up with a 90s kid. But goes to show you. So to have tiny little 8-year-olds reprise like the Taylor and Ed relationship and give me exactly everything that I wish my childhood was, and I'm just like, oh, you're both weird together. What's happening? It's so
wholesome. Like when they play the princess and the thing.
Oh my god!
And then they do the dance.
It's just like
it is very funny when it is, though, and then you see them be the parents in it.
I mean, it's just
it's so disconcerting because I'm like,
that is because it's children. It's innocent, right? There's no real there's no real, anything to it other than these two weirdos have found their place in the sun. And so it's a lot of parenting your inner child. And so for Taylor and Ed to sort of almost custom tailor an idyllic relationship. So, and that's pretty much it. Like, we don't go past the stage where you do fall in love with your best. Like, usually smash cut to like the future, like 15 years from now, where you do end up together. Right? which is exactly what 13 Going on 30 did for me and my mother. So on that note, it's so good, and it just captures that like sort of like innocence of this is a beautiful bond that's gonna last forever.
And so far it has.
Whether it turns into love or doesn't, it's gonna last.
It's so wholesome.
And it's beautiful, and everything.
I love like all of the like little activities like they're doing, like decorating cookies, and like it's all just so sweet. And when he's like playing the guitar to her, so sweet.
Like we're all getting emotional again.
Listen, I didn't have friends growing up, and that was the kind of friend. Because I looked at because I went to an all-boys school, and I looked at all of the boys, and even and go figure that the closest-ish friends, but not really best friends. I always hung out with the queer kids because that was like the closest, like and look at me. So, and that was it. But there was no real like this is my best friend, and so I looked at all of the boys, and I'm like, yeah, none of this. It's got to be a girl. There's no way. I've tried every iteration of all of this. None of it worked. And so to see that like on screen, and I'm like, oh my god, that's the thing. Oh, it's so beautiful.
And he's reading her the Notebook. That is so cute too.
It is literally the most wholesome music video, and I love it so much. Not just because it's Ed Taylor, obviously, but like the entire feeling of it captures the feeling of the song so well.
Yeah, it's so good.
But fun fact, did you know that the video has a continuation?
No.
What?
Okay. Fun fact. Ed Sheeran, after the re-release of Red Taylor's
Is this the Queen and the Joker?
Yeah. So he has a song called Joker and the Queen, and the music video is a continuation that stars the same two kids from Everything Has Changed, and now they're going off to college.
Oh, I didn't realize. So I knew that the same two kids were in that video, but I did not realize
it's supposed to be a continuation of the storyline where they still have some
sort of watch when we finish this show.
That's the only thing I'm going to do. Really.
And I'm like, it was funny because leading up to the release of that collaboration, it actually had started where Ed had written the song to sing on his own on his album that released during the pandemic. So he wrote the song, and then he started teasing that there was an American singer who was going to collaborate on a duet version. And of course, like because everyone on the internet is Delulu, everyone's like, it's Taylor Swift. It's Taylor. It has to be Taylor's. And true enough, he started dropping. He did the Taylor Swift thing in a music video for that album, not that song. He has a music video, and in the video you can definitely see references to Taylor Swift in it because everyone's like, okay, now we're sure it's Taylor Swift. And like it took them a while before they could confirm it. I don't know if there was something going on in the background that took them that long to get there. Eventually they confirmed it, and then the video dropped, and everyone was like obviously freaking out because it's the two kids, right? But there's also Easter eggs in that video for Taylor Swift. Like the girl is like she's writing in a notebook. There's a lot of 13s in the notebook, which is obviously a Taylor Swift. And then they have in the video there's like a text exchange, and it actually is a reference to a text exchange that she had posted publicly on Instagram between the two of them in 2015. And it was like this really wholesome text exchange where it was literally something like, "You have to get to bed now, like go to sleep." And then they start bantering with each other. Like Ed's response is "in a bizzle swizzle." And of course, Taylor like does not even bat an eyelash in reply. She's like you said, Ed.
This is healing my inner child.
Like they're so like I love their friendship so much, and the fact that was a thing too that happened to them, and it's been years, right? Like it's been years. I'm just like it's the most wholesome exchange, and I love them so much.
All my days, I'll know your face.
Right? It's like I got super excited when he released that, not just because it was Ed, but because it's Ed with Taylor. And like the song itself is also cute if you take some of it out into the context of like obviously he's the Joker and she's the Queen.
Well, yeah, obviously.
In that song. It's just so wholesome. They're just so I love their friendship so much. Like can you tell that I was very excited about that? My favorite fun fact about this.
Oh my god. I am dead in the water here.
I'm sorry, but like, it's just perfect that they decided to just do that. No big deal. I just love them so much. Okay, enough for me because I'm
dead. Kristin, I don't
anything else you want to say?
No, I'm good.
All right, moving on to Starlight.
Also another song I love.
Marvelous Time.
What a marvelous time.
The word marvelous.
Yeah, the word, this is and something about the word marvelous and time and like the Upper East Coast.
Well, this one's technically Marvelous Tune, and Marvelous Time is Great American Last Great American Dynasty.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Then Marvelous, yeah, Marvelous Tune, Marvelous
This is Marvelous
Time.
Tune.
Well, the word
But I feel like
marvelous.
he intentionally uses like antiquated language to let you know that this is
Yeah.
Because this one is one of the ones that's very clearly tied to the Kennedys.
Yeah, and only George Takei uses "Oh My" these days. So
And I love this song because it's another one where it's like a very it's one song that tells a whole story.
Yeah.
Right?
it's a full,
It captures that moment so beautifully.
like period contemporary romance.
Yeah, actually, that's like the energy of it. It's like historical fiction.
Yeah.
With the romantic angle standing pretty tall.
Mhm.
It's very sweet because it really does capture the nostalgia and the magic of that, even though she wasn't actually there. Do you know what I mean? Like she got it so well.
Yeah, and the song almost lost me at the start because I'm just like, oh, it's a little spindly and whatever, and that's fine. It's like, but then the drive and then the beat sort of came in, and I'm just like, oh, good, a happy red. Let's go.
Yeah.
And it's starlight colored, beautiful.
Yeah.
Right. And then like she was basically I think Kristin probably has more details on this, but wasn't she inspired when she saw a photo of like Ethel and Robert F. Kennedy, right? And she didn't even know anything about like how they met or how, like she just saw the photo of them and she got inspired to write the song. And then eventually she meets their kid and gets to meet
Who's
them.
F. Kennedy?
Rory.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. I knew that. Sure. That's I always totally.
Yeah, she met her daughter and then later she got to meet them, and obviously then she dated the Kennedy.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of like
she said that she looks at like a lot of 60s photographs for inspiration, and they just looked like they were having like the best night. So I tried to look up the photo and I found one where I think that's the photo. Because Bobby's kind of like swinging her. She's almost like in the air, and like it looks like they're the only two in the world to each other. It's so cute.
Oh,
it's adorable. And again, it's a happier song. Like right, and coming off the heels of like everything has changed, and then having Starlight be the next song too. It's like you like that tentative, like here's a new beginning, here's a new thing that I want to try, and then you go into Starlight where there's something magical about this.
Yeah.
This is why I like the last 3 songs on this album so much. Okay, it's like a very beautiful trio of things to end this album with.
Beautiful,
right? Yeah. And even though it's not specifically about her experience, the feeling that she's capturing is a universal one. Because I'm sure we've had our fair share of like moments that felt like that.
Look, I love a good Taylor Swift short story, like the next person. So
my favorite line in this one is "Don't you see the starlight? Don't you dream impossible things?"
Yeah,
I have that written too.
It's just so poetic. It's
also
so
like one line that hit me so much because I need to take this to heart is
bet you it's the same line I have.
He said, look at you worrying too much about things you can't change. You'll spend your whole life singing the blues if you keep thinking that way." I was like, ugh.
Call out. I love that line too, actually. This song also brings me a lot of joy. Just because there is clearly a lot of joy in it, you know?
Yeah. I also like the line, "It was the best night, never would forget how he moved." Because it's just like, you can just picture dancing with like, I'm sure you can picture dancing with Macky. I could picture dancing with Andrew from that line.
Right? Yeah. It's like a memory you'll always cherish. That's how it feels when you hear that song.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful thing. This child giving us emotional whiplash.
The code for this one is for Ethel. And she said that she actually she wrote the song, and then a couple of weeks later, like really close to when she wrote it, Rory Kennedy showed up at one of her shows and she met her and she was like, "Oh my God, I wrote this song like about your parents." And she was like, "Oh my God, you have to meet them." And she's the one that like brought them, and Ethel loved it and went from there.
Beautiful song.
How gorgeous.
Right?
I love it.
Yeah.
If we have nothing to say, we can move on to the next one because
wait, one last thing.
Okay.
I just thought about it now. I think she's moved on from like 17th century nobles to like, industrial age nobles. Gilded age, you know what I mean? Like, because technically, these would be like the local nobility of that particular era.
And notice how it's now less European and more American.
More American, yeah. So she's
Miss Americana is breaking free.
Yep.
yeah, so yeah, and then this is sort of like the start of Miss America, because there's again with the magic was sort of associated with like the Victorian-esque
Fairy
sort of like fairy
tales,
tales,
and that's
whatever,
all very European.
and it's all
in
very
nature.
you're very gentry, very whatever. And then now it's like, but we're gonna bring it straight home to the Upper East Coast.
And it's funny because this is the start of the chapter where that is the case.
Yeah,
it's so
Right?
New England, and like
yeah, oh my god, yeah.
It makes sense because it's the same time like she bought her Watch Hill house. She's really like embracing it.
She's embracing the coastal lifestyle.
I mean,
I love it. Coastal and city, like both. It's like the dichotomy of both.
This is literally
the best of both worlds.
I mean,
and it lasts for 4 albums.
And isn't that the East Coast fairy tale, where you shuttle back and forth between like the beautiful upstate and like
and then
the gritty big city.
Yeah.
So still fairy tales.
It really is. Like, I mean, this is truly like we live in the best place in the world, in my opinion. And I feel like we are so lucky that we get to experience all of these different kind of like settings. And also like we're lucky enough to have really beautiful seasons. And I feel like Red really encapsulates, and Red and 1989, like we've got.
I was going to say those two together.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go, right?
But, well, we will eventually. We'll get there.
But let's bring this home. Let's bring this home.
I like how we're going to end on this one today.
Well, yeah, because the last song on the original sort of like release. We'll talk about the deluxes.
I think so too.
I cannot even begin. Right. So
begin.
And yet we are. So I don't know. You want to go first?
Begin Again is the song, in case we needed to make that clear.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Kristin.
So this one, like, it starts with like her pondering and feeling insecure about the things that Jake didn't like about her and got in her head about. And it's all happening like as she's leaving to go on a first date with someone new, likely Harry. And like it's their first date at a cafe. She worries that he's going to be late like her ex, but he's already there waiting for her. I like when she says, you pull my chair out and help me in, and you don't know how nice that is, but I do. Like that just like makes me happy.
I know, me too.
And also like it's strange you think I'm funny because he never did, because that is such like a big thing. Like I feel like humor is so important in relationships, and like if that was missing, like how sad.
Or
like
unfunny.
Yeah. He just didn't appreciate her, and like the smallest acts of kindness are going the longest way. And like just in those initial moments of like him already being there, him pulling out her chair, it's like, this is why I'm beginning again, because like there is hope.
Very hopeful.
Yeah. For lyrics, I like I've been spending the last 8 months thinking all love ever does is break and burn and end, but on a Wednesday in a cafe I watched it begin again.
That's the shot. That's it.
So good.
Honestly,
and then the code for this one is I wear heels now. And Jake is shorter, and he obviously didn't like when she would wear heels because she would be taller than him.
Yeah, I think he had insecure. But it's funny because I think Harry is tall, but not that much taller either. So it would also make sense in terms of that context. Just saying that, like, he's totally fine with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I also really love the song Begin Again, because I do think it's the perfect way to end it, because it is a lot calmer than a lot of the tracks. That's one thing, because you finally hit a resolution point. It's a resolution point of grace. Right? It's a resolution point, a starting point where there's like frenetic energy in State of Grace. This one is more like, now there's an uncertainty to you, but you're also still feeling like there is this tiny shred of hope that refuses to die. You know? I love that that's how she chose to end it. Like there's still that optimism, that relentless optimism that's like, I will try again. I've been hurt, and I've been like, this was like an entire whirlwind for me. But that I'm going to try again. And like this person that I'm trying again with has proven that it is possible to see something and be hopeful about it, versus like to see this thing and go back in a cycle and have it be so destructive. And it's so beautiful. And obviously, it's very self-explanatory what the song is about, right?
Oh yeah.
Don't you like the James Taylor reference?
Oh,
Yes.
that was my favorite line because I grew up on James Taylor. So
weren't you like
James Taylor was like my mom and my aunt's like favorite like artist growing up, and obviously Taylor was named after James, right? So and again, Connecticut, New England, sort of like Upper East Coast roots, right? And there's something in the way for those James in the way he moves on the guitar. Like there's just something different about James and Carol. Like actually James Taylor and Carole King are like my favorite all-time sort of like songwriting friendship pair duos.
Yeah.
Arguably eclipsing Ed and Taylor only just because of sort of like the history on, especially on Carol's side and how blah, 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 blah. But so to have that come into this whole thing and be alluded to as this is her, this is as unhinged as Taylor has gotten so far at the time. Pretty unhinged. And I almost feel like the entirety of Red can be told from the perspectives of like three friends all going through A plots, B plots, and C plots. Obviously the All Too Well is the A plot and it ends with All Too Well. The joint number is 22 because they're all that age.
Yeah.
One of them, and maybe up upstate they meet like one of their parents and whatever, and she met Bobby on the boardwalk and she's like, you kids are going to be fun. Like the mentor figure that tells everybody, you know what, you're going to grow out of it's going to be cool. So I don't know, in my head like an entire story anthology is playing out of just like three friends going through their 22s,
their 20s basically, which I really love. This one also has a music video. And I love it because it's set in Paris.
Me too. It's so beautiful.
It's got such a stunning aesthetic to it. And another thing that I really like about it is that it kind of, and I don't know if this is how you feel too, Kristin, it kind of calls back a little bit to the sort of the way the aesthetic is framed in Back to December. You know, like that one is like cold and it's very muted. It's a very similar thing, except that there's a little more color.
Yeah, it's like cool and it's saturated.
Yeah. So I feel like it captures that like sort of hazy, like distressed, vulnerable, uncertain feeling, but at the same time, it doesn't diminish the fact that this is a new start, like a new chapter.
Agreed.
And I think there's something beautiful about that. It's very tastefully done, I should say, is what I think it is. I really
like her look in it. Like Taylor obviously like always looks gorgeous, but I feel like she looks especially like so pretty in this video. There's like a soft classic like romantic beauty to her clothes, her hair, her makeup. It's just so beautiful.
And it's interesting too because it's like obviously there's a part where she's in that very pretty dress, right? Like she's on the but you now that you mentioned it, like what strikes me the most about that is there's something that comes across so natural about the way she looks, so stripped.
Yeah.
Despite like the beautiful thing she's wearing and the beautiful place she's in, there's something so stripped about her, and in a way, it kind of feels like a nod to her being like, I'm here again, I'm open again, I'm vulnerable again, and that's just a beautiful thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I love it a lot. I really love her dress in that video. Actually, that's actually one of my favorite things she's ever worn in a music video.
Gorgeous. And I love her outfit at the cafe too, with the bow, like tie neck.
Oh yeah, it's
so
very
pretty.
classic. Again, like you said, very classic, very put together, and it's clear that, and it's nice because in a way, the big dress in particular, it's kind of she's starting to go back and open up that line again to who she was. She was in her Fearless era and her Speak Now era. It's like I can wear the like. You know what I mean? I don't have to give this up. I don't have to change completely to have someone.
I feel so like too, like even like with the James Taylor reference, like how like obviously music is the biggest part of Taylor's life. Like she lives and breathes music, and to go from a relationship where somebody is telling her that her music is not worth it, someone who's listening to indie bands that no one else listens to, and then to be able to relate to someone on a musical level, like both loving having like a shared love of an artist, that in itself is like so powerful just based on how integral music is to her.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly we've been talking about this for over 4 hours. I think we can all say that music in its own way it's a special thing when you connect to music, but it's also special when you connect to other people because of music or through music. It's a relationship of a sort.
And there's power in a shared fandom, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, because you there's even a word, I forget the word right now, and that'll be my homework for next time, because somebody talked about like a cultural phenomenon where people will begin to speak it's people who love Star Wars, people who love Taylor Swift. There's a vernacular that's created and concepts and thoughts and ways of thinking within that fandom.
This is so true.
That allows people to relate to the outside world. And that in itself is its own kind of subculture. And it bonds people together because of how much that stuff matters to you. Even if the context is arguably fictional. And to have that be another level of connection with another human being because you love the same things the same way.
I feel like also too, like in that vein, not only do we connect on the level of like loving Taylor, but also like there's something special about being on the same wavelength, like within that fandom, because I feel like there are so many people that are so like hypercritical, and like I feel like the three of us kind of fall in the like we're just happy to be here kind of.
We'll enjoy every second.
I feel like our boundaries.
Well, yeah, because for us, it's not so much that we feel like there's only one way that she should be doing something, and only like there are certain standards that we hold her to. It's not really about that, and it's not that we love every single thing she's ever done in her entire. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's just that we genuinely enjoy the fact that we can see these different connections and the merit in it, despite the fact that maybe it's not like a personal all-time favorite thing.
And I may have mentioned this like a couple of live streams ago, but I think there isn't an ounce, or maybe if there is, it's a benign amount of consumerism. So because if you see a person as a product that you paid for, you're going to want your money's worth, and you will be disappointed if you did not get what you paid for. If people view artists as a commodity and their art as which it kind of is. I mean, you are paying for albums and concerts, and and
you're
whatever.
Paying for a lot of things.
Then of course you will feel the loss because you did not get what you paid for.
Yeah.
But if your admiration, and the same goes for authors, the same goes for, you know what I mean? But if you treat people like they're people and you patronize their art, in that you're an admirer of them as people who create things, then you'll be a little bit more forgiving, I think, and just say, "Oh, not for me," and then move on, as opposed to "I got shit."
Well, yeah, because it's
like also like you can be happy, like even though this isn't my thing, like I'm happy for you that you experimented, that you took this chance.
And so
it's that too, and it's also like the way that people who are in it to consume all this stuff or treat them as commodities. There's like a sense of entitlement there that it has to go the way that you want.
Yeah.
And the truth is, the nice thing about our kind of fandom is that even if it's not our thing, right, we can appreciate that for somebody else it is their thing. It is what they love, and that means that it means something, not just to the person who made it, but like the people who connect with it. And like, who are you to tell them that it's like, this is not high, like this is not like the high standards that we're used to. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point to me in like any fandom. This is not even just applicable to it. I'm like, there's no point in judging someone for how they are in this fandom. Like the fun of it is that you are in this fandom.
Which leads me to another kind of extreme where there's an idolatry of like, this is your god now, and so when your god kind of fails you, that your day it's gonna bum you out. When the deity that you have so enshrined on a pedestal is like, we're actually going this way, and they're like, no, the sacred texts. So
but that's a funny way.
No, but it is true, right?
It's
like
true.
that is, go back to the Vivienne Westwood like sort of like fans who are just like, Vivienne would never, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but would she? You know what I mean? So there's that level of like, do you enshrine your idol, literally your idols,
put them on that pedestal?
And when they do something that's does it like, don't date Maddie Healy, like, okay, what are we telling people what to do now with their lives? Because there's a standard.
It's weird because it's almost like, okay, I'm not very deep into K-pop, but it's kind of like, the energy that K-pop fans have where they're like, you can't date anyone.
You can't date anyone.
You can't date anyone. You belong to us. It's like, you are ours.
Like our is not the love of your fans enough.
Yeah, it's like, we should be enough for you. And I'm like,
I don't like that.
They're also just human beings. Like, they pull on all of this creative energy and they're amazing at it. But at the end of the day, they're allowed to have feelings and allowed to express those feelings.
So for those of us,
and so if you don't like it,
you know, so it's a I feel like hold the creators that we love in I hope a healthier light where it's like you do what you want. If we love it, we love it. If we don't, we're not gonna like rub it in your face that it was terrible.
I also would never tell someone who loved something that I didn't love about anyone in any fandom. Like, I would never tell them like, oh, that's not a standard. Like this is not her best. I'm like, I could more or less I'd probably be like, I'm so glad you love it.
Right.
It's like, hey, good for you. Wonderful. Like it's
like, okay, good example. The song Haunted, right? This is one of the things in this family, like, you know how we've talked about before, like there's this family dynamic. And like, this is one where we've clearly got two opposing sides. There's the side that's like, it sounds too much like Evanescence. I don't like it. It's not for me. And then there's a side where like, oh my God, I'm obsessed with this song.
And there's my hipster subgenre of because it sounds like Evanescence. I'm not
yeah. And you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, do you guys care that I love it? No, you're in fact thrilled that I love it. You know what I mean? Like,
and then when it gets played or when a new version comes, we're like, oh, good, that's for you. Enjoy it. Like,
exactly. It's like how I feel about the song Me, you know?
Yeah.
I love Me. I'm sorry, I do.
It's not my favorite, but like, I understand why people love it. I love the music.
Yeah.
I love there's nothing about Me that I don't love. But go figure.
But at the end of the day, it's nice that at least in our particular corner of the fandom universe, we're just enjoying ourselves and here for a marvelous time.
Yes, we are.
It helps that we've been around pretty long and have dealt with our own stuff. Like I think me 15 years ago would have been like still kind of pearl clutchy and like it's not the kind of like
you'd be a Sarah or Hannah.
Yeah, I'll be a Sarah or Hannah and whatever.
Your Sunday best.
In my Sunday. Always in my Sunday best. Yeah, because there's a bit of music. Like, there's a purist in everyone where you hold something up to a standard and it crushes creativity.
That's true, actually. I think that's true for you.
Yeah, but I've gotten over it. Like, I have a group chat with some old friends, and I call it, and our group chat is called Coven of High Bitches, because that's who we are. and a lot of it is just us sort of like getting over that sort of like I think it's my generation a lot, and you see it prop up in future generations where you're just super like on a high horse about things, and in my old age it's like you can calm down, it's fine, like it doesn't, just let people enjoy what they love.
At the end of the day, you can have an opinion, but is it going to stop her from doing what she wants? No.
Let people be. We're not hurting anybody.
Exactly.
If the only thing hurt here are sensibilities, then maybe we can calm down a little bit.
Again, Sarah's and Hannah's in their Sunday best.
Yeah, I burned my Sunday best, so we're good.
I
We're reformed.
cannot wait till we talk about TTPD.
We have grown up. We're different people now. So
anyway, that brings us to the end of the first live show, and I do think we made good time, but it's still like been 4 hours and 30 minutes.
It really doesn't feel like it. It feels like this one.
No, because it was so fun.
And it wasn't.
It's the manic joy, Kristin. There is just manic.
I think that's the thing too. We're just feeding off each other's energy at
this
point where it's like one of us is like, oh my God.
And then there's the dopamine hit for you, Kristin, of bringing new stuff to like little old me. So
I still think that like that connection in your brain is just like,
get over it. I am not over it. So it's like Yana, our roommate, like right now, she and I like have like, oh my God, if Father shows up at like Wembley.
Listen, yes, just yesterday, and this is like a funny side note to end it on because we were talking about Harry Styles, right? Just yesterday,
what was it, the Rose Bowl? Anyway,
we found out that like one of her secret songs was "The Balter" crossed with "Getaway Car."
Yeah,
which was a great match. Cool. And I was like, it's still a travesty that we never got a music video for "Getaway Car." And Yana says, "Yet," and I'm like, "Wouldn't it be?" We're like, wouldn't it be wild? Macky was like, wouldn't it be wild if like Tom Hiddleston got involved? And I was like, yes, but what if instead Harry Styles is the one in this video? Because then I'm like, it would be so
Harry Styles, like, oh
it
my
would
God,
break the internet.
Like that would be amazing,
right? Because I think they could pull it off. That's the thing. Like the two of them in that video. Oh my God.
And style and headlights and you know what I mean, like. You pick me up, there's no headlights in the Getaway Car. Come on, it writes itself.
It really does.
So bad. And
this has to happen.
Right? I just like Hiddleston, yes, 100%. But
like, I think it would be more fun if it was Harry. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I cannot even.
Right?
Because anyway.
Anyway, what a note to end
Not
this
over
on.
it. But and
that's okay. We got to talk about Harry Styles way more in the next
part.
part.
The next part and
in the part right after.
And in the part right after. And
oh
my God. The film that we are going to be dissecting that film and all 10 minutes.
I'm really excited too. Just like I was already excited for this part of the show. The second part of the show, I'm also very excited because, like, let's be real, those bonus tracks, there are some of them that are like
to this day
instant all-time favorites.
So that's a preview of next week's episode.
Yeah.
Or next month's episode.
No, so next 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah. 2 weeks
from now,
time.
we'll be talking about that, which is very exciting.
Yes.
So if you stuck around and watched this, or if you actually watched the replay of this and stayed all the way to the end, thanks for doing that. We know we talk a lot.
It's half your birthday. You'll be fine.
At least we hope we entertain you. That's all that matters. But at the end of the day, this is really just three friends getting together to talk about Taylor Swift because they love her.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And it's been fun. So definitely come back and watch the second part if you want to know our thoughts on like the bonus tracks, as well as the 10-minute movie. Because we're going to have to talk about the fashion, which I'm also very excited to talk about. It's going to be a blast. And we'll hopefully see you then. Bye, everybody.